you know that I miss you. Do you think about me?
CDs. Yeah, she play my MP3s. And she like the baggy jeans, so wants to see what's underneath. I told her you're exciting, but why you feeling me? She said she lies me cause I'm a D&B. I told her you're exciting, but why you feeling me? She said she lies me cause I'm a D&B. But why you feeling me? She said she lies me cause I'm a D&B. So get up in my jeans, to be my Keira Knightley, direct a movie scene. I'll see her on the nightly and mix her in between. She said she lies me cause I'm a D&B. I told her you're exciting, but why you feeling me? She said she lies me cause I'm a D&B. She said she lies, she like my D&B. All her girlies feeling me. When they try to DM me, I switch my phone to D&D. Switch my phone to D&D. When they try to DM me, I switch my phone.
Silence under the storm of your eyelids. When purple and red lead to violence. Try as you might, you can't fight it. Big bad wolf always playing it savage, burning all down just to feed on the ashes. Smoking my teeth, I'ma keep you distracted. You can't hide in the maze of the madness. Trip and turn, caught up in the black magic. Claws in your back when the hit attack. Run, little rabbit. Inside it haunts me all my life. I'm so hollow that I follow every sign. Big bad wolf always playing it savage, burn it all down just to feed on the ashes. Smoking my teeth, I'ma keep you distracted. You can't hide in the maze of the madness. Trip and turn, caught up in the black magic. Claws in your back when the hit attack. Run, little rabbit.
Ton numéro, tu peux pas me sizer. J'goûtais la folie, j'avais pas 16 ans. J'étais le mort mal, tu peux pas saisir. On efface pas les souvenirs comme on se brosse les dents. L'amour de ma vie, c'est une fausse soyeuse. J'entends les mémoires pour un beau salaire. Ici les fantômes ont la peau soyeuse. Rendez-vous pour la mort, je me fausse à l'heure. J'envoie comme un sauve, en guise de rêve oasis dans un désert. J'envoie comme un fauve, anguille sauvage comme pendant dans le désert. Je vois dans les eaux ce que j'ai de moi-même et j'écarte ce que j'aime de revers de la main. Et j'allume la perche pour attiser la pêche. Regarde brûler la flamme avant qu'elle ne s'éteigne.
numéro, tu peux pas me saisir. J'quittais la maison, j'avais pas 16 ans. Coincé en décembre, là j'suis dans chaise longue. J'étais dans mais dans ces différentes saisons. J'ai le destin d'un animal rare. Ma femme est une reine comme Amidala. Dans la vie de rêve comme Tony j'avance. Dans ce labyrinthe jusqu'au Nirvana. J'roule haute vitesse comme un jeune Jacques. Mon nom dans leur bouche comme un chewing-gum. Ouais, en mission en mode soldat. Ça fait bang, machine gun. J'suis avec les potos quand l'hélico décolle. On est passé des couteaux à rire aux éclats. Où il a tombé des cordes, il m'a poussé des cordes. Me suis poussé de l'école et j'ai soulevé des montagnes. Et hop, I love la fière rodéo. Malhonnête mais le cœur est bon. Un doux mélange entre rose et gun. Si je reste en silence c'est que t'es pas des nôtres. Dans ce monde étrange je n'ai pas les mots. Mais la force, la flamme et les amigos ont voulu me down mais je suis allé haut. Même les yeux fermés je vois les jaloux. Les poches bien remplies, le monde est à nous. C'est notre tour, laisse tourner la roue. Oublions les coups et les sanglots. On fait ce qu'il faut pour que le vent tourne. Numéro uno, Rhymes et Vando.
J'irai cueillir ma fleur dans le jardin d'Éden. À qui la chance se sont jamais les verts. Puis dans le ciel on s'occupe les veines. J'te sens la haine qui me pose dans les veines. J'irai cueillir la fleur dans le jardin d'Éden. J'ai la qu'une rose et c'est la plus belle. Je m'en vais des scènes. On fait ce qu'il faut pour que le vent tourne. Les yeux rivés sur le grand jour. Yeah, now, Rhymes et Vando, yeah.
Get blinded by your headlights. Tunnel vision, losing feeling here in paradise. I don't know if I can take it, can we slow it down, down? And telling me to stay low key and we'll be sweet. Got me feeling like I'm sitting in your backseat. I don't know, but I'm fine being here for now. I know we'll be fine.
not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane, be insane, be insane, be insane. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. You don't know me like that, you come around with all that. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. I'm high, don't try, I'm sorry. You know my wallet stays fat. I'm coming through the stacks like that. You know I get like that. You know I pull up like that. You know my wallet stays fat. I'm coming through the stacks like that. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane. I might be insane. I might be insane and I know I'm not a saint. I try to explain, still hanging by the chain. I can never be irrelevant, they know me by the name. They gon' wish that I never went back to my old ways. I might be insane,
It is the final day of Masters Toronto. We're standing once again at the meet and greet where we do have a scheduled meet and greet with Kaide, but special surprise, you get a chance to meet Tens at the same time. Kaide, thank you so much for your time for joining us. I wanted to ask you, what's it like playing against Tens today in the show match?
Oh no, I'm so locked. I'm so ready. I'm going to beat him for sure.
I've been watching the streams and Tens has been coaching you and you've been owning. So Tens, are you nervous about this game?
No, I'm going to feel like LeBron in the match.
Thank you so much to you both and good luck. Thank you.
said stay out of this shit, but I don't get tired of it. Told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine.
As you can see, I'm smiling here at the meet and greet area because Tarek is just hands full busy. There's a sea of fans all around, but I finally get a chance to say hi to Tarek himself. Tarek, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, man. Energy in here is good. Vibes are up. I'm so sorry. I left.
That's so nice.
I left him hanging earlier too, so I'm sorry. I love you though.
It's all good. It's all good. You know what? I'm not the one that's angry. You should be the one that's angry because today you have a show match against Disguised Toast. What do you have to say to Disguised?
Oh man, we're coming for you, dude. I'm not gonna lie. You know, lights will be bright, so hopefully no one gets nervous talking about myself. I've set the bar high. But no, it's gonna be really exciting. It's gonna be really fun. I think it's gonna be a great show match.
Make sure you tune into that one. Thank you so much, Tarek. This time we didn't miss.
Yeah.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Grand Finals day here in Toronto, and if the game coming up wasn't good enough, we have an additional treat. We actually aren't alone in this one. I am upset.
For once.
I know, we've got friends, I can't believe it. And if you've been living under a rock, we do have a bit of a show match coming up. But before we get into the nitty-gritty of that, I do have to introduce our new friends, Diego, Toby. How are we doing today, boys?
We're doing great. Honestly, so excited to be here.
Fantastic. Now, if you know, maybe the people at home aren't aware, maybe they, haven't been keeping up on the socials, would you mind introducing yourself to those playing along at home?
Yeah. So, hi everyone. I'm Diego. I'm a game designer on the Maps team.
Hi, I'm Tobias, and I'm a 3D artist on the Maps team.
So I think you might have figured out this might be about a new map,
yes,
potentially, but I know we had a couple of questions when it comes to the aesthetics to start with, before we get into the real nitty-gritty of things.
Yeah, I guess as maybe a lead-up, a teaser a little bit. Talk to us, I guess tell everybody at home what we can expect in terms of what the inspiration was.
Yeah, of course. So we're super excited to bring this new map today, and we were inspired. We're actually going to northern France.
Very nice.
We got some concept art, so we're going
okay.
right on cue. Yeah, we're going to like an old castle town. It's located on Omega Earth. This is the third map on Omega Earth, and we are going into this big giant map, which is a giant castle. There's a salt storm around it. Everything is dry. It's super affected by nature. There's a giant salt storm, and salt crystals are building up, so it's going to be a very salty situation.
Okay, well, Game of Tears, all of that jazz. I'm sure someone's already connected the dots, but
it's going to happen.
Visually as well, this looks super clear, the clarity involved. Is this something you guys keep in mind when you're designing these things? Obviously, it feels like there's quite long lines of sight in that. I'm sure we'll get into some more of that down the line, but that's got to be something you have to prepare for almost in this, right? When you're designing out these maps and the visual aspect especially.
Yeah, so there's like two things we did this time. We really wanted to elevate the visuals. We got a new art director. We're really like pushing to elevate after 5 years the visuals of Valorant. But also we have to keep it clear for the player. We want to, if there's a person that you can shoot, you want to see it right away. So we took like a long time to really figure that out.
I guess outside of kind of elevating the art style, was there any other main objective for this map, or something that I guess that we've been missing, you feel, was something that was addressed here?
Yeah, so I guess the main goal for the design of the map is layered defenses, you know, giving defenders more options to take fights and better routes out in and out of the site. So when you're, you know, getting maybe 5 slammed by attackers, you feel like you're going to be, you know, ready and maybe get yours and maybe get 2. Who knows?
I can't wait to see. And of course, we do have a couple of influences you may have heard of. It was already alluded to earlier on by Matt. It is kind of wild.
Yeah.
It's kind of wild. So we will be having them try it out for us. But I've got to ask as well, is there any Easter eggs we should be looking out for? Anything to keep our eyes peeled for coming up? Yeah, give us a little something.
There's so much to find. I think
it's all hidden.
That's all hidden, of course. There's a lot for the lore heads to find out. We're really excited about that. So get in there, find some secrets. We got all the tech animals back, and we got a new one that you can shoot.
Don't
it's gonna
it's
gonna explode. No, you should. It's fun.
Did we mention the basement?
Well, there's a hidden. Okay,
sorry. The basement.
There's a hidden basement somewhere. So whoever finds it, share it with us, and we're really excited for people to find it.
You know that someone is loading up ready to set
already looking. Yeah,
100%. So there's a lot to be done in this, and again, we had a little bit of a sneak peek, I guess, right? We did get to have a look, and as said, the visuals to me in this, it's quite unique in the fact that you can kind of find where you are so easily. It feels like it was something that was very thought of as well, that there's nothing by accident when you're looking at this map visually.
Yeah, we try to make it very clear for the player where you are. We got 2 sides of the map. One is more industrial, where a lot of salt processing is happening, and then on the other side we have this village side, and then also we got huge towers in the background, a giant castle, so you can like always see up in the sky where you are and find those landmarks.
I can't wait. I'm actually
so excited. I mean, you've seen more than me, so I'm actually ready to get
I don't know what you mean. I've seen nothing. I plead ignorance to this, but I know everyone at home just wants to see the map, and I don't blame you, because genuinely I am so excited. So the wait is over. Let's have a look at our brand new battleground.
We're clear. No sign of Legion yet.
Right, listen up. We can attack here, the refining facility. It's pretty tight. Don't hate me, but do we go in hot?
Hey, maybe a little too hot, Babylon. But if we bait them into these positions first,
we can drive them out. Gain the angle.
I'll clear the path.
Follow my lead.
Keep this momentum. Right, clean.
There's also the distribution center. All those corners.
Plenty of opportunities for surprises.
Let's push them out.
Take them out while they're busy with me.
Get me some cover on that tower. Yeah, I got this.
The main idea for Throw kind of came about with the idea of layered defenses. If a defender takes an aggressive fight towards the main, do they have better options to fall back onto site and continue fighting without having to give up the site completely? While attackers can feel like they're also gaining space in a meaningful way. So there's like that needle to thread.
This map is the biggest we made. Our vista is pretty much 360 degrees. Anywhere you look, you can find really something to focus on.
What we've been really trying to do is push Valorant's art style to the next level. Corrode will really feel like key art come to life.
I'm very excited for the players to find all the hidden details, explore all the story spaces, and find shootable swordmen.
They destroy, so it's a nice little target practice in the pre-round.
We elevated the art style. We have very exciting bomb sites that are layered this time. We have a lot of fights in there that can be very spicy.
Corrode feels like we've taken everything we've learned over the past 5 years of Valorant and really distilled it into a modern classic that we all hope you enjoy.
The match we've all been waiting for.
We're here to assert dominance and to destroy Team Toast.
I've been waiting to get revenge on him for a while. Sorry for the beating you're about to receive.
I genuinely cannot wait to play again.
I'm going to be doing everything in my power to win. She stands no chance at all.
Tyson, you're washed.
Kade can clutch the hell up here! Oh, Kade, let's go!
Team Tarek versus Team Toast.
I've been plotting my team for a very long time. The players were not just picked out of thin air. Starting off with Kade, easily one of the best controllers in our scene here. Josh Secchi, one of our biggest upcoming names. Vinny Hacker, are you kidding me? Not only is he fine as hell, but he's a shooter.
Oh!
And to top it all off, with our fifth, our beloved Yvonne, she's a killer.
This is the most important match in VCT history. I think I put together the 5 best players in the entire world. We of course have Tens. His job is Tens go kill.
Where are they picking?
We have Mel, who's one of the best players in the entire world. Sadio, the resident zoomer. Jacob from Good Kid.
We've been practicing for weeks against the best teams in the world. We got this, and it's time to prove it.
We're here to show the world that we are just better.
Friends, family, gamers, sweats, and tryhards alike, this is the Masters Toronto Show Match! Introduce them. Fighting to my right side with a 2.5 million ACS total and a combined weight of 4,037 pounds of solid muscle. It's Team Toast! And their opponent, fighting to my left side with a clutch percentage of 437% total and a combined weight of 5,632 pounds of solid muscle, it's Tarek! All right, gentlemen. I want a nice, clean Valorant match. No cheat codes, no glitches. Protect yourselves with smokes at all times. Protect your neck from headshots at all times. And I want good communication. If not, this match is over. Do I make myself clear? Now touch mice. Let's give them a show. Well, folks, we have one question for you. Are you ready, Toronto? RGB, I don't think they heard you. Toronto, I said, are you ready?
Okay, that was ridiculous. What a sick start to things here today. I don't know who I'm backing more or who I'm more excited for.
I'm pumped for this now.
We got a whole new map to talk about, Mike.
Well, yeah, aside from the matchup here, but again, the trailer, there's so many exciting aspects there that I can't wait to see how it plays out in game.
And look, Diego, you're still with us, right? So we need to actually really dive into what Corrode is, because you kind of talked about it there, right? Those last 5 years of experience have brought you to this point, and it looks kind of classic, right?
Yeah, so we really want to just go straight, like, kind of back to basics, you know? Like, we want to build on what we know, but also, like, take into account everything we've learned, like you mentioned. And so with Corrode, like, we're coming with the idea of layered defenses, we really want to hammer that home and really, you know, bring that to the forefront of the map's design.
Because I saw a couple areas in that map, some looked a little more open, but the post plants didn't seem as spammable, for example. So like some of those sunset kind of memories, but it feels like that's already been adjusted. And again, the other side was also indoors, if I'm not mistaken. So it feels like it's kind of leading us to a new way to use utility and approach it, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think what you called out A site being completely interior is like one of those ways in the map's design that we can go and like say like, hey, you can still use utility as an attacker, but it has to be very intentional. You know, you can't just send like across the map lineups. It has to be either through doorways or through windows in and around the site, and that's just one of the many ways we're trying to tackle the feeling that you can actually hold the site.
And I'm so glad this is going up now. Do I see an Ascent B wall-ish sort of setup
How many walls are like this?
Yeah, so I think that is maybe the only one that you can like get decent value from.
But the window up top, it's sort of aligned more to, I guess, a similar setup to outside
Exactly.
B, but the util set piece out to try and punish those.
So exactly, yeah. So if you see that Omen has been doing that for a couple of rounds in a row, it's like, hey, let's throw a dart, let's throw Dizzy, let's counter this Omen.
But it works both ways.
It works both ways, yes.
And it feels like there's quite a bit of verticality too, right? Which I love seeing.
Yeah, once you get to the sites, it's
there's layers to it.
Yeah, so I think A is a little bit more flat as you're seeing here, a little bit just more of like slight elevation, but B site does have a bit more elevation. There's that tower position, there's the hut in the center of the site, and then there is like the railings and the staircases.
And I guess we're seeing some really good examples here of kind of what you were alluding to about kind of opportunities in terms of setting things up. There seems to be more kind of confined spaces ahead of the sites to allow for engagements on both sides for attackers and defenders, and it's kind of util oriented. There's lots of kind of corners to clear, but it's not just kind of a clean lane up to side.
Yeah, so we want you to kind of stage your utility, right? So it's like, hey, we need something to clear main. We need something to, like, as you're an attacker and you're going up towards the site, there's things that you want to clear, and so we want that utility bleed happening before you get onto the site. So it's like, hey, we want to try to save our dart for site because that's a really big piece. Let's try to see what we can do to like save it for the rest.
And we are seeing the agent select here.
An interesting approach.
Don't know if they're going to commit to that, but in
well,
your
who
mind,
gets it though?
Your roulette.
That's true. That's true. But in your mind, is there comps that you've played, obviously internally testing, that you felt worked quite well here? Like,
what's the go-to?
What's the go-to?
Yeah, so our gameplay analysis team really helps us figure out those comps, and so I think the comps that they found were the best kind of was like an Ascent Plus. So it's like Vice, Omen, Jet, Gecko, and Soba.
Okay.
I like it. I like it. I do see a Phoenix, though, and I'd kind of like to see that too, because those flashes feel nice around those like
again, so even some of the use of the wall.
Angles.
Yeah, the use of the wall in the trailer as well makes it really. And again, with kind of that leapfrog approach, where Phoenix kind of doesn't have a first wave, he can scale up really effectively. So maybe we can hope.
I don't, yeah,
I'm still seeing a Reina hover.
Look, I'm just seeing the 10s lock Jet, so there's no pulling punches.
Well, actually, yeah, we've got the Jet and the Gecko again swapping out instead of a Sova. We've got the Fade, so we're feeling like Toast is almost on meta here.
Yeah, I think PRX doing some cooking for sure with the Reina Sage, so I think it should be an interesting matchup.
Okay.
Look, Mel's on Omen, I'm locked in.
Well,
I'm a
I guess
believer.
from comp alone then, if you had to pick.
Yeah, who's confident?
Who's taking this?
I mean, if they've got the meta comp on the Toast side, I think they might be able to eke out some nice clean rounds. But you never know. Maybe they got some Grim Walls in their pocket on the PRX side.
Yeah, true. Now, are you seeing this lean a little more attack or defense in your mind from your testing? Obviously, that changes when the players and the pros get their hands on it. But did it feel either sided to you? Or is it pretty even so far?
I think it's mostly like up to the actual team performance. You know, it's like we give defenders these extra options on site, but you know, if you can't control mid, the sites will fall apart.
And it feels very centered around that mid long line of sight, right? This is Oppa's Paradise. I'm imagining Chamber. I'm seeing all these things.
It's just interesting, something you talk about. I'm interested to see actually if these fights do occur kind of ahead of sight, how easy it's going to be to anchor. Because again, we have examples, especially currently now in the meta of, well, just coming out of Tejo, where it comes down to your Sentinel, your kind of last line of defense really that holds onto the side. So I'm really interested to see how that pans out.
Yeah, so I think a common, I guess, setup is like a 1-2-2. So your hard anchor on B, 2 people mid and 2 people on A.
Okay. We'll see who's done their homework.
Yeah.
Oh,
it looks like you have the hard anchor on B right here.
This is beautiful stuff to dive in on. We are going to be seeing, oh my God, look.
Wow.
These reveals already.
Who's got the lineup?
Yo, no, honestly, who's been cracking this?
Well, Mel said they've been scrimming for months.
True. Sorry, Shopify Rebellion. She's somewhere new. And it's just a brawl on the side. Tarek instantly dived by 10s. No shock there. But still, the fight continues. Kaide next in the feed, and it's just going to be 10s posted up. He said he ain't pulling punches. He said he's going to be fighting this out. And it's all down to Sid City now. Brutally difficult to try and play this back in up against the 3 here.
Again, a good glimpse here of how the site's actually laid out here, but Sid City ready to try and take it again. The wall goes up, but actually it cracks. Blocked by the archway there.
I like these kind of like close choke points almost. You still got access to be able to play into it, but it does definitely herd you forward. A difficult situation. Kaide!
Opening up.
6 start, dude.
A 3K on the pistol for and yeah, really interesting. Some of the things. Talk to us about this site in particular, because it looks quite confined. There's lots of possibilities. Actually,
that's a lineup.
That's a lineup.
They've been sweating. They've been sweating.
Yeah. Yes, I think. I mean, something that maybe the Toast team could have done a little bit better is actually split more like left and right. It looks like they all 5 went elbow, where you saw that they were getting some friction coming into the site because they were all so clumped. I think you can think of it a little bit like Sunset A, where it's like, hey, you can make the decision. Oh, is that a timeout already?
There's no way this is a tech.
Did we just get techers?
Have we just been teched?
We can't be teched like this. You can't.
Welcome to the Pan Podcast.
Well, we get to talk about the map though, right? Now we can actually slow down a bit. Because again, it was quite all in, but I love the fact we're already seeing the value of that Fade utility straight over the top. The reveal was excellent. Then you can kind of hit those rotates, you get that information off the middle.
Because actually the ping was so close to where the barrier dropped. So I guess that one of the things that you were hitting on is kind of how deep, I guess how far forward for the defenders these engagements can come. Is that sort of typical of how you'd see an early round start, particularly for an aggressive take forwards?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think defenders should feel like they have some decent options to like kind of fight forward. I think with the way that it's laid out, you know, you can like sort of line up a Fade Eye, you can line up an Omen Paranoia or a Breach Stun, stuff like that, and really try to take the early space. But again, it's kind of a gamble where it's like, if you're going to be putting a lot more pressure on like a main, you're leaving mid susceptible to a potential like late lurk or someone being deposited in there from smoke. Yeah.
So I'm just looking at now on the minimap, the mid splits can be wild. There's so many options.
That pathing towards A looks so nice. Again, we're staring at the map, you're staring at the players. Unlucky for you. But yeah, it does feel like mid is just so critical at this point. Because otherwise, you are kind of not necessarily funneled, but it's such an encouragement to hit those splits.
And also, like you were talking about the long sight lines and stuff, actually there's lots of spots for an operator to tuck in as well.
Yeah.
It's not like an ascent mid where there's kind of like, you know, one or two walls for the defenders. So yeah, interesting if we get any action in there.
Actually, it's interesting that you bring up Ascent, because I think while we were playing, we actually found like there was like an M1, M2, M3 smoke setup that you can do. Like smoke on stairs is like your M1, smoke in top arch, M2, and then all the way at the top window is M3. So you can kind of, as an attacker, you can have options of what you want to choose. Like, hey, let's smoke M1, let's split A. Smoke M2, let's take mid control and kind of just sit around and see where defenders are going.
And I like this as well, almost playing off site here for Toast's side as well. Kind of, the dart coming through towards A, relinquishing the space. I'm going to have to play it back through, potentially seeing Harry's team take the long road. And there's some of those kind of cubbies, right, trying to be played out by Toast, kind of like exploring what could be held, like how you could sit maybe, even with a shorty, because it is quite close quarters. As you said, you need that utility to clear the space. Your Fades, your even potentially Skies, Geckos, are going to be well and truly needed.
Yeah, I think a lot of this map, at least from in my experience, is like a lot of initiators setting up their duelists, like clearing the space and saying like, hey, we're good to go get frags. Looks like they're trying to work mid.
First time we're actually seeing I guess a group in mid.
Yeah, here's the M3 smoke.
My goat Mel's got this all day, don't you worry.
Let's say Mel's tucked right now. She's ready to spring the trap.
Just you wait, see?
That's not pretty.
Observers, why do you know?
It's a Prius moment.
Classic.
Wow.
Kaide, relax.
Kaide has been scrimming.
Honestly, Kaide looks locked in. This is 5 Alive. Toast is shaking. He's shaking. The nerves getting the better of him. Does anyone come this way at all? Let's see. Come on, Toast, you got this. Be brave. I don't think it's good.
Good for one? Even? What do you reckon?
I think he's got one.
No.
I believe in
Kaide clears this.
Kaide's knifing, bro. Kaide. I believed. I was all on board.
I mean, we're round 2 going for knife kills. I'm here for it.
Really very nice. So, 2 rounds towards Tarek's side. Is this kind of playing out? I don't say as you expected. It is a little bit different, right? We've got people go.
Yeah.
No,
don't leave him hanging. Nice.
Thank
Even
God.
the crowd was nervous.
The synergy's just not there yet for Team
It's not there
Toast.
yet. You've got to work it out. I put it on Mel mostly.
Okay.
You know, high expectations. And
I'm glad.
replay,
Yeah,
bro,
we put that in the replay package. Yeah.
remaining.
Damn, Kaide, take it easy.
Kaide's actually cooking. 5-1. Okay, buy round coming out for Toast boys. We got to see them lock this down a little bit here.
Yeah, I think it looks like they're trying to do a little bit of default. You know, you have Vice lurking over towards A, and I think that's the Astra work, or...
I like this layering.
Yeah.
Like, you can kind of have someone on site, a little close like Toast is, and then playing that verticality from that Gecko, right? This is...
Kind of playing
that
almost
judge.
like off their contact almost.
Oh, no. Are we going to have a jumping judge from down here? Why do I feel like that's a real possibility? Tarek already removes that layering element, though. The player up towards that top side. Toast, nice little camera here.
They don't clear him. Not cleared.
Oh my God. Toast lock in. Those hands from shaking. Jump up! And it's giving me flashbacks!
He got it!
I can't believe it! Tarek goes down! Oh, you love to see that. That's filthy.
Oh, Tenzo put the ace though.
Oh, no!
Diabolical.
That's nasty. I mean, to be fair, Tens is being out-fragged by Kaide, so I think he's got to, you
got to win the mental game now.
That's true.
You have to.
It's mental wolf. Toast is unmoved. Toast is...
This is a great smoke.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God, no! I'm getting flashbacks! I mean, are we calling that corner Toast right now? I think it might
we can point it now.
I think it might have to happen.
I guess a good example, though, the difference here, because on A, you kind of have to clear this almost horseshoe wall that is it's obviously spammable or wallbangable with the recon coming through. But here, it's almost like the site opens up once you come through this archway. And I guess unless you're splitting through the other side, that choke point could be nasty for Util.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where the mid splits would have to come in, right? It's like you, with all the extra positioning that defenders can take, you really want to take a mid split and pinch them and force them to take uncomfortable fights.
I mean, look, if that Algorn had just looked down, it would have been different. Bit of a trade through in mid. Ten's only going to get one this time. But again, that Aldrone was right there. If it had just checked that cubby, it would have been cleared. So there are outplay options. It's getting a little scrappy towards B. This choke point is going to be brutal. Host this time does go down. You're not going to get Kaide twice like that. You should already take towards site. Again, I love this scaling up towards it. Great Gecko flash as well.
Player standing.
Actually, yeah.
Mel, my goat.
Swept through. We'll need an ace.
No.
Oh, no, Tarek.
No, Mel, please, bro, please.
Somebody trade him.
Oh, God. Josh is running, man. Josh is trying to get there. Oh, dear. Mel, I need you to really focus here, bro. I really need you to focus. So far, has there anything caught your eye that they're doing that you guys had in your play test? Or is it kind of playing out somewhat as you expected? Is it kind of along the same lines?
Yeah, I think it's playing out a little bit as we expect. You know, I mean, this.
I mean, maybe not this.
Yeah, maybe not that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's like kind of what we're seeing. You know, again, if it's a normal attack map, three lanes. You know, there's going to be evolution more so on the strategy rather than anything else.
Down A.
But yeah, here's some nice aggression actually.
Again, it feels like you really can't take your foot off the gas on either side because you can get these early balls, right?
This contact comes through so quickly, or it can do. Oh, 10's diffed again. Same as round 1.
Okay, 3 players. Mel's got a vandal. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, Mel.
Launching thorns.
My ult is ready.
I'm believing in this like it's going to help it happen. It's not. As it stands, it's good work coming out from Tarek's side. And again, like punishing this, keeping these like late positions down middle seems so valuable, right? This is perfect. Examples of how much control you get by keeping that space in mid. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Split in a way, Ascent in a way. You're getting those moments where it's like so key to keep that map control for rotate.
Yeah, I think Split is a great example where it's if you can control mid as an attacker, you really hamper the defender rotation, and you cut that. Oh wow.
Yeah, that's devious.
One enemy remaining.
Well, I'm curious actually if we do see anybody hop onto it. Well, who else but 10?
Tyson's not
I was going to say,
what I did to him.
whoever's going to pick up the operator first.
Okay,
Show me
chances
the
on
money.
the op. 10's one, you close.
Here we go. Again, these are the sort of lines of sight, and you're already seeing that util kind of trying to facilitate a push-up. I like what Mel's doing off the back of this too, right? But Tarek on the other side's been gunning today.
I really like this play. Just nice defaulting kind of around mid.
I guess you were talking about what the defaults kind of, or I guess the formation looks like is the 1-2-2, right? You were talking about 2 towards mid and then 2 towards A side, or
yeah.
Okay.
Again, there's that mid pressure, right? There's layers to this. You don't get that full freedom. Nice lockdown here, actually. This is stunning stuff. For now, though, you're looking at the remnants of the team that was kind of splitting through towards B main. And it's going to be difficult with Toast. Oh, no, apparently it's easy. My bad. That's on me. I overestimated you drastically. So down to the spike having to be picked up here. But Vinny and Josh, all deadly duo.
TP to safety as well, so we'll actually see a full 2v2 in the post here.
You are divided.
So this is kind of like what we're talking about with
Divide
the layered
to go out.
defenses. Yeah. Yeah, with the layered defenses here, Mel is able to kind of, the retake is very easy now for the defenders because they're not taking any forward positioning in the elbow or in heaven. So now you're going to see, it'll start to kind of fall apart for the attackers because they didn't take that extra space.
And Josh completely on the way. And you're right. It does kind of force the hand a little bit if you want safety.
Exactly. So I think, if you're an attacker and you take the site, you might want to go and maybe greed a little bit more for that elbow space, kind of like stop the rotation a little bit earlier, like in this area here. Because if you don't, as an attacker, you're just going to be like fish in a barrel. You're going to get shot from a lot of different angles.
I guess, just quickly, what's the pathing for the attackers to get up to heaven? It's around the...
It's around, so you have to go through elbow first and then up the staircase.
So it's almost something you're looking towards, either clearing ahead of the plant or I guess as cycle, because that's usually where your anchor's going to slip into, much like Split again, coming back into elbow behind and maybe towards stairs. But
I think also it's like, hey, if like your duelist wants to path into heaven on the way to site, like, hey, if there's like a waylay or even an omen too, like TPing into heaven and gets that forward positioning.
Think about that. Okay, 2 to 4.
Also interested to see if there's actually any kind of B post plan where they can kind of tuck a couple of players in and then somebody come back and cheese a little bit.
I guess it's playing out. Ooh, hold on. 10s might be doing 10s things.
He knows about more as well, but swinging a miss on the second.
Nice. That was still good. Nice angle there as well. Nice kind of like playthrough for him. Again, I feel like you're going to be able to hear a lot of these rotations too, because like as much as it is quite a big map, again, you can kind of slip through into those mid-connectors sort of areas. You can hear these rotations as they start making noise.
Yeah. Even now looking at the mini-map, you think about the size of Ascent on the mini-map. It looks massive, actually.
Prius, thank you. Thank you! 10's just hit and run. Again, feeling omnipresent because of controlling that mid-space. Ace player on our show is Josh to finally deal with him. But Vinny and Josh got their work cut out now. There's a firing squad. Mel's getting greedy. There it is. Gonna take away Vinny, leaving just Josh alive.
30 seconds left.
Chase him down now.
Toast. Toast is the worst kind of player,
yeah.
bro. Like,
my favorite kind of player, I've got to say. Spamming through with it.
Okay, all good, all saved in the end. We're actually getting a close game now.
Yeah.
I think like, everyone's kind of getting the tempo of the map as well, kind of getting the control of space. I'm trying to have a little look around for like little goodies. Like the observers normally show me it. You know what I mean? They normally like fly around and find some good stuff. Thank you. I'm already seeing it ready, lined up. And again, I kind of like. Where's the little salt dudes? Where's the little salt dudes?
Yeah, we're not seeing enough of Easter eggs just
No,
yet.
can we cook a little harder on that, please? Again, we have like a half buy-ish. Ish. I think it's just Kaide down on the Sheriff. I mean, you got to give your gunner the rifle. What are we doing? I mean, Kaide against Mel. The age-old. Tens want to take space. And I quite like that we're seeing this aggression from Tens, kind of showing what you can do space-wise and aggression-wise, but Vinny up to the test. Putting the pain towards him. Kaide does go down. But again, I love the fact that you can take kind of considered aggression.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's, again, it comes back to that sort of... Oh, actually, Mel tucked in here next to the smoke. Good for two.
All of them. There she is. Take a stand, Mel. There it is. We're waiting for it.
She's on her feet now.
There it is. And this is a feel-good map, though. Like, I was initially a little bit worried about some of those 50-50 angles, right? It was something that was in my mind. I know a lot of people were kind of saying that sort of thing, that just being cognizant of it, but already seeing, like, the way it plays out, you just got to be checking corners. You just got to be using that util. Nothing is safe. It's that instant reminder, right?
Yeah, I think as well, like when you push up through the map, you know, corners will start to like clear themselves. Like as you slice the pie, right? As you're checking stuff one by one, things will naturally open up to you, and it won't feel as complicated as it might seem.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, mid-split coming through. This is what we were talking about. They lacked earlier on.
Yeah, and the late Vice Lurk here.
Oh, nearly.
But she's got a lane
they've
to play
been
from.
racked on, yeah.
Ah, that's smart as well. Getting up just in time.
13 HP.
Lucky for her. But already side control is gained. I kind of like what they tried to do with that split there, utilizing mid, kind of cutting through that path. And they gambled right. We saw the Toast side was stacked up on that B side.
And just quickly on the walls here, is it only the Odin with the high penetration that will go through these walls? So it's not
Odin.
rifles?
Not rifles, yes, correct.
Okay. Wall swiftly dealt with.
Spike planted.
And that's a little awkward for them now, coming through this stage wall.
Yeah, not going to be easy.
Well, this flank could be huge, actually.
It's
Opted
like,
to go back through mid.
I quite like that they're trying to find a new pathway.
Yeah, Mel just TP'd into a corner smoke here.
Yeah, smart work here. Josh going to be now pressured, cleared on the corner as well. I thought these Stingers might have really thrived in these close quarter. Oh, okay, they are. Yvonne and Derek are doing very well. They found some stability here, but the time started ticking. They've got to get moving. Mel and Sin City trying to work this back through, but a 1v2 is brutal. Yvonne there to shut it out. Back real close.
Again, another example of kind of how, actually on a lesser purchase, if you can get into this site, it can be really difficult to fight back in. So we talked about the flank coming through, didn't wrap all the way through spawn, but come back through mid. It can be really, really rough to actually retake here.
Yeah, I think the stage,
nice.
yeah, the
Now
stage
one
is actually a really
enemy
nice pick
remaining.
for the attackers, because once they get the site, it like flips the castle.
Reloading.
Now they are the defenders almost, and now it's like, okay, how do we, as when the script is flipped, how do we as the defenders take the site?
Because I guess the main thing here with this kind of, I'm calling it the horseshoe there,
Yeah.
the wall around A, that's typically how you'd expect it set up for a defender. It's open for the attackers to walk onto site, so it's actually really interesting. Like I said, another example potentially for the post-spawn, that if we'll see one.
And I quite like the fact that you can see how much value just that single smoke in mid gets you. It allows you to cross up, right? Because I know a lot of people were scared about that, maybe Operator controlling too much space. But Sin City got to respect this now and fall back! Oh! He got a tag on Darren too, I'm pretty sure here, Tens. Oh dear, he's hungry. He's hungry. Oh dearie me.
This is an aggressive take, actually.
It's all right, he's got to be made.
1v5?
I mean, I believe.
So in this situation, what are you looking for Josh to do to make the most of this time?
I think he might want to plant for back elbow and try to like see if he can maybe like get defenders as like they're coming into the site.
Oh! Tens ain't got no chill right now, yeah. And look, I know this is obviously a show match, but I love the aggression we're seeing. It makes me so happy.
Yeah, just going back to that one smoke again, it's actually, it's not necessarily given. The defenders have to progress forward. There needs to be kind of 2 layers, maybe somebody coming out from the A side to kind of complement that push. Again, not too dissimilar in, I guess, the setup. That nearly lined up beautifully, actually. But in terms of Ascent, you know, this one smoke on Arches or deep towards Pizza, you're asking the same thing, but you don't get the same kind of pressure from short on Ascent. This really asks you to come out and get ahead of that push.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it with Sid City. She tried to fight up a little bit more, but she had to respect the 4-man push coming down at mid.
But it also looks quite playable. If you do fall back away from that kind of like top mid, I guess, op swing position, there is playable space behind us. You're not completely forced forward. I do want to keep an eye on some of these ults. We start seeing them interact. And again, that Dizzy. So nice. You're seeing like Dizzy looking valuable, the Fade Eye.
Yeah, that was a reveal over the top as well, yeah.
Really, really lovely. Wow. There was a smoke there. Tens.
The fun Felisa here.
And all in the meantime, Sid City just sat there as well, like played in so nicely.
And look at Cypher at mid. He knows they're contained. He hears the rotates.
Yeah, that is so smart. I get this sort of presence, right? Keeping that, like, even late fight for middle is so valuable. Slipping a player down there gives you so much security towards the B side, for example, here. Sid City doing well just to hold that down, but Toast with the judge. I guess that's why Vice is kind of nice too.
Yeah, I'm just thinking actually, I touch it after this round. Rez comes through, Vinny's back on his feet. Actually a push onto the side here, kind of tagged up though.
Oh, Sid City down on 15, but still standing. Could do with some support here. Again, Toast slow and steady, but Mel clean stuff. Hell, calm down.
Just thinking back to comms, actually, just touching there on the Vice, but also the opportunities for deadlock as well. You're talking about the Sage Wall, but I mean, it could be really, really interesting in terms of util for the post plant to aggressively take space, deny kind of ways back into sight. So
yeah, I mean, I think when this map gets into players' hands, I think they'll find that a lot of things could potentially work. Especially with when it comes to compet, you'll have the RR reduction on your losses,
so you can really play around.
You can really play around, learn the map, experiment with some stuff if you're feeling like it. But yeah, and just have fun.
And again, I'm pretty sure I just noted this, that Toast is using the Among Us crosshair, I believe it is.
Yes, I do believe that is.
And that would upset me further if I died to him with a judge in Toast's corner. Just knowing that now compounds
That's
issues.
why he's a judge player.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It does make sense.
You're not hitting headshots for that thing.
Nah.
It's really good position.
And this is what I was talking about, that playable space, kind of top middle, right? Again, it does feel like super close kind of, I guess, choke points, but very swingable, very playable from those deeper angles. And I kind of like that synergy then between Tens and I think it was, Kobe as well. Kind of like both working that. Let's go, Vinny. Now, just 3 of them remaining. Kaide, Vinny, and Josh. A couple of ults in play here too. Sid City gonna get diffed here, gonna say it. Vinny clearing up a little bit, but can he survive now? Kobe, a little too late for that.
Another push out here. Ten's still looking for something, lines him up again. Starting to get a little warmed up.
It's 7-5. It's a respectable half, though.
For sure.
10.
Oh my god. Oh, they're all standing.
They're all up.
That's a bold maneuver at 7-5. But why not?
Yeah.
And I heard there is like a something if you lose.
I've heard rumors. Yeah.
Whispers. I don't want to bring it up.
I saw a sneak preview of that.
Oh,
not before the watershed.
No, true.
No.
True. But yeah, stay tuned because you'll find out soon enough. And again, like in the distance, there's so much.
I mean,
detail to
just to come back to the visuals again, like when you're talking about elevating the art style and kind of the visuals and stuff, the map itself looks great, but the environment on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, like shout out to the art team. Oh, they found one.
Okay.
I mean, yeah,
Look
the
at
art.
this.
What is going on?
I mean, you can tell the art team had a lot of fun with this one. I think it was like something that we wanted to like really like hone in on. It's like, hey, how can we make our maps look even better than they do already while keeping that gameplay consistency?
I am seeing the Taxi Bear in what looks like a hot tub up there as well. Hopefully we can touch back on that soon as Kaide. I mean, just give Kaide a pistol. For some reason, she is obscenely good with it. And actually, I like that little like overhang kind of denies the Dizzy coming through. So you can play some of these corners, still have to be really locked in to clear them.
Yeah.
A bit of a different setup here towards I guess Team Tarek here on the B defense, they're stacked up towards the archway.
Like I told you, Kaide's nasty with that pistol.
Tens.
And she knows it's tens.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh! There's another one!
Stop it, please, Tens. Please, it's meant to be fun. Oh, God. Tens in a 1v2.
Oh my God.
Please come back, Tens. Please
Oh my
back.
God.
That's outrageous. A Red Bull clutch in a show match. I mean, he was the chosen one for a reason, Mike.
I think he heard you talking about Kaide with a pistol.
Yeah, my
and,
bad, my bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I
You,
take it back.
you stoked the fire.
Yep.
That was nuts, though.
Yeah, that was actually
Oh, the first, beautiful. The second follow-up, though, it's almost like a little fadeaway. Oh!
I love these like
enemy
headshot
remaining.
angles as well. Like you feel like you can play into it, but they are certainly that it gives you these like playable options.
Yeah.
Oh
I mean,
God.
tens. If you're tens though, the defenders don't stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
nice to be tens, I
Yeah.
guess,
We've got
right?
the example of brute forcing on a pistol.
Yeah.
Tower.
Oh,
And he gets it.
oh, again, these are those 50-50 corners still cleared, but you have that option. If you're not going to invest utility early, you're going to get punished.
Yeah, it's very dangerous to try to contact up, but
Oh.
they're just. Toast is getting his his three for sure.
Ace.
Nice four.
The crowd commands it. He's in his cam. Brilliant. Toast, get out of your cam.
Go hunting.
Toasting cameras. Right, Kaide, deny it, please. Oh no, they've...
Actually, yeah.
Here, they're coming. They're coming. They're coming.
Oh,
They're
I
on
think
the
we're going
way.
to see 4 knives out
They're
here
on
just
the way.
charging.
Oh, please, Kaide, don't go down like this. Oh no.
Another flash hit.
Toast with the ace. That's a nasty cam shot right back
Yeah,
to Kaide's
not
face.
happy.
What are you doing?
Not happy.
What are you doing, production? How dare you? Nastiness. And the judges look quite strong.
Well, just to come back though, also another example where initially the kill goes one way, but if you're stacked up, these trades can come through. And they're talking about kind of scaling up and leapfrogging.
Yeah.
You can get to size so quickly if you win this opening engagement.
Come on. Team Tarek, I need you guys to focus up a little bit here. All right? We need a little bit more play.
Like this wall.
Did you guys play much with the Sage, or was that something that you didn't really see as valuable as maybe we're seeing it here?
I think we tried
Yeah.
a lot of different stuff. I think the Sage is like we were trying like a more traditional, like hey,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
let's like wall stuff as an attacker, and like kind of what Yvonne did, like walling the main. But I think there's definitely a lot more room to explore with Sage, I'd say, especially like on B and A with some of the elevation.
Can you get a wall up to see out the window?
I think you might barely be able to.
Okay.
People are going to be... why did you give them the idea? Why did you say this? Let me enjoy my games. Yeah, get that utility. Okay. Who's holding the site? Kaide with a Guardian. Trying to play that little bit of a deeper angle, but Tens...
But they didn't
Oh,
clear
there
it.
it is. Yeah, there we go. Okay, one more. One more. Oh, no, there's the Flying Judge. Oh, good trade. We've got a team of judge abusers, Mike.
Yeah, yeah. It's like there's 5 links in the server.
Okay.
Oh, and there's the Omen going up into heaven, kind of stopping the rotate as fast as possible.
That is super nice, actually, seeing that in play. Toast playing on that corner again. You're going to get this control if you're not going to clear it. This is forcing their hand. Brutal, but you have to be so reserved with your utility, so heads up with it. And was that a little chess piece in the fountain?
The fountain looks like a rook piece.
I just think, I guess there we almost had an example of kind of the jet pathing into
There
side
it
here.
is.
It's
Oh,
almost
that's
similar
lovely.
to kind of getting into a ascent in terms of like the smoke forward. They usually dash for the switch to close the door, but you can get up onto the
hut.
Yeah, up on top of hut here, and then I guess it's just another updraft to get straight into heaven.
Yeah, I think you'd only be able to get on top of hut because there's no second updraft. I think you have to updraft onto the hut. Or maybe you can dash.
Out of charges.
And it looks pretty all in.
He dodges the tether.
Not being slowed down yet, still trying to play his life. Nice little reveal on side, but there's a lot of bodies here. Running out of
Bucky.
knives to play with, but the Bucky comes bounding through. Kaide killed. And at least he stops the rot here, but Plant's going to be in.
Yeah, so now the defenders are here, though. They're ready for the retake.
See if they can do some damage on this one. Yeah, nice from Josh. Keeping them pinned on the site this time.
Looking for more as well.
Oh, Vinny.
Scanning ahead.
Oh, it's there. Does that help out at all? Oh, no one able to make much of that.
This heaven position is actually deadly as well. Getting the scope up here.
Last player standing.
He can get anything done. No, it's City.
Clean.
Oh, now with a 3K.
Yeah, very nice.
I guess as well, yeah, you'd need to hop onto the little, maybe up onto the box to dash, and then so maybe it's a little more clunky than the ascent approach, but it was actually a nice set piece in the previous round with the cage in the corner to kind of path over the top of Hut.
Yeah.
Again, obviously been doing that in scrims.
Nice little inspect. Oh!
Oh! Yeah, we don't want that. It's not a judge. And again, just to come back here, how spammable is the Hut from both sides?
It's not very spammable. I think maybe on the small bits with the Odin, but not the Hut, like the thick part of the Hut. No.
Okay, Toast without. Oh, excuse me.
What?
Sorry, I didn't realize there was a second player. I found out in the kill feed. Oh, God. He's just filthy. Kaide doing the best she can, but I mean...
I think they're going for around the world right now. They're just in their spawn.
Yep, just taking the tour. Oh, wow, we got some RPers here. That's crazy.
Yes, the
That's
RP.
crazy. Vinny. Oh, you've unlocked one.
But you can see his face is like, what are they doing?
Guys, they're all in spawn. Oh. Yes, the fun police did indeed arrive.
Yeah.
I feel like I could lip read that one as well. Top 5, guys. 10's is kind of kicked up a gear. He's on 23 to 11.
Yeah.
Oh.
See, he's got back into the rhythm of being on stage.
Yeah. Yeah, he's quite good at stage games, isn't he?
Flank them. It's 5 man.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
We're leaking comms.
Okay. I like
that.
We're leaking comms, though.
So where in the map would you say this is the most feasible approach?
5-man slam? Probably through B.
Okay.
I think A, the attackers have a little bit more to work with.
Well,
oh,
they've teased us and they're not doing it.
Yeah, it was all a ruse. And it feels like they're trying to extend a little bit of gameplay here. I'm seeing Classics and Cherish, but I can also see your money. Team Toast. Oh, no. No, 10s. This feels like bullying.
Yeah.
This feels mean.
Big C's though, actually.
Oh God! Look at what's waiting. Look. There's knives, and there's a choke point. If they carry on this way, it's probably not going to feel. Oh no, Yvonne, don't. Oh no, they're getting baited in, Mike. They're getting baited in. Sid City waiting.
You can see they want to go in.
Oh, we got one.
It's Tarek the fool.
She's still going. I thought one was enough. The second as well. Damn. Are you really going to take that, Tarek? Are you letting that
I love
happen?
how it's Tarek the first to fall.
Beautiful, isn't it? There it is. A sacrifice. Giving it up. Oh, no.
Wait, so hang on, actually, who cheated? Who bought the guns there? So a few guns made it into sight.
Tarek, I need you to up the ante here.
All right, where's my 5-man flank?
We were promised this.
Yeah. Okay, now
it's
we've got
very loud round.
We've got 5 Odins now.
Now we can see how spammable
yeah,
the
we're
map
testing
is.
There we go.
Balls are.
Well,
this is the one we want about.
Well, at least you have other spots to play. You have options.
That is true. That would not be fun otherwise. Luckily, mostly unscathed here.
Yeah, they didn't really get too much from that. Actually, they're.
I mean, yeah, Toast the full
Look at mid. They're just getting so much free info.
Oh, comes in.
It's not pretty gameplay.
No, this is not probably the caliber that the next game's going to be like.
No.
But you never know. Oh, it's just very loud here. It's very, very loud. Thank you, Vinny, and thank you, Tarek, for quietening down Team Toast.
Have they run out of money yet? As I say, do we get another
knife round?
Do we get another weird purchase?
I think they're just going for a real buy pretty soon.
Yeah.
I mean, for Toast, that is just any sort of shotgun, so...
I guess another question as well with to get a reveal into that site, it kind of has to go through the window. What are the opportunities to come over that archway in terms of the skybox? Because is there any kind of possibilities for, you know, early reveals to set it up, or do you have to take the space in front of that window?
You kind of need to take the space in front of the window. You can do some level of recon for it.
Go.
There's something in there.
They're going all in. They want to end this one, it looks like. For this tournament site, we do have that Vice utility here as well. TP up towards Heaven. Tens has a go, and it just clips the ankle almost. Josh Zeki, beautiful from him.
That right there, that positioning is primed. Oh, but Mel just goes through Heaven.
Look, Mel's getting kind of slippery with these positions, figuring out the map.
But did she TP in, actually?
Yeah,
she did.
Oh, okay. 3v2, Mel and Toast. Hello, Tarek, and wake up here, buddy. Mel is reining it in. Nice little glimpse out there.
Yeah, they took the bait.
Oh, this time.
The TP in as well.
Oh, Mel is putting on a masterclass. This could be lovely, but a tap on the spike, going to draw the hand, has to show. Okay, Mel, you ending it now up against Mel. You
don't do it. Don't do it.
Mel.
Is she sticking it?
Waste the time. No. A nice try all around. The 13-7. Team Toast coming out swinging.
It's our first international Corrode champions.
True.
Crown.
True. There it is. Mel, top of the board. Tens, top of the board. Very good performance. Nice to see what the Open can do here as well. Just, you know, TPing around, getting kind of slippery with that verticality. It was super nice to witness.
It was. I mean, I'm glad we saw a couple of examples, particularly towards mid, some of the things we were talking about ahead of time. I'm interested to see kind of how the development of post plants kind of, that's where I'm leaning with this. The defender side aggression, like you said, setting up kind of set pieces and more initiator oriented gameplay, but also how the post plants develop. Is there anything that kind of stood out to you?
No, I think they were kind of playing it how I would think like a high level team, you know, of this caliber would play. Like they were going for a lot of mid splits. They were trying to like take their time as they're getting the site. I think there was times where like example from Josh Zeki where he was able to hold down elbow and get those smooth picks. I think that's exactly kind of what the gameplay we want to see.
Oh, that was good fun. All good spirits though, even after the knives.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, touch and go for a minute there.
Some brawl breaks out on the site.
Coming out,
it was ramping up a little bit, but I think overall, I just want to see what the teams do with this now in their hands. You know what I mean? Get those pro teams out there, see what they can make of this map, because you saw glimpses of what it could look like. And again, we are getting ourselves ready here for the Verizon post-game interview. You can see Yinzu getting locked in down on stage. And yeah, everyone just lining up. And again, I think a good first glimpse.
Yeah, for sure. I guess key takeaways, like I said, is I'm really excited to see kind of composition changes, some of the other things we've talked about.
All right, we're going to pass it on down to Yinzu. Let's hear from the captains of that fantastic show match.
Well, that was a fabulous display of mechanics, skills, talent on the new map. I'm now joined by Toast and Tarek here, but I didn't realize we are going to have everyone here. So real quick, Tens, you're coming back, right? After that, you're coming back.
Maybe. Yeah, Kaide called me Wash, so I had to show her what's up.
You have to come back, Tens. That was crazy up there. But Toast, the judge, the Cypher defense setups, it was so nasty. What about you? Have you ever thought about maybe, I know you like to start your own team, but maybe put yourself in there?
Yeah, this experience has taught me that I don't need to hire players. I can be the player on my team.
I completely agree. But Tarek, it wasn't for a lack of trying. You brought it as well. Love the things that you managed to show us. What did you make of the new map? There was a lot of kind of new things. We saw the Odin spam and so on and so forth.
Yeah, well, honestly, that was not a great first experience of the new map. I was getting judged and ran down just like left and right. But no, I think it's going to be really exciting, and it'll bring a new flavor to Valorant, so it's fun to see what'll happen with it. Yeah, it's going to be good.
And very quickly, which team do you anticipate to be able to take over on this map?
Which team do I think will be good on the map? I mean, I got to say Sentinels.
I agree with you, but more importantly, there's a reason why there is a cake here. As you guys know, the loser is gonna get this cake to the face. So I just want to make sure we're out of the firing line. Toast, you earn this. Enjoy this. You need help? I think he needs a bit of help. Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Going for a toast. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! What a day it is here at the Grand Finals. Congratulations once again to Team Tarek. But the main event is coming up right after this. One more time, guys. Give it up for Team Toast.
All I gotta say is I'm a little bit jealous because I look like Red Velvet, and I love me some Red Velvet. Body built by Red Velvet, you know what I'm saying? But in any case, everyone, welcome back. Golden Boy here on the desk. We have the one and only. We have Leo Faria. We also have Anna Dolan. You guys know them, right? Give it up, you don't mind. Give it up.
Guys.
Muchas gracias.
Hello.
All right, so we do this every event.
We do.
It's kind of become a tradition of ours at this point, which is super fun. So why don't we go ahead and first talk about the new map. Just debuted new map. Looks awesome. Looks super fun. Personal experience, have you had a chance to play on it? Who you main on it?
I have played on it. I haven't decided who I want to main on it yet.
Okay.
I loved watching it in action today, though, because we make these things. We have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I love watching them try. It was great.
And the trailer was great. Yeah. The cinematic was awesome.
Oh, it was super dope. Super dope. And that cake was Super Cakes approved. Super Cakes approved.
Super Cakes approved.
Super Cakes approved.
That's right. You got to hear first. But Leo, yeah, I mean, this map looks like it's going to be a pretty fun addition to the circuit when we finally get it added there. Lots of variety as far as like defensive holds are concerned, even though we did see the attackers really do some work. So I think teams are going to have some fun with this one. What do you think about it?
Man, we're very excited. Look, this map's going to bring something like a more straightforward type of gameplay to Valorant in the VCT. As you said, it is supposed to give you more of that layer defense to our competition. So yeah, we're very excited.
Yeah, I'm pumped to see how some of our pro teams take to it.
That's right. Maps always play a big role in how Valorant unfolds. So looking forward to seeing it in play.
Exactly. Now, another thing, and you guys can probably see it over here, is our MVP bracelet, because we're going to be awarding our most valuable player at the end of this. Leo, who's in your running so far for MVP?
Look, man, I think we have really good candidates this event. I think, look, I think our boy Forsaken has a real shot.
I like that.
He's a PRX veteran who's been with that roster since 2021. You know, his like flex player been killing the event, so we'll see. Right. But
okay, Toronto, how we feel? You think Forsaken could be MVP? Toronto, what do you think? We got some Forsaken fans out here. Anna, what about you?
All right, I think I'm gonna go Fnatic. I'm gonna say, it doesn't even need up to me. I saw them crown Kayak yesterday. They crowned their own boy.
They did crown Kayak.
So they're telling us they crown Kayak. I'm going with Kayak.
You know what? Honestly, Kayak has been looking incredible up there. We're looking forward to seeing him take to that stage. Oh yeah, that kid's incredible, without a doubt. Now, all right, well, look, we'd like to talk about some fun stuff up here, and any news that we should be expecting late this year and beyond regarding, like, the game, the sport, everything. What do you got to share first?
I mean, there's always something coming, right? So, look, it is June, right? June? We're still in June, I think.
Yes,
June?
Crazy enough. It feels like it's been 5 years.
I know.
Yes.
Like, every time we come to one of these, I feel like the year just ended. This one has not ended. We still got a lot to go. Of course, we have another agent coming out this year, so we've got that to look forward to. Yeah, no details, but yes, we do have another agent coming. We've got replays, finally. Replays on the way.
Replays! We like replays.
I don't think we deserve applause, but I am super happy that they're coming. We've got the Unreal 5 update. I actually did want to say, we saw a lot of player chatter around concerns that maybe UE5 is going to make it less performant on lower end machines. I actually think it's going to do the opposite that. So I want to make sure people don't have to worry about that. Game's still going to run really well. And then I think, we're going to spend the rest of this year really dialing in things like gunplay, agent abilities, things like that. That's going to be a big focus for us. Hopefully you've already seen some of those changes coming online. We've been working on that a bit. I've seen it in this event actually paying off a lot. But I think what you're going to see post-champs is some of our a little bit more aggressive changes. Not too aggressive, but there's a good chance we break some stuff, There's a good chance we break some stuff. But the goal is to get it fixed and good heading into 26. So I think the game's going to be in a really, really good spot heading into next year.
Oh, I know a lot of people are excited about that for sure. And, for me as a little esports nerd, Leo, what do we have? Because champs around the corner. We're going to Paris. It looks like it's going to be a blast. What do you got?
Champs is always, the moment we pull all the stops. Of course, we have stage 2 before, and that playoff is going to be sick. But yeah, champs coming up. Paris, by the way, a reminder for everyone, verify your account if you want to buy tickets, right? We want to make sure tickets go to fans.
That's
and
right.
we have a verification process, so make sure to verify your account. But look, we're very excited. We've been trying a number of new things this year, including leading a little bit more into this convention vibe, more community, more activation, fans closer to the action. And we're seeing that in Toronto. We're going to see that at Champs. But of course, we still have more to come. We have Ascension after Champions.
Yeah.
We have Game Changers Championship coming to Law Park in
Which
Seoul
is
for the first
crazy.
time.
That's going to be so awesome. I'm excited for that one.
There's still
man.
lots to come this year.
Yeah, you know, even speaking for myself as like an old school esports kid who like went to these conventions back in the day, compete in a lot of these tournaments, it really did bring back the feeling for me. I do want to give a special shout out to the Artist Alley. They are absolutely incredible
Isn't it
out
incredible?
there. Yeah, and if you're in the venue and you haven't had a chance to check out Artist Alley yet, please do so. Support local artists. They can very much use your support and really just creative stuff, man.
I spent so much money.
Okay. Hey, you know, and then there's more money to spend. No, but seriously, go check them out. It's amazing stuff here. And, you know, speaking of amazing, we're actually celebrating 5 years of Valorant, and it has been quite the journey to get to this point here, Leo. What's one of your favorite memories, man?
Man, look, it's hard to choose one. I think there's so many. I really love, like, that very first event we had fans, a crowd in Copenhagen.
Yeah. That was my first event. Yeah,
right?
man. Yeah.
Lock-in holds a special place in my heart. But I think my favorite is Champions in LA.
Yeah.
Just because, look, it was such an iconic venue. It was Riot's backyard, so it meant a lot to us. And the whole story of that tournament was beautiful. Seeing that team and Potter, you know, lifting the championship trophy in front of the home crowd, it felt very special.
Yeah, it was historic. It was such a moment, without a doubt. All right, and what about you? What's your favorite memory of these 5 years?
This was like the hardest question on this entire thing.
Yeah,
honestly.
it's still listed as TBD.
I know, it's TBD in your notes. I was like, what one thing for 5 years? Look, I will say, I think closed beta, honestly, is like, it's gonna just, I don't know what's gonna top that feeling in that moment when like we had put our heart and soul into this thing.
Yeah.
We didn't know if anyone was gonna wanna play it. We didn't know if anyone was gonna show up. And then those servers started lighting up, Twitch streams, code drops. Like it was so overwhelming. Andy Ho, our EP, was like physically dropping codes to people. We're like calling, can we get more servers? And that's kind of like, you know, it was like this moment where we knew like we'd made something that people would like want to play and that they would want to invest their time in. And that was the dream. Like we didn't make it for us, like we made it for all of these people. So that moment, well, I don't know what could top
you know,
that,
even
honestly.
from like me as like a video game industry nerd, like what you guys accomplished releasing a game during COVID like that was actually quite unprecedented at the time and was historic.
Not
Actually laid the groundwork for a lot of the industry moving forward. So, and that's not blowing smoke. I'm being honest. Like that genuinely is like what happened. So you guys have a lot to be proud of
Thank
there.
you so much.
And it's been quite the journey.
Thank you.
It
It's
really
been a
has.
huge journey. Thank you. And thank you to everybody. It's been
For real.
amazing. Yeah.
And seriously, I mean, it's always a pleasure to get an opportunity to chat with you guys. There's always going to be more trickles of goodness down the road, and I'm
Always.
excited for it as well. But for now, folks, that is where we are going to leave you here. For now, you mind giving us a round of applause for Leo and Anna. Thank you so much for joining me here on the desk.
Thank you, Toronto!
Because Toronto has been incredible, and the good news is we have more to come because the grand finals between PRX and Fnatic are around the corner. But for now, let's go ahead and hear from one possible MVP contender. We spoke with Jing about making the grand finals in this Omen player moment.
Hello everyone, I'm Tsing and I'm from PRX. Also are really good. They're definitely a really good team and they also came into this tournament with a lot of confidence. I think Silfat BB has played a really big part in helping them. I've seen like many clips online of him like cheering his team up and just giving his entire team a lot of energy and confidence. So I think that played a really big part in how they're playing right now. So yeah, I think that was really important. So big props to Silfat BB.
Gonna have to do work here, Silfat BB does well to find them.
Of course, it's really exciting and really proud of my team because in Pacific, we were like down 0-3 and we barely even made it to playoffs in Pacific. So yeah, I mean, now we have really good momentum. So hopefully the Cinderella run continues. I see all the PRX jerseys in the crowd. You guys truly fuel our will to win. This one is going to be for you. Thank you.
Now, these two teams have both made incredible runs in their respective brackets to get to this point. The PRX train rolled through the uppers and scored 3 straight 2-0s, taking down many tournament favorites along the way. And then over on the lower side, you had Fnatic, who survived 4 straight elimination matches, including a best-of-5 to make it back to their first grand final in 728 days. Of course, joining me back on the desk here, you have Kukuka as well as Mimi, as we're going to break everything down for today's Grand Finals matchup between PRX and Fnatic. But before we dive into everything, that is going to bring us to our MasterCard fan poll. We want to know which team you think is going to lift that trophy today. Scan the QR code, cast your vote for PRX or Fnatic, and then of course all throughout the finals, make sure you use the hashtags VCT as well as Valorant Masters so we can get your good stuff on the broadcast. All right, guys, let's go ahead and talk about this game here because this is PRX's third Grand Final appearance, and yet they only have donuts to show for it in the category of wins. What's going on here?
And the first two are both heartbreakers in their history. All the way back in Copenhagen, the first event with a live audience, PRX fell to FPX's incredible lower bracket run. And then it was another heartbreak when they came back again a couple years later to qualify to the Grand Finals at Champions in Los Angeles. So now, Bea, the question today is, will the third time be the charm for PRX?
Yeah, exactly. It's not only that. They've been a part of so many of these best of fives, getting further into the tournaments. But so far, it's not only the grand finals, also the lower brackets. They still have to win a best of five globally. And in so many occasions, we spoke about PRX. Come on, this is their tournament. And as we look at how it's been looking in the comparison between these two teams in these global appearances, we see on the right side Fnatic with those two firsts and then going down but coming back up. But for PRX, they're on the same of like, let's go back to greatness and set a difference today.
In terms of every team in Valorant, PRX is one of those squads, one of those organizations that has the deepest pedigree, that have been to almost 10 global events across their history in the game. The fact that they don't have a trophy yet is a shock. And that's why people love this team, why they root for them, because everyone has been waiting for that moment where it finally happens, where they finally lift a trophy. And today they have another chance.
They really do. This team has certainly won the hearts of a lot of people throughout their tenure in the history of Valorant esports. But that young man on your screen there is someone who we thought we said goodbye to for a little while, but turns out not to be the case. Jing came back with the squad and ended up being stronger than ever, Mimi.
This was supposed to be his last match at Champions when they lost in that finals. It was a heartbreaking way to go. He went to register for his national service, which is required for everyone in Singapore, but it turned out that he had a medical issue that meant that he could not complete that service, but that he still could come back and play. So PRX got this opportunity to have their superstar, who they didn't even think that they would have, back on their roster. And now, more than a year since they thought it would be his last game, he's in another final with the squad that has always been his.
If you think about PRX, you have to think about Jing. If you think
100%.
of why you love this team, why you support them, it's being crazy. It's playing the game the way no other team apparently can do. And one of the players that is one of the best in doing so is Jing. He thrives in the chaos, and I think that today has a very good chance of getting that MVP bracelet if PRX manages to get the victory.
Which would be massive for him. But taking a look on the other side of the stage, you have that guy right there, Chronicle, who is looking to become the undisputed GOAT, greatest of all time in Valorant. If he wins this tournament, it will be 4 trophies for this man. 4 trophies, and he's only 22 years old.
Chronicle is one of the biggest legends of this game. He was one of the first ever winners that we had in EMEA back in Masters Berlin, doing it with different rosters, doing it from different roles. There is nothing Chronicle cannot do. Initiator, Duelist, Sentinel, it doesn't matter. And if we take a look at the numbers, he's always been one of the most consistent players in this game.
Valorant's most consistent player, I would say. He has been here since the beginning, attending the second Masters event and lifting a trophy there, going to the final Champions that year. No matter what time, what meta, what teammates, Chronicle goes deep in tournaments, and he only gets better the bigger the stage is. He's already improved from the group stage to now in playoffs, and you know he's the type of guy who's gonna step up in a grand final like this one.
Oh, without a doubt. Now, of course, you do got to consider the IGLs in this moment here, because you have Boser, you just saw on your screen, and Forsaken. And Forsaken stepping into this role for like the first time here. This is a huge opportunity for him, and he's going up against one of the greatest callers in the game. It's a tall task to ask of this young man.
For years, you ask PRX, who's your IGL? Who's your IGL? They're gonna tell him, we're all
Valorant
calling
is
it
the IGL.
We're doing whatever. But now you ask him, and they're going to say Forsaken. He has stepped up as a leader through what has been the hardest patch for PRX. They had a really rough 2024. They missed out on Bangkok, the first ever global event in Southeast Asia, at home for them. But now here they are again with an opportunity and against a guy who's always loved this team.
Exactly. Boaster has always been in the side supporting, right? Because we've never seen these two teams playing on a best of 5. So, of course, when the tournament runs deep, I think that we've also seen in socials throughout the years how they have such a good relationship between these two teams, between specifically these two IGLs. I love the fact that we have a PRX that still, throughout the years, has managed to make this style work.
Boaster was a grand finalist for Valorant's first ever global event, and he's still here. He's still bringing up new rookie players. You look at Alpha. He was the guy who brought him into Tier 1. In a lot of ways, made him the MVP candidate he is today. Now Boaster's here again, without Durka, without Mini, those right-hand men he had for his entire run as a leader, and he is still championship caliber. You have to say, if he wins today, there's no contest that he is Valorant's best IGL.
You don't get to this position this many times by mistake. Plain and simple.
No, absolutely. And I think that we have seen his evolution also emotionally. He's lived through every single one of these tournaments. We've seen it at the highest and also at the lowest. So seeing him back here, it speaks volumes about what we say.
It's going to be incredible. Now, today will be the first global finals for our rookies. Let's go ahead and hear what Kayak and Patman had to say to Yinsu, earlier today.
I've now got the super rookies of the tournament here with me, Patman from PRX and Kayak from Fnatic. You might have an idea what the other person might be feeling right now because it is both of your first tournaments and you're already in the final. So I wanted to ask you 2 questions. First of all, Patman, what does it mean to you to make it already this early on in your career?
Of course, it's a dream come true. Like before, I'm just watching everyone, and now I'm playing in a grand final. So yeah, feel excited.
And Kayak, you won Ascension, like 9 months ago, and now you're already in a global final. How does that feel for you?
I mean, it means a lot, but it's a game same as other games, so no extra pressure, no anything, no expectations. So hoping for a good game.
And of course, the final match, the opponents are very interesting as well. What do you think about PRX?
I think they are good opponents. I wanted to face them like before the grand final, but didn't get a chance. So finally we meet each other, and I think both of the teams have much different play styles, so it's gonna be a good game.
I hope so too. And what about you, Patman?
I mean, like what he said, we play like both different play style, so it's gonna be like playing a chess, I guess. And yeah, I feel so excited to face against them because before I'm just watching Boaster do like cool walkouts, and now I'm facing with him. So yeah.
Well, I can't wait to see your walkouts. Thank you very much.
Earlier on, we asked you for the MasterCard fan poll who you thought was going to walk away with the grand finals victory. And the results are in. The community says 71.6% for PRX. Mimi, do they finally lift a trophy over their head?
It makes sense for a couple different reasons, right? That this feels like it's just their time. Losing 2 finals before, being in another one, having a double ban advantage. But still, when you look at this sheet, a lot of us thought Fnatic would win today. And for me, a lot of that just goes to the tenacity of this lower bracket run, that they've done it already on maps they're not good at. And even with that double ban advantage, I think if this gets deep, if we get to a map 5, I back Fnatic in those high pressure positions.
And when we look at the record that we were speaking about, those best of 5s, both of the times that PRX made it to the grand final was also through the upper bracket. And if history is to repeat itself, maybe that advantage is not enough if the other team has been having everything on the line for so many days.
The first trophy that PRX ever lost was to an EMEA team who went on the lower bracket run when they came through the uppers. It's a question of
just like Fnatic.
3 years on if history repeats itself here.
Oh man, they say lightning can't strike twice here in Toronto. Well, we're about to find out, people, because after 12 days of competition, we're now down to the final 2. It's PRX versus Fnatic. Best of 5 for the trophy. The Masters Toronto Grand Final starts right now.
Late mid lurk as well, coming out from Jing. Juicy tries to make something of it. Takes away Forsaken, but the number's still good.
PRX is like one mind together as a team.
Keep moving, boys.
Listen, guys, just play side. People's thought and feeling come together in that moment.
In this though, it's all going a little topsy-turvy.
Last me. We just play like usual, but There's some pride on the line here.
Together, boys. Together.
Round by round, a track by track, the final destination is now locked in for PRX.
I think this moment is really exciting. We barely even made it to playoffs in Pacific, so really proud of my team.
2 years in the making, but PRX are finally back in another grand final.
First time I ever made it to grand finals, it was Copenhagen. I mean, of course we were kind of sad, but at the same time we were so happy and proud of how far we went. Second time I was in grand finals was Champs LA.
Are your VALORANT World Champions?
I still remember the feeling of walking past EG and watching them hold up the trophy. That loss was quite hard on all of us. We thought like we had the experience from Copenhagen and we would play really well in LA Champs, but unfortunately that was not the case. After the tournament, everyone received so much love from the fans. That made me really happy as well, and it made me push harder to keep being good at the game. Just like us, it's been long since Fnatic has been in the grand finals. It's gonna be a great match.
It's been a while since I've been in the grand finals. But damn, does it feel good to be back.
Fnatic bringing out a brand new look. Beautiful from Fnatic. Sentinels left in ruin.
Let's kick off. Well played. I'm here, boys. I'm here.
Coming to this day, I have already 3 trophies.
And they sent G2 packing.
Doesn't matter what happened in the past.
One hell of a lower bracket run so far.
Nice, Kaya. Let's go.
What matters is the current moment and how you handle it.
And Fnatic Grand Finals now awaits.
This is my first time to have a chance to lift a trophy. I will remember this moment forever.
I think the best aimers is Turkish players. If they try to pick me, I'm gonna show them where I'm from.
This time, I'll be the one lifting the trophy.
We're on my home soil now, so it's time to take over.
We're gonna show you that we are the better team. With my boys, I know what we're capable of, and I know that we can reach the top.
You are all my family. Let's go get that trophy.
Let's make some bloody noise.
Get ready to get wrecked. The train is coming.
Toronto, welcome to your Masters Grand Finals! Today, our last 2 teams are fighting for a place in history to hoist this trophy. So let's introduce our first team. It's PRX! The rookie, Pac-Man! On the up, something! The Sentinel Dives! The Flex Master, Forsaken! And your duelist, Jay! And Coach, and representing EMEA, the organization that's been here since the beginning and a former Masters winner, let's introduce the Your Flex Chronicle! your star rookie, Kayak! The IGL Booster! The Sentinel of And his last hope is and Coach
It's been over 700 days since Fnatic lifted a trophy over their head, and for PRX, it's a feeling they've yet to experience. It's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. It's time for the grand finals.
PRX, this was not supposed to be their year. They didn't even make it to Bangkok. They started stage 1 wrong, but this train has been on an unbelievable roll all the way to the finals. The question now is only if they can get their first trophy.
And as we take a look at the Omen map select, we see that advantage in the veto. PRX are going to take out the Haven, something that they've been doing the entirety of the tournament, and Ascent, a very good map for Fnatic, where they've been showing a different face. Sunset is where things are going to start. And I'm surprised that Fnatic, even though they've been leaning towards the Lotus, towards the split, they decide to go for Icebox as their first map pick.
I actually like this idea. They leave the Lotus, the split. I think the two most even maps in this series for the end. Fnatic, though, they need to win on Icebox, because Pearl's their permaban. They've never won on Sunset. They are massively unfavored against PRX on those two maps. If they win today, I think it has to be a 5-map series. It goes all the way.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a very testing the resistance of the team. I think the third one is the one that is the most exciting, and you have a very good point. Fnatic, they probably will suffer in the first half of this veto, but this is what it all comes to. Yes, you've been learning a lot throughout this event. You've been showing new faces, new compositions, and you've also dealt with defeat. How far can you take it?
This final is so interesting. Such different styles of teams. The fastest squad on the attack side at this tournament. PRX, who's prioritizing these double duelist comps, who is fast, they're crazy, against Fnatic, who is a team all about the macro. They play slow. They try and make every decision perfectly. There could not be teams more opposed in the way that they want to play Valorant facing off in this final.
But you know what's really interesting to me here, girls, is that, look, yes, PRX have been known for that W gaming lifestyle, and we love the W gaming lifestyle. But one thing that we have seen at this event, might be a little cringe, W strategy. We've seen these two teams, but most importantly, PRX add depth. Exactly, that is the perfect word there. And it came in the form of Patman, but it also came with this squad, really Kukuka deciding, hey, in order for us to hit that next level, this structure, the way we have to build needs to start from the foundation ground up, and they have done exactly that, and now look at where they are right now.
Oh, I think that especially because of the way the PRX plays the game individually, fundamentally, they have to be the best, because they have to thrive in the chaos that they themselves want to see themselves in. So for that to happen, everybody has to have the right reaction, the right read within the game. And I think that Fnatic are going to struggle, especially and mostly important is not when the round happens, but after a very quick round. If PRX hits you with another quick round, the downtime, the pre-round becomes the most important part in the game.
Yeah, getting hit with a jab and a right hook, right after the other, and that is something you do not want to have happen.
And that's where it's going to be difficult, I think. Most of these players, they've been on these stages before. They've won trophies, or at least gotten damn close in the case of PRX. But for two of them, they are brand new rookies, where this is their first global tournament stepping onto this stage. It hasn't even been a year since Kayak won Ascension in EMEA. It's barely been any longer since we saw Patman lose out on his opportunity to even go to Pacific Ascension before he got this opportunity with PRX. And now they're both in a final.
And now one of the reasons why maybe Fnatic has been able to make it this far is the new revamp that we've seen in their coaching staff. We were just seeing it on the screen. Both Scat coming from BBL and Milan We heard yesterday from Yinsu, yes, when the first victory that EMEA had globally after the Gambit, that first champions that we remember very fondly, Milan was part of that ascent.
He was, but on the other side, it's a change-up, right? Mini, the guy who was with Fnatic since the beginning, was at Reykjavik with
on the other side today.
Yeah, first ever tournament, and now here he is, helping out PRX. We're into the agent select for Sunset. This is a great map for PRX. We expect them to lock in this Sage comp that they've looked so good on this tournament.
Yeah, we also have seen Kayak regionally playing with that Sage, making a little bit of those walls that we love and could have a lot of impact. I want to see if he's going to be expecting them. For me, is one of the flaws or the gaps that I could see in the PRX composition is not having that Cypher that I think that on Sunset could be a difference maker in many of the circumstances, especially when you like playing slow like Fnatic. So on the second half, that's what I'm looking at on the side of PRX.
And especially looking at Chronicle, Valorant's winningest player. He is so good at finding those timings, finding those gaps. His lurks have been impactful for all the years he's been at the top.
Oh man, you can feel it in the venue here. It feels as if, you know, this is like a Super Bowl type of joint right now, and I'm all about it because you got these two teams with such incredible stories that have brought us so much entertainment throughout the years. You talk about the 5-year celebration of Valorant's history. These two teams have been there practically from the start. So for these guys to be a part of this moment, but also to be facing each other on the stage like this, Mimi, in such a fashion, it really is something else.
It's truly special. Crashes as well. He was there at the beginning, always one of the best with Optic back in the day. Didn't think he'd have an opportunity to even play in Tier 1 again after how things went with NRG. Signs with Fnatic, moves to Europe, and now back on another Masters stage at another Grand Finals with a completely new roster.
And you know what's really impressive about this Fnatic team for me, Bea, is the fact that this squad feels calm and composed in the moment. And in fact, they feel like they're relishing in this atmosphere.
Yeah, there's been some moments, right? But I think that they are learning from all of those moments. One of the people that has learned a lot and evolved a lot, not only Kaya that we're seeing here and how exponential he's run through Valorant is also Alpha. The way that he controls mid on this map, if he is able to make a difference from map 1, it is not a good prediction for PRX.
And that's what it's all about right there, the trophy. And for this young man, that has eluded him for so long in his career. Even the other guy to his right there, Forsaken, now putting himself in a position to lead the team to victory. But folks, the moment is finally here, and the trophy is within reach. Let's get the grand final started and send it over to two of the greatest of all time. It's Bren and Sideshow.
Well, kind words from GB, but there is energy here in this arena today. We have two titans of the sport, to be honest. Legacy teams that have been there since the beginning, and they are battling tooth and nail now for a chance. PRX, they've had many chances in the past, but now there's another one in front of them, and they are going to want to grip it, but they are up against a Fnatic, unstoppable all the way throughout that lower bracket. Looking to carve themselves into the history books a little bit deeper.
It's the team that has a strong claim as best of all time up against the best team that's never won. And there are many squads out there that would love to have as many chances as PRX have had at a trophy. And PRX, every time it seems to slip through their grasp. This feels like the moment. Coming through the upper bracket, double map ban advantage. In some sense, it's PRX's trophy to lose there in the middle between these two teams. But both are going to be scrapping for every inch, and it starts here on Sunset, a map that Fnatic are forced to play.
All steady for now. PRX nice and grouped up. Contact plays. They're hoping that they can grab an unaware player. Fnatic all playing A for retake, though.
It's a confident start, taking this kind of risk. You could well run into somebody holding a one and done, but they're relying on the fact that Fnatic love to play for retake in these situations.
Yeah, so much util saved for PRX. They better get themselves into the post here, but bodies are already starting to get over towards that A site. Fnatic. 5 plays here, double flank occurring. Something has to be the stopping player in motion, and already trying to take a fight straight through spawn. Nade sailing up and overhead through main though, and these players getting squeezed. Crashes. It's already drawn blood. Fnatic are going to be hoping that it's the first of many, but it's a slow orb as well, just to slow the approach. At least for now, it's tepid, cautious, being played. Fnatic know that they have plenty of time to work with here. There's a time he potentially missed again. It's being jumped upon Alpha here from the side, sticking all the way. Crashes, there's no stopping him! Fnatic lay claim to the opening pistol.
A slow siege upon the A site there from both teams, actually. Fnatic back into the retake. Managed to navigate all of that post-plant util. And the squeeze really came down onto something. He had to hold 2 players off on the flank and then got caught by that recon. Crashies with a very important round.
Nice! Come on, man! Come on! Bring me the best!
And the Viper Orb set up there for the retake as well from Chronicle, just allowing Fnatic to be able to get back in. A nice idea from PRX. I think you can see both teams have a good understanding. And here, looking like there might potentially be a crunch play in B. Boaster's got a paranoia he could go for.
Cycling through the util. Chronicle's hunting for heads. Not going to find too much, but PRX are not far behind. Rattling a few shots of their own here. Good time to talk about, I think, some of the expectations for players, I think, so far, but Fnatic are stacked with storylines, talent. It's all there. Plenty of players looking to get their hands on that trophy, lift it. Add another one to the tally, perhaps, for some of them. Chronicle, one of our most storied players of all time.
And Alfia as well, who's making a run towards MVP at this event. I think might be the first contact against these eco players. He's able to challenge a bit more aggressively.
The paranoia to try and set him up. Aggression called for, looking to try and crunch these PRX players in their place. But the Alpha's taking liberties. This is a guy that has been let loose, unleashed. An MVP candidate. Of course, he can take these risks with just a pistol in hand. He's not going to be offering up any sort of guns here.
30 seconds left. Spike
Death by 1,000
A.
cuts. PRX are feeling right now.
And another really solid hold on. PRX not doing anything too crazy just yet. We know that this is a team that can turn up the tempo massively, but early on here on Sunset, playing for all maximization, playing to slowly contact into areas and try to figure out what this Fnatic defense looks like. The more you contact, the more important people like Althea and his utility become. And Crashies, the drone, the recon, Alpha's trips and cam. And this round, expecting a B pop, Boaster's got the troops positioned to defend on B. 4 players stacked from Fnatic.
All stacked up. Crashies, the lone defender towards A, full confidence in the retake, and Kayak gone wandering, lurking up through mid. He's going to be getting a lot of information.
This is a really nice timing, and PRX, one of the only things they do wrong is clearing these kind of spots.
Slight miss shot.
Good information, though, for the attackers, and Crashies.
Crashies!
What a shot!
What a challenge to take.
He might think, though, that that's the only lurk player. It's difficult to expect the other 4 stacked up behind, but Kayak has read it.
And here comes the pincer, here comes the crunch! Kayak instantly domes 2. PRX are left reeling on their buy round. Fnatic maintaining discipline. It's composure that sailed them all the way through here. The rifles, it's going to have to be raw heroics to see if he can stand a chance in this one. PRX none the wiser. Lurks on lurks. Alpha here dropping Divine and a spike in their laps. It's inevitable at this point.
Jing's got an impossible task ahead of him, a 1v4 stuck in elbow. Even if he tried to save, it's not going to work. 30 seconds, spike abandoned. Fnatic can put the squeeze on. They'd love to get another rifle on board and deny it away from PRX.
Jing, percentage.
He can't even get one. What a beautiful round from Fnatic, Brennan. A couple of strategic things as well for this EMEA team, looking strong early. One of which is Kayak is feeling confident enough to go for that kind of play in round 3. This is a rookie player coming in, having just won Ascension. He's played fantastically inside EMEA in stage 1. But to be able to do that in your first global event, in your first grand finals, that is confident. That's what you need. And the other part too is they're stressing the flank. PRX don't have a Cypher, they don't have a Vice, they don't have any ability to watch the flank with some kind of piece of util. And already after round 3, Alex is calling a timeout. This is a worrying sign for PRX, considering that this is the map that arguably they're the most favored on. That's why they've taken us here first.
And there's all that talk about, listen, the double map advantage. Fnatic don't have a deep map pool. let me tell you, when you get to grand finals, when you get into that best-of-5 territory, forget the strategy, the experience plays the biggest difference. Fnatic have that in spades. And you can make the same argument for PRX, but they've never done it. They've never lifted a trophy themselves before. They've come close, and they've always missed the mark. It's one of the things that's going to be circling around their heads.
And if you think all the way back to Copenhagen, the final map, as far as I can remember, they threw a crazy composition out there as well. They're playing Yoru Breach on Breeze, which is just, I mean, even in the current Yoru Breach era is a bit of a mad idea to comprehend. They were always happy to go in and throw the punches and see what landed. Whereas Fnatic, I think, are going to be coming into a game like this with heavy ideas and strategy and ways of anti-stratting and breaking down what PRX have got in store for them. Especially on maps they knew were coming early, like here on Sunset.
The Outlaws could thrive in this setting. Sea of players on half armor. The dart immediately dealt with. Kayak is safe.
Never a worry, never a doubt that that recon was going to get broken. Crashy's always had that, leaving Kayak to hold onto the smoke. Forsaken.
Yes, risky business, but again, risks have to be taken when you're down like this. PRX going to increase the tempo, increase the heat. Taking control out towards market already. Stray shots, no damage. They need a couple more where that comes from. And now putting in the crunch.
Spike down, B.
Now they crumble towards it, but there's rifles in the hands of Chronicle, and he's taking this one. Oh, spotted still. It's just that 1-for-1. Chronicle managed to get Pac-Man out of there.
Alfia going to have to be a hero here, coming back through market. PRX have done a great job of getting back into this round. Put a serious squeeze on the Boaster. He just couldn't hold up to the pressure.
Trying to do some damage towards the end of this one. Alfia has left it down to the 1v1. Forsaken! Alpha just dominates it!
Huge kill off screen as well. The Turkish aim comes through and saves Fnatic in a situation where things got sticky. Light weaponry on these stingers out for PRX, but they're still down 0 and 4. Interesting moment in that. Boaster threw a counter paranoia to try to keep players back in market. Pac-Man just ran through, just kept running forwards. Living and breathing by the W Gaming, and it did put Boaster and Crashies in a tough spot that Alpha had to recover.
Come on, let's go.
A 4-0 lead, and now Kayak has the funds to be able to bring out the op. He is alone, though, on the A site here. Take a look at this guy. Doesn't really have the most support in the world. Crashies is going to come to get his back like he did in B main early, but PRX have the util to push him off.
Wall in your face too, and he hears it. Footsteps around, trying to take that one into the op angle, but there's a rocket in your face. You turned into pink mist in a moment's notice here. Crashies, he's stuck, isolated, skipping, hopping, trying to survive. Boaster.
If Jing had thrown a nade in there, then surely he would have been dead, but instead focusing on taking the site.
Crashes forward, he's already taken the timing against them, and he's trying to take it forwards. Fast and loose is the play. Wall into the back of the site, though. It's all being contained in that flank again. Drone close, no coverage inside, but Boaster's there to respond. Pac-Man only expecting the one. He's already jumped away. Boaster and Alpha going to be left to do it all. Finally, Alpha reveals his hand. Look at the wrist, the hat goes out. It's going to be good information. Hammered up. Start rebounding. The time is going to start ticking soon enough. PRX instill a bit more discipline. Looking to try and play this one together now. First target down. Boaster's gone, and Alpha is next. So PRX, they do show up and they get that round on the board, a critical one at that.
A little bit of a late awakening here on the stage, but nice to see the PRX have got what it takes when there's ults on the board. Slight mechanical error there for Kayak at the very beginning. Had a shot actually on the Devi. I think he caught it dead to rights, but just got off the angle at the wrong moment. Chose to scope back up, and that cost him his life.
Dude, so easy, man. Come on.
Now Kayak's going to have to play with his Neon ultimate. Already invested pretty heavily economically in the previous round. And now PRX going into the Cypher setup.
Dart tucked around, it's an instant drone, and walking, wading out through mid. Pac-Man looking to contain it. He's missed the timing on it though. These players have already slipped straight past. Kayak.
He's going to hear
some damage. Oh, surely hears it, yes. Tip-tap of the footsteps, and he buys his time, buys it well. Here's the ult Devi, shuts him down, but up through mid. It's Pac-Man. Straight up the gut, instant res as well. It's going to be undoing that damage.
And
a little bit earlier.
A massive gap in mid here, Brent. Forsaken through completely. Pac-Man as well. They've cut a swath straight through the middle of this Fnatic defense. Just rotating through, and Chronicles left to pick up the pieces and wonder what the hell happened to this defense macro. PRX were all gathered up towards A, and yet still found that perfect timing. And this is really going to hurt or start to put the hurt on the Fnatic eco too.
Something in Chronicle, shoulder to shoulder, he spots out the barrel, so handed a freebie.
But just going for the save here. PRX got good value out of that res. Divide online early, able to undo all of the good work that Kayak had done with his tiles push. And again, I just want to stress how much Fnatic are going for these mid pushes and these flanks. They're really trying to abuse. Feels like the biggest part of their anti-strat so far is trying to abuse the fact that PRX do not have that Cypher in their composition. Push down, try to get the flanks going for the A retake. Something that Boaster loves to do when we've seen him call in the past on maps like Haven, for example, against these Sentinel-less comps. But this time just missed that timing on Pac-Man. And I think it can be tough to play against PRX sometimes because they do take unorthodox timings. They're willing to take a bit more risk. And so back-to-back rounds. That shot too, instantly denying the Neon ultimate. Creating space for the res.
Too easy, man. Too easy, guys, come on.
Alpha also had all of his Cypher utility on the A site that round. And once again, he's going to put it all down on B, so not using any of it for top mid information, except for this cam, which is going to be able to see feet as you walk up mid. But if Alpha's not tapping it regularly, then Pac-Man could still find a timing.
A real switch up as well from the game plan of PRX.
No, they're really focused on this A pressure, trying to get big value out of Pac-Man's utility, even if it's not actually Pac-Man who's there taking the space.
Drone, PRX trying to hide their intent.
Very slow so far on the attack side for PRX too, isn't it? Really trying to mess with expectations.
Oh, the dart doesn't clear. Kai was sat nice and pretty. Pac-Man none the wiser, thought he caught a timing there. Paranoia is going to be sweeping forward, Star. It's going to be blinding up Alpha. Nade rebounding, we'll have to respect it. Market control, PRX is for now, and you see now Hunter's furious as soon as there's signs of life. That's from afar, crashes. Looking to supplement it, trying to put a stop to this one, but PRX, they're denying that momentum they've got. This train is not stopping, not here, not now.
They barrel through, unconventional pathing there for PRX. Didn't send anyone through B main, and Fnatic were left wondering. As the wall came down over towards Boba, slicing off the defenders on site. Chronicle didn't know which way to look. Very much an adaptation here for PRX in terms of how they're approaching this one. The game plan coming from Alex, maybe even coming from Mini too. Remember that former Fnatic head coach is now doing assistant coaching for this squad. But the game plan appears to be slower and more deathball-y. They're not trying to split. They're just trying to stay together and take out Fnatic piece by piece on rounds like this. If they haven't had the success over towards Elbow, then working through Market and up to Boba was wondrous there. This is now 3 rounds in a row for PRX. Trying out a really unconventional, slow pace to their game. And at any point here, they can turn up the tempo and it's going to catch Fnatic off guard.
That's the thing with PRX though. They're reaching new heights and evolution for this team now.
One enemy
A little bit more of that nuance that's available to them, the slower play, working the map on their attack sides.
And I think they have to. If you play that undisciplined W gaming style, the one where it's not so refined, I think Fnatic eat that up all day long. They're a disciplined team. They love absorbing aggression. That old PRX style just simply wouldn't work, I don't think. They have beaten them before. It's one-on-one between these two teams, so I'm not saying it can't ever work, but I don't think it was the right idea to go into this game with. But in this tournament, we've seen a better, more thoughtful PRX. Willing to pump the brakes and play with a little bit of discipline in the mid-round after doing the same fast pressure. They've still got that killer instinct. They're just willing to temper it. And it's now Fnatic who are going to have to take a timeout of their own. The newer coaching staff who've had so much success with this roster, looking to add their input into things. And I would say now's the time to try to hit something quick. If you're PRX, if you wanted to change up the tempo at any point in this game, coming out of your opponent's timeout, that's one of the best opportunities for you. It is going to be a bit of a half-buy round for Fnatic. Kayak with a Glass Cannon Guardian, a Stinger, and a Sheriff around the place. So maybe PRX will play with patience in this one and turn up the tempo for the next. Early B main, though, is already a little bit different.
Yeah. Spread out. Control, one away from some big ults as well. Jing. Looking forward to that showstopper. Contact plays good for again. It's just poking out. Now spotted here with a snake bite, rebounding. Ricochet, Chronicle looking to try and slow them down. Her body's behind this one. It's a delayed hit. Jutting smoke. You got to be careful of this one. Alpha inside it, trying to sidestep straight towards it. Something just dismisses him. And Jing already taken up that timing. Slips into the gap and finding his mark. Boaster has to operate at a bit of run and gun. Backside control is still there for Fnatic. Plan down now for PRX.
One enemy remaining.
And PRX are not stopping. They're not content with just the front. They want the entirety of this map.
Really good adjustment there as well. Alpha, a little unfortunate, does hit the 140 with the Phantom. You see there the aim punch on something. And Alpha moves away thinking that he's already got the kill. His crosshair resetting onto the next target before even confirming that something had hit the deck. And after a 0-4 beginning to this map, it feels like PRX, the vibes are back.
Yeah.
They've tied up the game, and going into this, Kayak once more picking up the operator, and still a slow beginning actually for PRX. Really not trying to challenge early on. It's been more about contacting. And then the question becomes, who's actually holding the contact for Fnatic? Because often they're playing really passive lines. And here you just see Boaster jiggling and Kayak holding elbow.
Operator in hand, one of the best tools for the job, but seeing signs alive. Jing, that's his cue to go. Sending it, ricocheting against the wall. That's no damage done to Boaster. Is he going to draw that blood? Just trying to wrangle control of the rifle. Kayak's been overwhelmed. PRX crack open the A site. Crack heads while they're at it. Jing, not content with just a few. Device steals them right from his sight line.
A huge round, and the defense collapses again from Fnatic. Kayak had to hit that shot. He put himself on such an aggressive angle. A really deep position that you see this Neon dive from in elbow. And if he doesn't hit the shot, then he can't escape. Neon's got great maneuverability, but you've got to get the first in order to avoid getting traded. A Boaster fell shortly afterwards with that scramble in the smoke. Chronicle once more not really able to have too much impact in his 5th grand final appearance. Thus far, PRX have been avoiding him mostly. A couple of times now that we've seen him save, and Divide back up to another res, by the way. So got his 2nd available, and that's just a really nice tool for being able to deal with those early skirmishes if PRX players are pack. I think it'd be fair to call them fan favorites.
Oh, yeah. All smiles here.
That's why I was saying yesterday, I really feel like Fnatic are going to be the villains of this story. They've set themselves up as the barrier between PRX and the trophy that's always one step out of reach. You have to go through a team that's managed to do it back-to-back. But at the moment, PRX have picked themselves up after a bad start and have been pretty much flawless since then.
The early timeout has worked wonders.
Kayak once more getting into this deep position, willing to take a bit of a gamble here, tucked himself down behind this box in mid. Last time, didn't find too much value from it.
Deep pushes are everywhere on the map. Fnatic. There's Boasters out through A main, down through mid. Getting a good idea now. This is going to be landing over towards B. Chronicle tucked to the corner. He's going to be feeling that heat, takes the peak. And dealing with these players out towards the extremities, but not through bottom mid. Instant res. Forsaken brought back into the fold, crashes. Just can't control that Guardian in time. Something, feeling that heat and that stun does good connection. Kayak trying to make some moves. Alpha dominates market. This putting a bit of fear now into the step of PRX, forced to plan towards the back of the site.
Spike planted.
But playing together, Forsaken and Divine need to come up with a plan here for dealing with things. Suddenly, though, they split apart, trying to get on either side of the neon wall. So Kayak may be the target. Feels like PRX need to take the fight into one of these guys on Fnatic.
Sitting ducks right now. Alpha, low enough. Shot to the dome, though, will do him in. Kayak, he's got to do it in a 1v2. Biding his time in through the smoke, waiting for something to fade. Eventually there. Barrel sticking out, though, and a 3-2-1 face from PRX. Grants them that 2-round lead.
Even when things are looking tricky, they've got a game plan, they've got the right micro calls. And that honestly was quite passive too from Kayak towards the end. I'd like to see him get back into that more confident way, although what he was doing in the mid-round was nice to be able to crack open B main. Alpha wins one hugely important duel against Jing, but couldn't overcome Divine, who's put the scoreboard 10-5.
Similar setup. PRX not changing things up. Do they expect Kayak is going to be tagged? Jing! Just adjust the aim. Crashes. Does trade. But now the heat and the pressure is going to be turned up onto Alpha. He steps forwards. A bit of spam coming his way. That's a Hunter's Fury into the back of the site. Alpha trying to capitalize off this chaos. Moving forward, sidestepping. Crashes! Indomitable from this spot.
Drops Divide, drops the spike, manages to sidestep the Hunter's Fury in the meantime too, but they know where Alpha is, and it's tough to really support him.
Trying to clear him out. Rifle in hand. Trying to lead the march forwards, and the spike potentially retrievable, but Fnatic have eyes on it.
Yeah, Boaster's done a great job here actually of getting, he's beefed the movement there. Was just trying to get on top of the box. He was in a spot where he could support Crashies, and now there's a dangerous timing until this wall breaks, but it looks like it's just about to expire, and he's been saved for that. 3v3 and Forsaken with an Omen ult means that this spike isn't really in enemy territory at all.
Part of the reason why Chronicle hasn't rotated. Picks it up, slow it down. PRX only have 30 seconds to work with here.
And what a call. He's calling to go back into the same site, trying to fake out the idea he would have left.
20 left. Boaster, watchful eye smoke dissipates, but too many targets. Too much to deal with. Crashies. It's all on him. Tries to buy time, but a bullet to the dome and a bullet to the temple. Chronicles left in that 1v2.
This situation, though, finally winnable for Chronicle, an opportunity for impact.
Looking for an easy fight first. The first Mo spots it out, snake bite. No rebound necessary, but doesn't really connect. Something sits it down, Viper's picked, thought about, committed, let loose entirely. And the bullets are raining down on him now. Time ticking away, spraying away. Chronicles hoping, praying, hoping that PRX will give him absolutely anything to reload and run forward. Forsaken knocks him out.
7 rounds in a row for PRX here. Fnatic just making too many mistakes on the defense side. Kayak kind of whiffs a little bit in this opener, doesn't land a single bullet on Jing. And then Boaster chooses the worst time to drop from high ground to low ground. As this smoke dissipates, he's choosing to walk forwards. Not accurate to hold that smoke as it leaves the PRX players in the open. Small errors and a massive comeback in this half from PRX.
Well, it's all the way back off the side of that timeout.
Forsaken as well, picking up an attack op. He's got the money to just go for a rifle afterwards. Just watching mid. And a little pacier perhaps, going for a B-pop here.
Yeah, Fnatic hard, disrespecting though. Deep push out towards A main, so they've got the information, they know what's up.
Jing, one away from a showstopper, but choosing not really to go heavily prioritizing it. Instead, looking to try to clear the flank. They know this has been happening.
Game of timings. Kayak drifted in and out. It's Batman who falls. Something is next. Fnatic, full control towards it. There's a paranoia in your faces, and they're going to be disengaging.
Best opportunity for Fnatic to snag around since the first 4.
Leaving PRX to stew.
And PRX thought it was a mid push, realized it wasn't, so now they're exploring mid themselves.
Just in the shoulder. Forsaken, that is a ballsy TP. A wide off angle played.
Could be on Kayak here.
Forsaken.
Could be on Kayak over towards A. You see Jing is making his way towards it, but all three players on Paper X trying to make their own individual timing play.
Forsaken has caught one. Can they catch the next? Crashes! Topples! The caught access towards it, but still, it's B main control for Fnatic. It should be in a good spot for it. Site needs to be cleared out here. In through the back of the side, it's going to be that plant.
10 seconds left.
Watch for Lion to a lot of it as the curtain drops. So does Alpha. Rocket to your feet, you cannot stop this team. When Paper X get going, there's no denying them. And Kayak will try everything. But 8-4 is where we leave it.
The train took a little while to get going here on Sunset, but then it just plowed through Fnatic. A 3v5 that they turn around with a brilliant lurk play. Again, a great idea of what to do, a great call on it, found the perfect timing. Forsaken looks amazing here. He's even overtaken Divide.
Unreal scenes so far. Paper X not slowing down, but we're going to send it down to the floor. A special guest is standing by.
I am delighted to be joined by the Riot CEO, Dylan Jadeja here. Now, Toronto has been such a fantastic host city. Welcome back, by the way. Wanted to ask you, how are you finding the event? And also, what have you been up to?
I gotta tell you, this is such an incredible city. It's home for me. I grew up in Brampton, so it's really special. Yeah, that's right. It's really special to walk the streets of Toronto and see people wearing the VAL logo and to be a part of this community. You guys bring such incredible energy to this event. It means so much to us. This is one of the greatest cities in the world, and so to have the opportunity to showcase this to all of our players around the world, that's great. I also would be remiss if I didn't take a second to say thank you to all the players here, to all the players who are watching this online, to the co-streamers and the influencers. You guys make it possible for us to bring this event to our players. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. I got the chance yesterday, by the way, to go back to Brampton. The food is the best in Canada, I just got to say, so.
I completely agree. Now, it's made it even more special by the fact Valorant just celebrated its 5th birthday. I remember being there when the game came out, so I wanted to ask you if you could maybe reflect and tell us what it was like on, on launch day.
Yeah, it was crazy. We launched Valorant in the middle of the pandemic with no real perspective on how well it would be loved by players. We knew we had built something that would serve the needs of an audience that cared deeply about a tac shooter. And we thought we had nailed that, but when you launch it in the pandemic, you never know how it's gonna play out. And then we didn't know how we were gonna serve the game. We were working from home. So we shipped this from people's living rooms. And it wouldn't be where it is if it wasn't for this community. It's been inspiring and humbling to have this be co-created by such passionate players. So we're very, very fortunate and very blessed to have this community build this game with us.
Thank you so much. And also, Paper X might lift their first trophy in 5 years as well. So let's jump back in the game and see if they can close this out.
We're going to see how this first map all shakes out. Time's already ticking. These players are eager to get back into the fight between each other. Fnatic and Paper X.
What an end to that half, though, for Paper X. I mean, if there was any team with momentum here, it would be them. Take a look at the Coinbase Econ report and see if you can pick out a player for Paper X that would be looking to try to invest heavily in the defense half. This is not a map that you expect them to be going too much towards the operator. You know, they eliminated Ascent, for example, which is where something's going to be going heavy with that. But here, it's more to do with them playing as a pack, playing as a death ball. And I think Jing and Devi have been great at being able to set up those tip of the spear moments with Forsaken either coming in behind or setting up lurks. And they've just all had phenomenal impact so far. Really feels like they've settled into the rhythm of this map.
Yeah. I was worried at the beginning, Josh. Can't lie.
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, they're a great team. They've got deep in a lot of tournaments, but winning has eluded them. And you gotta hope that they don't choke another, I think.
Yeah.
At the moment, though, set up in a great position on a map they should have been favored on.
A lot of running around occurring. Paper X are stacking A towards with 4 players. Early setup, creeping and crawling forwards. Chronicle has to be the player to receive. It's an off-angle for him. Damage! Done and more! Chronicle and Alpha, I mean, they just put those players in their backpack.
Toxins going up.
Something's going to try to recover this one. Actually might have caught a timing back around the backs, but scurried away. Chronicle and Alpha live to fight another day. Alpha even going re-exploring.
Yeah, he's going to have to take down Fight. It's not clean. Only stretch of imagination. Something dropped down to 10 health as a result of it.
Standing ahead.
All needs to be broken now. Clearing away. That doesn't clear most of it, though. This is an impossible scenario for Fnatic. A pistol round in their sights. Already control. Tripled up. In through the back of the site. Main is theirs from Kron.
Last player standing.
Looking into the fray. Patman is the last one left now to stand against this. What can he really do, the rookie? Not a lot. Revealed up. It's a classic right click, simple enough.
So both pistols in this map going the way of Fnatic, but really very few rifle rounds. I mean, one, if you could even call the bonus round that in the first half, going the way of the EMEA team.
Did I kill you?
So we'll see if that trend continues. Fnatic got a great start out, and they just couldn't convert any further. But PRX, that same gap that Fnatic were trying to exploit in the first half by sending flanks, pushing mid, that gap does still exist here on their defense side, that lack of information. For example, in this round, how open market is.
Deep control, PRX just disrespected him really. Flushing a nade, trying to earn up some ults.
The slower that Fnatic play, the more that PRX are going to be worried about those gaps. And it means that PRX themselves have to be pretty proactive in the defense.
Poison's off.
If you play against PRX and you just hit sites over and over, you make their job very easy here. Because they don't have to worry about the lurk, they can just play for the retake. But when you play slow, the way that Boaster calls, there's going to be worries in the back of Forsaken's mind. And they'll have to take timings like this to re-clear mid and then spread back out.
Deploying drone.
All of that 3-2-1 swing. Now getting me there, at least with the due diligence. Clearing out the way. This is PRX looking to try and flood their way back in. They've only got pistols. Trying to make the most of it right now, but again, bodies topple and fall. Complete collapse onto the site. Patman. Yeah, not live for much longer. 2 now. And this half here for Fnatic, looking to see if they can convert this bonus. It's going to be a healthy one.
And PRX are going to play to try to flood. They love playing quickly. As you put the spike down, they're going to be running back into sight, trying to deny you. Very coordinated with their utility as well, but fast-paced. So far in this tournament,
holding this A, bro. We are defending now again on side.
Yeah, they're not even going to have the chance to get into post plants very often and play these really calm, controlled post plant setups. It's going to be frantic. They're going to feel like defenders, just as Kron said.
Fnatic are getting a glimpse into mid. Jump spots. Info gathered.
Looking to diligently clear these corners. Waiting to see if any of the PRX players have tried to take a tricky aggro timing.
It's a deeper wall from Patman. It's causing some concern, but cleared out now by Fnatic.
A Devi's wall is really good at blocking these gaps. So he's popped it down over towards A right now, and nobody from Fnatic choosing to break it, which means in theory, the defenders can back out of A and go to cover a different gap. But they're waiting here, expecting Boaster to be a good enough caller to want to break this wall.
And they're poking, prodding, just trying to bring it down. It's going to be fading at a moment's notice, and while that was occurring, Something was the only player holding top mid. He's gone. Kai takes him out. Forsaken responds. Paranoia is going to be sweeping forwards as well, putting a bit of pause into the step of Fnatic. Slow as they go. Timing to be taken. Crashes the one with a spike here, and he's going to be dropping it into Forsaken's lap. Full control here. This is the round has gone a bit skew with Fnatic. They need a miracle. They need it now. The random spam. It's been picked up, but Jing is straight there. Bullet to the body of Alpha. There's not much left that they can really do from this spot. PRX up to 9.
And Forsaken does such a great job holding market, forcing Fnatic to pay for every inch they take in blood. Even though Something falls, Forsaken is not willing to give this up. Even with a drone in his face, he chooses to challenge, to fight.
One enemy remaining.
And then catches even a timing on crashes.
Don't mess with me, bro! Don't mess with me, okay?
And that kind of conditioning is going to cause Fnatic to use more utility, be more cautious, always doubling up. Forsaken steps forward again. Oh, he's been caught on the other side of the wall.
Yep, it's going to be dropping down in front of him, and Alpha just drops him in instead.
That's rough. He was trying to break the cam there and still get back into market in time. That's a fumble.
Too dark to clear this way. Ball's going to be propped up. We can expect it to still be slow and steady by Fnatic.
And this time, PRX do what I was talking about, where they wall up and leave. But they're pushing the other side of the map, getting Patman in a pretty deep inserted position in B.
It's looking like a B split. Boaster has that B main control for him. A very important fight going to be occurring on both sides. Here's something. Just drifts right into the crosshair play. Smart! Jing! Like a rocket man, but the bodies are toppled anyway. Fnatic find the advantage on the edge. Just left to Patman. Scrambling, running right into the sights. Chronicle.
You love to see plays like that from PRX, leaning on some of the classic odd timings of aggression. But Fnatic dealt with it. Maybe this is the kind of pace that they're more comfortable playing against. They were very ready for that peak from something. It's super similar to what Forsaken went for in the previous round, trying to timing the drone. And then as much as Jing got value from that peak, Fnatic come out on top. Another good start to a half. But that didn't stop PRX from coming back and getting 8 in a row.
Go get it.
PRX are just clearing out A right now, allowing something to build up a little closer to the Hunter's Fury, which is an incredibly useful ultimate, especially when you want to play that flood defense style. Puts a lot of pressure on the planter. In this round, Boaster's calling for his team to explore over towards B. And Patman, he's been trying to challenge this. Once more, they do not want to give any space for free. Fnatic are going to have to fight to get into these post plants.
Wall down, barely broken. Not quite there yet. That's going to be signs of life. So, okay, Jing wants to go forwards. It's an eco round. Rocket rebounds, no kill. Alpha taking Jing out of the fight. A lot of the biting around that PRX were hoping for. It's going to be dissipating now. Deep drone as well to reclear some of that info, but it's called for Fnatic. They're going to go over towards B. Forsaken and Patman. The only defenders, the only players to try and put a stop to it. Kayak.
30 seconds left.
It's going to be offloading that ultimate now. Overdrive in hand. Trying to put a stop to Patman, and there's only so much you can do. There's a neon AD in your face. Inevitable at this point here. Trying to go for the trade out. Alpha's there in time.
And Alpha, yeah, is the hero of the round. Takes a pretty large risk in stepping forwards to the showstopper, but catches a nice timing onto Jing. Catches him in the side, utilizes his ultimate, and they realize there is a huge gap in the defense all the way up mid into Market and Boba. And they catch these players on the B side, separating them entirely from those defenders that would love to rotate and support. Here's the timeout once again, called by Coach Alex. This was what made all the difference before. Alex had some input, and they ran the next 8 rounds in a row on their attack side, PRX. What's the adjustment here? I think it is very tough to play against Fnatic's slower pace style. When you don't have a Sentinel in your composition, you can't just sit back. You've got to meet that caution with some aggression of your own. To some degree, I think PRX today need to be playing fast and cocky, yeah, but they also need to be playing smart. They need these adjustments coming through from Alex to be able to tell them the right times to go aggro, the right ways in which to play the retake.
We can see from the money situation, Devi opting into the operator, might still stick towards it.
This goes here.
Change his mind, but maybe a central piece to try and hold together this defense.
And I think the interesting component of that too is he's the Sage, and the wall is also an essential component of their mid-rounding defense and their info game. So is he going to play for the wall early and then in the mid-round get posted up with the op, or does he try to take early angles and ignore the fact that his wall could be finding them good value in the mid?
in his face for now. We find towards the top. Sakam taken out and a double phase!
Destroyed.
Oh my, obliterated.
And so now you've got no op, no wall, no res. One of your most important players hits the deck so early.
PRX are left wandering out into the open, but Alpha. Good pick. Best that they could potentially find.
He might have even seen 2 on the minimap there as he died. Because it looked like something and Pac-Man were doubled up.
So PRX have brought it even, 4 versus 4 now, and another 3-2-1 into the space! Kayak! That's disgusting work.
That's beautiful. The neon movement as well, to just glide away from the trade. He's sharp, confident, and starting this hit into the B site.
Yeah,
PRX, I mean, they don't even have the tools, the funds here to contest, frankly.
They've scrambled away. Might look to try and save some of the guns. Operator perhaps, but they're drifting in like they want to try and take a chunk out of Fnatic.
They've got 4 players that aren't going to be able to buy in the next round.
Unwise. I think they've realized it.
One of the players could go for something. If they'd found a lurk, if they'd found a pick. But Pac-Man, he picks up the operator and they just play for it into the next round. 2 opportunities for PRX to be trying to find an early pick through mid. One with the op and one with the double face, and both dismantled. Really sharp shooting here from Fnatic.
They're going to be drawing it level with that one. 9-9 for Fnatic. That experience, that grit.
You talk about drawing in, though. Look at the net drawing in on these players trying to save.
They got to save them. Forsaken steadily being overwhelmed at this point. Like this Gaps are going to try and run him down to the final moments. No respite. No saving. No consolation prizes. And yeah, no money, like you said, Josh. This is now a dire circumstance.
God, what a shot.
That's beautiful.
Barely sees a glimmer. And then the Kayak 1v2 afterwards is spectacular as well. Something doesn't get much of a chance there.
I helped you, bro.
Standing ahead.
PRX are willing to take the risks on rounds like this, and it's Forsaken who goes straight down with the...
Already the deep TP, but he's surrounded potentially there, and it's just offset immediately. Pac-Man going down. Clears up a series of unknowns. Fnatic can start to slowly get a grip on what's going on.
They Viper walled for mid, so the Forsaken could push, but that meant that Pac-Man didn't have his own Viper wall in B main that he's been playing around.
Forsaken still stanced up, but okay, can't avoid that one. Kayak is sharp right now.
Fnatic are doing a great job of dealing with all of this defensive pressure, and like I've been saying over and over again, PRX have to do this. It might look like PRX are just kind of walking into their demise, but their composition relies on them getting active on defense. They can't just sit back. And Fnatic are not giving them an easy game here. They are not hitting sights and execing until the very final moments. And by that point, PRX have already given them a pick.
Applying that even pressure across the board, something, re-exploring. It's a head ripped off, but immediately again, the answer back's there. Market is open and accessed here for Fnatic. Something's being squeezed.
You know where both of these players are, though. Boaster's just calling for the full rotate over towards A. Something got a kill, Divide threw out a slow orb, Divide even getting picked over towards Boba. And they've got a great idea of where something is.
Yeah, time
it's a
whittled
4v1.
down.
10 seconds left.
No real opportunity here for something. Maybe feeling like he has to do it all.
Spike planted.
Spike planted on A. This is a dire circumstance for PRX.
Forsaken only has 800 credits too. So this is just a slam dunk save. Something's entirely on the wrong side of the map with no information, and I don't think he's going to keep a weapon. Alpha spins 90 degrees, decapitates something. Fnatic take the lead back. It's been a while since we were able to say that.
Yeah, that string and run of rounds that PRX earns in that first half. Offset now, Fnatic. There is no denying that resilience. They've showed it all tournament long.
One enemy remaining.
There's only a few teams in the history of VCT that have completed a lower bracket run. They would love to add their name to that list.
One of those legendary lower bracket runs, FPX at Masters Copenhagen denying PRX the trophy when PRX came through that upper bracket. The first time that PRX ever had a chance at a trophy. Another slow beginning from Fnatic, never allowing PRX an easy round.
Cautious tail that they're weaving across the map.
A drone up over the top, trying to get a little bit of information, but doesn't see Alpha yet, tucked behind the pillar. And they might want to go for that same 3-2-1 mid re-clear. Even Divide coming to try to help it out.
Come towards it, broken up towards the top. There's fights to be taken, but battle lines redrawn and lurking up onto the angle. Patman deletes Boaster.
That's
Star
big
for PRX, and they put the wall up as well to reinforce towards Market. Watch the lie up towards it, but Alpha! My God, that's instinctual.
Beautiful timing, but Divide's there with the res.
Hunter's Fury though to try and punish, and this is getting hot and heavy. Brought all the way towards them. There's no tags from Crashies, no clearance. Forsaken ducked right underneath it. As that orb's propped up. It's a full spam committal to the clip, but already the timing forwards at near sight just catches onto Kayak. Won't deny him that kill though. He's having to put Forsaken in his place and now taking control of the site. In the blink of an eye, there's only 15 seconds left. Slow orb, stun rattling the nade, ricocheting, Kayak being chipped down, and PRX. They do drag it level.
So tough for Fnatic to be able to get this fight down in that situation. Not only was the time against them, but something still had the Hunter's Fury in the back pocket too. Boaster going for the fake there and just completely whiffing the teleport. Mechanical error. We've seen a couple of them today from a few players. I think that showcases the nerves that can hit even the most experienced people when it comes to the grand finals. The game level though, and PRX with a really critical one to win in that prior. They still have massive ultimates that if they can run the time down are going to be super important. That shock dart is supposed to break a trip. And the lineup just off.
Rattling. Handshake with the bullets. Forsaken. Forced to respect it when the Viper orbs up. Drop down with a double face through the box, no damage done.
Forsaken though is always going to be re-challenging. He's super aggressive.
Trying to take that fight, and he has put the rookie in his place. Kayak. There's no more. Chronicle going for a little bit more. Again, these smokes causing issues.
Forsaken just cannot be dug out of these spots. He was doing the same thing over towards Market to win PRX around previously. Look how much Fnatic are struggling to be able to even get information over here. They're droning in towards B, trying to pull defensive rotates. Boaster might be the playmaker up mid.
Yeah.
But Forsaken is here again.
Moved in, drops down though.
Whiffy!
It is Whiffy. No control over the rifle in that spot. Something puts a stop to it in a 3v5 scenario. Fnatic still looking to see if they can test towards that A side. Jing propped up. Missed the timing onto the cross. Barely alive there. Just shredded back and forth with the bullets. Fnatic have access towards it, but Hunter's Fury is let loose to try and deny the plans. It's giving them hot feet. Crashies up for mid. But there's the connection they were looking for. And PRX take back control of momentum of this map.
Two crucially important rounds here towards the tail end, where it looked like Fnatic had properly clawed their way back in. And I think so much of it is down to Forsaken. The space on the map that Fnatic want to try to take, it's impossible. Forsaken is everywhere. He should be respecting utility. Most players would. They wouldn't be willing to take this level of risk, but Forsaken is, and he's constantly re-challenging, trying to get back on the angle, playing on the very edge of the risk that he can take, but not getting punished for it. And he's just making all of this map control feel impossible for Boaster's calling. That's why Boaster had to make that play up mid in the prior. Once again, it is only Forsaken defending this spot over towards A. And yet they'll have a hard task going through him.
He's not keen to give it up.
They do have a camera that they can pop that should be able to get a tag and push him off potentially.
Scanning ahead.
Yuto's going to be sent flying forwards though to TP. Evacuation back to the side, Paranoia. And the dart up and over towards the top. There's a smoke to play in. Forsaken, he's safe for now. Responds with the rocket. Forsaken Just sidestepping all of them.
Drone. Enemy mark.
And reinforcements have arrived. PRX trying to hotly contest most of this space here, but they have given up all of B in the process, and now a mad scurry and a dash. Fnatic making moves over towards the opposite side.
They've got enough time. You can see PRX
left.
doing a re-clear at the moment, and that has informed this rotate for Forsaken. He gets down in the anchor spot again. He is everywhere. He is everything. And Fnatic look like they've given up on this one.
Yeah.
I mean, is Boaster waiting to maybe teleport in if Crashies had managed to open up the site? This just looks like a pure save.
No time left. It's whittled down. And
look,
PRX.
look at the impact, Brent, again that Forsaken had here. He was impossible to get through. They had to use a cam, a recon, huge amounts of info. The Neon ultimate as well to push him back. And all that happened was he teleported back and played inside of his own smoke. Used a paranoia, got 2 kills, and then teleported to the other side and made them save through sheer aura. The anchor play is phenomenal from this guy so far.
Insane confidence. And all the smiles. A little bit concerning.
Yeah, I was saying, perhaps Fnatic are the villains to PRX's protagonist anime arc, and yet, with that chuckle, maybe Batman's the villain in disguise.
The Riddler's in the building. Little Joker, take your pick.
Forsaken, though, has just been storming up the scoreboard in these last few rounds. Kayak and Alpha, yeah, were doing huge work for Fnatic on that run in the 3rd quarter. And now that we're getting towards the end of the game, PRX up towards map point. It really has felt like the final boss is Forsaken to get through. This player that plays everything for PRX. The glue guy, the leader, stepped up as a caller. The evolution of Forsaken has been remarkable to watch. When they were first stepping onto the global scene and contesting for trophies, he was a bit of a W Gaming duelist player. Kind of crazy, chaotic. Won them rounds for sure, but also lost them quite a few. And now he is pretty rock solid. It's difficult to watch him put a foot wrong.
1 round away from that first stepping stone the PRX are looking for. Deep hold again. This is aggression though by Fnatic. Hold up. Bit of spam into the box. And instantly calling for the retreat.
Looking to try to put the pressure on early, maybe anticipating that that's where Forsaken was going to be playing. And the cam up above the pit, not going to spot Patman.
Gaming his timing something. He's going to be handed that surely. A fight to be taken. A lot of damage under Crashies. The stun ricochets perfectly in place. The divide topples. Something trying to fill up those gaps though. Straight from behind, Spike dropped down. Smoke up, Bakai's ahead of it. It's all down to something in that 1v2.
He knows the Boaster's going to play for the
boy.
ultimate. He knows that he doesn't need to defend the spike. And so Something's now found a much earlier timing into market.
Ahead of it now. Here's the plan. This is the best timing for it. He can isolate a fight. 1v1 Alpha! Safe pair of hands.
He saves Fnatic. That could have been an unreal play from Something. He's been struggling to hold on to these gaps in the map. He's got a really difficult job trying to hold on to mid. And here Divide gets overwhelmed by a stun, and Something caught up, has to turn, pivot in a moment and catch his Chronicle. Almost made the magic happen. But still Fnatic, with that grit, pushes to the final round of regulation. Can they give overtime in map 1?
It's a paranoia forwards already. PRX. Very fast play indeed.
That's sick.
And the Warlock, none the bloody wiser. It's a bloodbath in towards the bottom section. And Palmer now looking to try and put a stop to any of it. No more funny business. PRX. They want this first stepping stone and they want it bad.
The perfect time to pull out a set play like that. Leaves Chronicle and Crashies in a tough 2v4. Boxed in on sight. PRX, this first map feels just an inch away.
Viper's Pit offloaded. A blight onto the site that's given them that safety net. Fnatic trying to play through, but immediately it falls. And PRX take out #1.
A gorgeous play, a perfect decision, the tactic, immaculate at the end. Alpha left wondering what the hell happened and where he was being shot from. That map was favoured to PRX, but they ended it with style.
Good big step in the way. GB and the analyst desk, of course, breaking it all down. You don't want to go anywhere.
Let's go, boys. Good job.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Hey.
Let me show you how the folks does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next.
You won't want to miss it.
What a way to kick off this grand finals. I'm now joined by PRX's head coach, Alex. That last round has got to be one of the most outrageous things we've ever seen on a stage. Was that you during the timeout? Was that Divide, JJ? Where did that come from?
It's definitely not me. We had it in our bag a long time, but we were running out of timeouts already. It was, I think, Tsing. I think it's his favorite move. So haven't shown it. Finally, it's out.
I can't wait to see more of that. Good luck.
And we loved it. What a way to wrap up that first map. And he ended up getting PRX winning, and that almost went to overtime. Fnatic made that sunset quite challenging, but that, of course, brings us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because it's got to go to Forsaken.
And he's giving the credit to Jing for bringing that game back, but I think you have to give a lot of it to Forsaken, this guy who's stepped up much more as a leader coming into this event on this entire run. And despite him saying that, hey, I'm IGLing now, I'm not shooting as well as I used to, he's still putting up numbers in the server. This round was incredible, and his impact in that second half too was just out of this world.
Forsaken is just defined by the impact. You might look at the statistics, and like you said, maybe it's not as much as the golden days, but now the kills he gets are so important. Like a 3v5, I thought it was over, but you can never count PRX out.
That's right. And also, Mel's on the desk, everyone.
Hey.
Give it up for Mel. She's here with us here to talk about the game for a little while. But yeah, let's continue this conversation here, because it really did, Mel, feel like Fnatic at the start of that game were in the driver's seat. 4 rounds straight, you get the timeout, and then from there you started to see PRX gain that confidence and come back into the game.
Yeah, this game felt like the definition of streaky and momentum. We saw PRX, they were down 0-4, and then boom, they collect 8 rounds back to back, but then they swap sides, and then it's Fnatic that ends up taking the lead again.
And in this first half, PRX, I think some of the lack of experience playing on this map for Fnatic show. They've only played it twice in officials this year, lost both times. So what PRX does a lot is they love working into mid, trying to fight up, and then split one of these sites, sage walling the other side. And that's so tough for anchor players to deal with when you're trying to fight into main, and then 3 players are splitting through mid, isolating you there, and then the rest of the team is going to be completely cut off by that wall. And they were so successful with those rounds on attack.
Yeah, being an anchor, you already have to hold several choke points, and you add that third when the other team is abusing mid control. And I want to say that at the bottom there it said off guard, and the thing is, we talk about their attack, it is so off guard and surprising, but on defense we saw the craziest combination of util to get, I think was it Jing up on that sage wall at the end of the window.
So
I have
cool.
never seen that.
Yeah, that was cool. And like Alex said, it's out there now. Everyone's seeing it now. All right, well, let's go ahead and jump over to the coach of Fnatic to get his thoughts as we get ready for map 2.
I'm now joined by Coach Milan from Fnatic. Now, you know how good Forsaken is. We know as well. How do you deal with him for the rest of the series?
I mean, you just gotta keep an eye on him, you know, see what he's doing. They're always in your face. They love to get in your face, get aggressive, and I think if we take it easy, allow them, like, absorb their aggressiveness, we'll be fine.
Well, I hope that game plan works out. Thank you very much.
All right, well, there you see map 2 coming up next. It's going to be Icebox here, picked by Fnatic, and this is one of those maps, Mel, where it is statistically looking good for the boys in black and orange. Can they pull through, though, is the question.
It is Fnatic's map pick first in this series, so, and it has been really dominant for them. They've had great wins on it where the other team barely even accrues like 4 or 5 rounds. So, and they just run a super standard comp, and they play the map in a way that really sets up their play styles well on the team. They have Alfir on the lurk, notably with an Outlaw. They have a great jet player in Kayak who really popped off the last time we saw him.
This map is going to highlight the difference between how these two teams want to play defense. PRX is a team that loves playing flood retake, heavy fighting onto sites, putting tons of util into their anchors. Whereas Fnatic, when they're playing the Sage comp, you're almost always going to see them back up, play these set retakes with the wall that they're super highly successful for. So I think a lot of this game is going to come down to PRX in their post plans, how much space they can take to deny those strong Fnatic retakes.
And when you say that, I mean, obviously, are we going to see something taking those aggro fights? But notably, Jing on the Omen, the difference between these two comps is the Sage passivity and the Omen aggression. And I'm going to be looking at Jing, seeing where he's playing in those post plans and what fights he's taking.
How does that Omen really shift the game, right? Because the smokes are very different than just a solo Viper comp.
It really opens up everyone to take fights, because when you have that second controller, now the Viper's like, okay, they don't really need my wall for the post plant too much, because if I go down, then the Omen can smoke. And that works both ways, right? If the Omen goes down, the Viper can play the wall. So it opens up actually everyone to make all these aggressive fights, which is just so good for the PRX style.
And it's also Jing playing it, so you know he's going to be a guy who's going for those individual plays as well. It gives some of that kind of opportunity to double TP and go for your own stuff with the paranoia too, outside of just the strength the agent brings.
All right, well, Mel, thank you so much for joining us here, but for now, let's send it back over to your casters and see if Fnatic can come back into this one and tie the series 1-1. Back over to you, Brennan Sideshow.
We're about to find out here on Icebox. It's territory here for Fnatic. You can think about it in a certain sense like that. It is a best of 5 and the double map ban advantage is on the side of PRX, but they're not done yet. They've shown that resilience, that grit. They've dug deep this entire event to make it here to this point right now.
They've always been one loss away from elimination. I think this, though, this map does feel like a bit of a must-win for Fnatic. The one after this, Pearl, which is Fnatic's permaban, is where PRX are taking us. So Fnatic have got to get out to a good start here and equalize the series if they want a serious chance of picking up another one of those trophies. In this half, be expecting PRX to be contesting space. Think about the way that they made it difficult for Fnatic to get room on their attack side. I mean, this, for example, a triple face, super committed from PRX. Hoping maybe just to find Alpha, yeah, taking a timing. He's normally going to be the solo player on A if the rest of the team is working B. But Fnatic are just trying to figure out which part of the map PRX are playing for. Where are they fighting? And this is a silent way of fighting.
Yeah.
Here.
Slow siege. Tripled up.
Here they
Hoping
come.
that someone springs this trap, and they have. Alpha catches wind of it.
And immediately this PRX triple face evaporates, dissolves, leaving only Forsaken and Jing. And even Jing actually leaving the A site entirely, ready for the reaction of Fnatic into B.
Trying that spike and they're just seeing it as well. Crashies is trying to take that timing forwards. Devi shuts it down before it gets a little bit messy here. Side control still a little bit all over the place. And there's a timing here, Boaster! Can't get the shots lined up, can't get it in order. PRX are walking all over them right now.
A nice pistol round, the first one for PRX in the series. They didn't need either of them on Sunset. It was a tight one, but they managed to get it over the line. This idea works perfectly against the way that Fnatic are going to be taking these slow-paced fights. You set up to punish people as they're contacting in.
No more.
The Fnatic coach is not too happy with how that one's gone, but know that things are still winnable even without a pistol. And Fnatic start out in a pretty similar way. Forsaken grabs the ult orb over towards A. There's a smoke up on Belt that stops you from being able to contest this angle early. And on B, Batman trying to hold a pretty aggressive position and punish you if you try to take B main for free.
Fnatic going wandering. Oh boy, punished for it! Devi is rolling heads off shoulders. Backup is right there by his side. Clean sweep.
Can't be getting 3 from that position with only a Sheriff. That's ridiculous. Halfway up almost to getting his lockdown online. What a shot on the first one. Barely see anything of Boaster's head. And another demonstration that PRX are going to take fights. Plenty of players in that spot would see many people in mid and just back up. Allow the turret to be broken and worry about Kitchen instead. No, PRX are going to contest that space and force you to earn it. Something with an op online in round 3. Something walking up with the op in round 3.
Want to be held here off angle. Could be shots rattled, and yeah, one to the dome. Something is the one dropped in his place. Boaster calling for a pause on the rest of the troops. No more exploration.
It's a massively important kill, but Boaster's got to know that there's another player behind that.
Deploying drone.
Drone being used by Fnatic. Clears out a lot of the site. Jing, though, is laying in wait. Time to strike might be nigh. There's a wall up onto the one side of it. Slow up, rattled. Wall's up though, time to fight! They're just trying to tip-tap, Guardian in hand. Can't settle the recall enough here. Wall's going to be dropping down. Open access to these fights. Divide. He's still here, still kicking. The snakebite not connecting. Forsaken trying to assist the best he can, but as Util used to clear him out in spades. Fnatic.
No charges left.
Slowly, it's a glacial pace. Patman trying to stop this one in his tracks though. Snakebite.
30 seconds left.
Ricocheting, forces an uncomfortable planting spot. It's a 2v2 still. PRX, access towards it, drifting in. Kayak! Goddamn, single digits. Him and Patman trying to take this one. Patman snaps to Kayak's dome. One left to start. Patman lights him up.
What a beast in the clutch this newcomer to PRX is. He's won some mightily important 1vx's. And here dismisses the rookie on the other side of the stage before taking down a player with a ton of experience too. The Red Bull clutch to win the bonus in a spot where it looked like Fnatic actually were in control. But the more that they went forward to try to get the plant down, the more they opened up opportunities. Poster, he opens, but couldn't close. Alex is happy about that one. The more Flood defend aggressive style really is working here for PRX. Fnatic are finding it difficult.
Big drone, it's broken early. Crashies was just looking to clear that space. They know that something has been taking liberties.
I think it was a shock dart there as well that did a pretty large chunk of damage.
Oh yeah, cancelled it.
Alpha's going to try to work his way up to you, but it's difficult. Device got his full setup here.
Paranoia trying to refight this one. A crunching Fnatic. Slow take. Stomping his tracks once more. Forsaken. Pushing them back and away. PRX are not content with just scraps. They want to go even further. Forwards again. Damage. Kayak.
I got the spike.
Might have just brought this one back from the brink. His weapons abound, but 8 HP to do it all. And Defy not eager to lose that chance.
Another spot where Kayak probably isn't anticipating Device swinging. Most people are going to play a 2v1, a lot more cautious than that. But PRX are finding the right timings today to put pressure on Fnatic in unexpected ways. These are the risks, the gambles that PRX have taken and honestly have in some previous tournaments been punished for. But this time, today, it is really working. Fnatic's coach is already deciding to take a tactical timeout. We are seeing these really early on in the halves. I think Alex talked a little bit about it during the coach's interview, the fact that he was already out of them by the time it got to crunch time, you know, like 11-11 kind of stuff at the end of Sunset. The pressure hitting early on.
Living to stop that momentum that PRX have. Stopping in its tracks, but it's hard to do against a freight train going to Mach 10 speeds. That's what PRX are playing like. Lights out, determined to be the ones to lift that trophy.
The only team to really put a halt on it was Gen G way earlier on. And honestly, since then, the train has just been accelerating all the way through that upper bracket. It's really difficult to stop a team that has momentum like this when they're feeling confident and are going for peaks at unexpected times. You've got to be ready for anything against PRX. And what's frustrating in this tournament, I would imagine, is that it's at quite different timings compared to usual. Here's an adjustment. Snake bite.
Ooh.
And a shot and a half there to delete Jing.
Snaps up. Jing is gone.
So they've denied Forsaken getting that Hunter's Fury online and finding themselves in a 5v4. Couldn't ask for a better beginning for Fnatic.
Nice push. That's a cheeky one, Patman. I don't want to overstay yourself, though. Drones forward. Something's going for another bite of the apple. And he evens a score.
I don't think that's too bad, though, for Fnatic. They do still have a res to be able to work around with. They're droning. Boaster's taking a little bit of space in mid. This is a risk.
Yeah, and he's pre-aiming the wrong spot here. Just spotted it. Something seen it. Out through the shoulder. Dart against it. Bit of spam expecting the Boaster would cross out, and he's got out. Scot-free. Alpha exploring on the other side. Device done. The spike in the hands of Chronicle. It's going to be a quick plant now.
Yeah, that's huge. Fnatic were anticipating that PRX would be denying the res, and so B would be more open. Instead, Devi was holding it and got deleted. Still a player advantage for Fnatic in the post plan.
An ADS stub, Alpha yet, top form. Really trying to drag that first round on the board here for Fnatic. Brute force and mechanics. Exactly what they ordered. Forsaken's still going to be making a go at this one though. Alongside Patman, time though ticking. Spike is getting out of hands and pushed forwards, pressed the advantage. Alpha yeah! Smelling blood in the water.
If he gets online, could be a very different game. I mean, he still played fantastically in the first map, don't get me wrong. But we've seen matches that Fnatic have been playing, honestly, not just at this tournament, but at the end of stage 1 too, where he just took over. In my opinion, probably front runner for MVP at this point, Alpha, yeah, but competing alongside Jing, maybe even Forsaken for that kind of title. They'll need him though. PRX still up 4-1.
Few ults online, Fnatic. Another bit of util, gotta respect that.
Yeah, that constant conditioning of taking the ult orb early is just forcing some level of utility to be used for Fnatic. This round, they decide not to use the snake bite, but have to use a slow orb instead.
Patman, here's a drone. Side steps out of it, looking to take a timing rather than breaking it.
Yeah, he wants to play this aggressive. Again, think about the way that Forsaken, for example, was playing on Sunset. You want to force Fnatic to earn every inch.
All up, all down. Boaster sees an advantage and a spot to try and play in, but the first shot just missed. On either side here, smoke up in your face. And PRX re-exploring.
A completely empty here, Brent. PRX have got the right read to play it for retake.
Done through mid as a dash active. Kayak wants to try and go with it. Updraft over towards it. Alpha, my God, tapping away and snap into the domes of any adversary.
It's remarkable the consistency that he's got. Had to deal there with a player in a pretty unexpected position at bottom tube. Forced a 1v1 and came out the better end of it. Something's in a fairly unwinnable position. And again, Alpha yeah goes hunting at the end. He is thirsty. Got his lockdown online. Sovereign as well on both sides to try to deal with it. So the Killjoys are not in a perfect position to be able to get value out of their ults. But this has knocked PRX's economy back after just 2 rounds. And the plays that they're going for, getting shut down. This one, not necessarily set up, but a pretty reasonable timing for Devi to go for. Trying to take an unexpected peek, knowing that was probably a 1v1, but just gets sat in his place by the Turkish aim god. It's incredible when you think about some of the changes that these teams have made. I mean, let's take it from Fnatic's perspective. Trying for another trophy without Leo and Durka, which I think people would have talked about them being absolutely fundamental parts of the reason that Fnatic were able to go back-to-back in 2023. But still able to rely on pillars of the team like Alpha yeah and Boaster's Calling, Chronicle 2. You know, this core has been able to plug in other pieces. A rookie of Kayak, a player looking for redemption like Crashies, and still have a chance, another chance at glory.
A testament, I think, to the quality of the core on Fnatic. And PRX will be trailing when it comes to that economy, but not with the rounds. They take the timeout, discuss what has been going wrong.
And I think, really, the type of fights that they've been going for, there's still a decent chance of success in these spots. But it's about getting Fnatic in situations and timings that they're not quite anticipating.
Oh, quick dash though, this is Fnatic.
Way
AC,
faster.
way faster. No one from PRX to really receive. They might be able to get a few pot shots in potentially. Swinging wide as I say that, Devi around the corner already. but he's looking for that open sideline. Not going to be given too much. The spots the one, even that repeat. Rattling shots on. Updraft now, knives in hand. Something going to clear the way and cleave. A path to victory. Kayak gone. Cut out the picture now. Swarms. The nano swarms themselves. Lockdown even being committed. PRX are using this ult on ults. They realize it's winnable. Up towards the top though. Boaster needs to be managed. Bullet to the side. Sheriff's there. And he needs to try and break this one. No, Bullet surely is just there. And one detainment on it. Something sticking. Ult just yanked out of the back pockets. Anything to secure this round for Fnatic now. And they need it. Something trying to play his life to the final moments. The right click to no avail.
And a round win for Fnatic, though a costly one on an anti-eco. Having to use some pretty large ultimates there. But a lockdown utilized on both sides. Definitely felt winnable when something came in over the top. I can understand why PRX would want to send it. They did, in fact, manage to break the lockdown coming through from Alpha.
Enemy remaining.
Unfortunately, weaponry just not quite good enough and not enough people caught in Devi's lockdown. This round, though, Forsaken, the end result of all of that, has that ult to empower the rest of his team to flood defend, and something with an op.
Being deep push by Jing as well.
His op was amazing earlier on in the tournament. We got to see him pull it out on Ascent, and he was working magic with it.
I have the spike.
Get his chance again, but hard to tell where Fnatic are looking to lead and end.
They're throwing down a slow orb over towards A, making it feel perhaps like they're taking early A control, and then Boaster leading them back towards B with three, sorry. Making sure that they're grouped up, able to trade out Patman if he goes for something wild.
Spotting Alpha. Just him even going for a bit of a fight towards Taken. I mean, he's lucky to be alive there.
That's so bold.
Pop it up onto the box. And the read is only coming in just now. PRX realizing potentially a little bit late. Scattered bodies, but are going to hit a wall now. Realize that they've missed their mark, potentially. Snap towards the top. Patman's still alive here. Something from the side. And Alpha wants to try and slink in himself. There's 28 seconds left, and they're getting cold feet. They're going to go towards timing. It's all on Alpha.
Alpha's found a beautiful timing here. Might be able to catch something in the back, and he's already calling for Boaster to make the rotate around.
Absolutely, he bites his time perfectly. Just deleting adversaries now. There's 14 seconds left. You've got to get a move on.
He's going to be able to get spiked down here, though, Boaster.
He's going forwards, there's a TP back behind as well, obfuscating the intent. Jing can really just put a stop to all of this right now, but Alpha, in through mid, traded out, cleaned up. One left onto the site. Boaster is to try and put a stop to it, and the reflank as well occurring. Crashies drifting all the way in, and backs towards him. They are none the wiser as I say that. Device shuts me up. It's left down to Boaster, being squeezed onto the site. Devi and Jing tightening the net, spamming away, and they find their mark.
What awareness there from Devi towards the end. Crashy's knife out, trying to find the timing, almost perfect. And Devi just thinks to check behind for a moment towards screens. They haven't seen the Sova in a while. Look at that play though from Patman. Working his way forwards again, aggressively challenging as the plank goes down, always forcing Fnatic to work for it. And inside the pit, great coordination from Devi. And Forsaken, I think it was towards the end, just closing the net. Op back in the hands, something going aggro.
Yeah, straight down mid, but there's knives to meet him. Kayak is there, holding for the peak the barrel, just poking out. Seems to be aware of the chance.
Has he spotted it?
I don't know. With the angles being played, he's definitely holding for it. He suspects it. Something going to overstep.
An inch further forward, and Kayak for sure would see it. There
Snap.
gives away the hand.
Yeah. Just from the jump spot there, and an attempt at a punish. Updraft. No committal. Alpha is right there.
That's an insane adjustment from Alpha here as well. Devi tries to swing into cover and gets deleted.
He's trying to plug up those gaps, but up through Kitchen they are none the wiser again. It's Kayak. Drifted in, walking in. Dash is active, missed the timing. Caught it onto all of them! Kayak!
The patience in that moment.
Tears open the map. Fnatic, they realize they've got it at this point. Again, leaning hard on Alpha and Kayak to get it all done.
That's incredibly impressive, though. A reminder once more that this is Kayak's first global event. This is his first Grand Finals. It hasn't been that long since he won Ascension and started playing in the big leagues.
The money's not good, something not long for this world at this point. Up put over towards the top. Kayak, tasty little three-piece.
That's some unbelievable composure for a rookie player, though. That's the kind of timing that you would only expect somebody with a huge amount of experience to be able to pull off. And Jing just has no clue about that. It is a little rough when you watch it back from his POV. But the trigger discipline. Panic from Patman. And they've let things slip a little bit here. PRX down onto another eco, and Fnatic with a great opportunity to tie it up. Alpha even going for an attack off. You know that in these kind of rounds, PRX are going to be trying to challenge you. Trying to bait out that aggression from the defenders and punish is all about what Fnatic are going for here today.
Jing really being the only player that can do some damage in this spot. Bulldog ripped in his hands. He's got bodies with him too. PRX trying to hold this one down.
There was a potential for a timing on the other side of the map as well, but Patman denied it as Alfia reconnects with the rest of the squad. This is going to end A into 3 at least.
Yeah.
The stack is here.
We'll see how this one goes. Dart's being held as well for the signs of life. There's smokes on smokes. Propped up into the face, but all contact. Slow and steady is called for by Fnatic, and that's the time to strike. Well, the iron is hot, and they find their timing. Perched up, Kayak. Just dishing it all out now with the bullets.
Jing tucked in. Patman deleted on the flank.
There's not much that Jing can really do from this spot. I mean, surely, yeah, just a Bulldog. Can't quite get it under control, and Kayak is the one online now. Take a look at this player. You said it, Josh. You would not expect this guy to be a rookie on this stage. But Icebox is his playground. It has been all tournament long.
Now you look at the two players that have been at the top of the scoreboard for Fnatic today. It's the same in map 1 and map 2. Alpha and Kayak finding their opportunities to be the playmakers as well. Opening up these rounds. From the entry and from the lurk. A reminder that Alfia brought an attack off into the previous round and he still got it here. So looking to try to shut down something if he was playing on A rafters. A pacey opening as well though. Taking this exec space quickly. Trying to punish Divide, for example, if he was going to be playing for the Orb, or Patman as well.
Jing has been prone for a little TP play or two. Alpha, slow as you go. Big boomstick in his hands. He's been lights out. All up though to try and slow this approach. PRX trying to stall this one out, but as a drone through, and Kayak is already
he's so aggro
up towards the top, and he's spotted it. Players, but he's taking bullets in the process. Tucked to the corner. If he's going to be able to survive as a wall to try and at least block some of the bullets. Forsaken grabs himself too, crashes right back at it, but no coverage. In through the back of the Sun. Jing. No time for overheating, Sun. Keep that gun out. 17 bullets.
Alpha just with an AWP.
Alpha would have to just absolutely light them up, but it's a guessing game for him. PRX at least keep hold of this lead that they've had, at least for most of this map.
These are the timings I'm talking about though, Brent. You watch Crashy's POV here towards the replay. He throws out a recon dart, which means that Chronicles alone get in the plant. He does an amazing job of picking up Divine and Forsaken, but he then thinks he has a timing to send utility, and he's not ready for Jing's fight. PRX take timings that are just slightly off, and they do catch teams napping.
This is going to be fun.
Can Fnatic tie things up at 6-6, or are PRX going to have the lead off the back of winning that pistol early?
Op v op. Kayak. Jones going to be spotting it. Clears something off the line. Patman. Look at the clear, but yeah, repost it back up. What a read by Fnatic.
Now that is gorgeous.
Hunter's Fury. pulled out. Jing, he's in their spawn. He's already taken out Alpha yet. This is PRX offloading everything at their disposal now. Locked down, drop down. But a plant down without any problems. Fnatic gonna be retreating. Crashes in a prime spot.
In theory, Chronicle could actually go for this res in mid.
Smokes up in their face. Kayak barely forwards there. Divide, will he look to the side? There's a res in mid. Bringing these players back, but the Paranoia is already sweeping forwards. PRX, they take that timing and they take it themselves. Striking straight at them. And Fnatic have to rely all on Crashies up from the high ground, half on the defuse. Forsaken, surely he's earned this now, but he's in that 1v2. And Crashies dominates from the high ground.
Crashies, so much experience in these big moments. The last hope for North America in this tournament, and he comes through huge for Fnatic there with his positioning on site. PRX knew that the rest of the players from Fnatic were stuck in mid, and he had to do everything from that high ground angle.
What a run back from Fnatic. They bring it to 6-6. One hell of a map.
Red Bull gives you wings.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
We're back into it as well. The Coinbase Econ report, you can see even across the board here.
Yeah, I mean, and a huge amount of damage done by Alpha, yeah, which makes perfect sense because he's up towards 12 kills. Matched on the other side by Divide, but I think some of the impact that Alpha was having on the attack side, fairly unmatched. Now, I think the game is going to shift pretty significantly, though, here. This half, you heard the Death set it up. Fnatic love playing the retake. They are going to be playing for Chronicle's wall retake on the pistol. That's their normal strategy, at least. And that is the entire opposite way that Gen G, for example, play. A team that smacked PRX around on this map in this half. PRX were constantly fighting, always denying, never allowing PRX any space. That's the Pacific style. Fnatic don't really play like that, so we're going to get a really different game here. In theory, PRX should actually have a ton of room to be able to get onto these sites.
PRX just walking for now.
This has been their style in all of the pistols on their attack side so far. Very contacty.
And the smokes, they hide the intent pretty well. Drifting up through window, a couple of random bullets as well. Fnatic are trying to reinforce this one, they're doubling it up. It's Boaster and Crashies against the bloody world. And they're ready to deliver. Crashies already with quick 2-1s, and now pissed around ideas. All gone a bit skew whiff, really. Fnatic are in complete control.
Jing's smoke gave the game away there. A brilliant read from Fnatic. They knew exactly what was happening. Felt a little too similar perhaps to what's been happening on Sunset as well. All of those contacty plays around the map. Relying on the fact that Fnatic like playing deeper, more cautious positions. This time, Fnatic choose to draw a line in the sand at Kitchen.
Guys, like that confident. Go like that confident. If they're coming to you, run to them, bro.
Just chill these noobs, bro.
It's a good point.
It's interesting that Alpha says that, because that is his way of playing, but it's not the way that Fnatic themselves usually fight. Be interesting to see if his words of wisdom carry through. Boaster, though, backing off instead of stepping up.
Yeah.
Looking to try to play the numbers and play the retake. More of the classic Fnatic style.
Following those sound cues, looking to potentially take some early fights. Kayak. Shot to the body. Marshall will do that. There's no armor on the board here. Trying to go for that plant down. And if to push this one back, not quite. It's going down. Slowly being collapsed upon here. PRX don't really stand a chance. Just from the hip. Something classic. Does some damage, but that's about it.
A pretty clean round. Boaster and Alpha, they didn't even invest, so they've got plenty of opportunity here to have a good buy heading into their bonus round. But Fnatic are going to be doing a lot of this, where they're trying to react to what PRX are doing around the map. Trying to stack bodies and get in position to go for that retake. Kayak, though, is contesting as the plant goes down there. You know, Fnatic might have a bit of an adjustment. You've got to hear it from Alpha. But it will be very interesting if Fnatic decides to take the fight to PRX. Kayak picking up an operator. That's come out of the Boaster bank.
Okay.
It's a good job we're not doing the econ report now, I suppose, at the end of this one. But yeah, Boaster, always the selfless leader.
Kayak trying to post himself up. All the supports, and wow, something. Eager to try and take down fight. Kayak makes him regret it. Shoulders just poking out here. This is Fnatic.
Going out.
Pick advantage. Precisely the place they love to be in.
Jing's down to go really aggressive with this Omen. I've seen him teleport onto screens before. Ult into crazy spots. In a playmaking situation like this, down 4v5, you're wanting Jing to step up.
Hunter's Fury pulled out of it. That's earned early. Crashes been earning his kills and his orbs up through mid. Another lurk happening. Jing is gone. Patman had to delete that turret, and Alfier's right there behind him. Avenging poor Timmy. Devi and Forsaken, you might have got this plant down. But how the hell are you going to dig yourself out of this one? Mistakes need to be made, and Fnatic not in the habit of making them often here. The dart against the back, all is revealed, and Forsaken can't do it all.
Fnatic overall in this tournament are playing about 2/3 of their rounds for retakes, but you see here, they're not all even 5v5 retakes. Finding picks as the attackers work their way in.
Destroyed.
Both from the operator and from the ultimates, applying that pressure and creating an easier retake for themselves. An almost impossible situation for those final two that were left alive. And I think they've got to be better at dealing with getting onto the line to fight Kayak's op. That was a pretty lazy way of trying to get onto that angle. One dart that didn't even land towards back yellow, and something swings at the same time.
Aggro here with a slow orb just to try and deny that belt space.
Both teams fighting for belt space and the ult orb.
Patman, hold on, walk about, Sheriff in hand, he just can't quite control it. Alpha here, lucky to be alive from that spot, but still claims the kill.
Definitely would have been a punish on a rifle round.
Now regrouping up, Fnatic have got bodies ready to receive. They can fully aware of this one, of how it's going to be landing, but that's a sideways swing. Sets up Devi perfectly.
Placing swarm grenade.
Stinger in hand. Plant can now go down here. They brought this to a 4v4. Close quarters weaponry. PRX are going to be looking to try and take this fight towards Fnatic. No playing offside for it. Fnatic still grouped towards screens. The rifles looking to try and dissuade any chance of PRX getting away with that funny business. Grouped up together with the discipline. Chronicle, lights out from him.
So dependable, so reliable. Very good reasons why he's the winningest player of all time in Valorant. A win here would be utterly incredible for Chronicle's career, but everything has been the whole time. Crashies did not like the way that he took that fight. Shot bullets at 3 separate people that ran past him. Had to bail out of that one early, but got bailed out by the rest of the team. This is now 4 rounds in a row for Fnatic to start the half. was dead even as we went into the pistol, and now Paper X are going to take a timeout. They've been taking a lot of these timeouts early on.
Yeah, second one now.
Final opportunity for Alex to have a bit of input. I mean, aside from later on if Fnatic decide to use one of their own. But it's got to be so stressful in his position too. They're still just settling into the BO5. It's a long way ahead. You can honestly afford to drop a map like this because you have Pearl coming up. You've got 2 maps that you're fantastic on later, Lotus and Split. But you don't want to squander any moments where you think you might be able to get it over the line. That's how opportunities slip. And Alex has seen it all.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, the rosters, they shift around. Individual players can come and go. But Alex has been there to witness every heartbreak and tried to fix them back onto the right path.
It's going to be tough going for Paper X here. No more intervention happening from Alex's behalf. They're going to try and run this one back to do it alone.
Paper X have been going for those mid lurks quite a lot. They put pressure on mid right at the start of the round, and they've had Patman try to lurk. They haven't been very successful with it. At some point, I wonder whether it puts them off entirely.
Couple of stray shots there, Sheriff in hand. Already trying to dash straight up. An attempt of a punish. Paper X are making this one fast and loose, playing it forwards, risks to be had. This is that Paper X of old, and just missing the top of Nest. They're timing each other. Alpha still active here, trying to drop back as well. He needs some safety, and he needs some backup, but something is the one delivering death. All out to the opposition. There's kills happening all over the bloody place.
Something's got to hold off a double flank, but Jing might be the playmaker over in Snowman.
Still player advantage, not for much longer. There it is, something. He's evened it out 3v3, but for the repeat, all expected. Kayak, 2v3 now.
Jing was
Jing
was begging for people to come towards him, and really nobody has. Jing's positioning was cute, but no one's coming his way.
Yeah, and Crashy's brought back into the fold now. This is feeling inevitable. Updraft dash, it's a cute play indeed, isolating the fight. Forsaken trying to make a go of it now, trying to really do the damage. But a bullet to the back, it's all up to Jing, and it's brought it to that 1v1. Smokes v smokes, Boaster sticking, it denied the chance. They brought that one back from an impossibility.
Really beautiful positioning and phenomenal impact from 2 incredible players. What was going on there?
Okay.
Absolutely bizarre. But this play from Forsaken, again, enormous impact, just what Mel was talking about on the desk. He might not be exactly at the top of the scoreboard, but every kill he gets is huge impact. And he set up a 1v1 for Jing to slam dunk.
Stem the bleeding for now.
Kayak on another pretty aggressive position. The drone designed to try to push him off, and he dips, not giving away the fact that he's got the op.
Trying to re-peek it as well. That's a wide face, something. Lucky just evades the bullets.
Does Kayak take Alfia's advice and re-fight? Or is he looking to play risk-averse and set up the retake with the rest of his team?
No dash available, it would be risky, just trying to take that timing inside that smoke with the updraft. Quick scope, bullets raining down onto him. Something, though, has been dropped. Chopped down at the knees is what it seemed. Chronicle having to deal out that damage here on site.
Still with a recon.
Kayak.
Kayak's op is fantastic at preempting these spots that Paper X want to fight.
He's perfectly posted every single time. The dart is a 180. Patman has got to do a lot from this spot. Jing, again, heroics are called for. It's forward. The positioning, they're looking to try and stunt it, trying to stop it. Knives in hand. Paper X drawing blood. But again, that re-peek playing into Fnatic's hands to buy. Chronicle already on the defuse. He's got to start swinging and he's got to do it now. It's all safety. Play for Crashies, watching for that peak.
These rounds are going to be tilting Alex in the coaching booth, I think. It's just not good enough for Paper X. Look, and in the replay, how often they're fighting one by one. Forsaken on his own. That was a bit of a double fight together, but here Patman swings with Divide, having no real support. Paper X need to be coming up with ideas of how they want to fight together or what timings they want to take together in the post plan. Because Fnatic are essentially just waiting.
Yeah.
They're not even really scaling on the retake. They're just holding, knowing that Paper X are going to run into them more.
It's a large reveal. Paper X are all grouped up.
Well, they've got a massive ultimate advantage in this round, Brent. So if there was a round to try to do something quick and hit them hard, hit them fast, it would be this one.
Fnatic are just giving them all that space again, like you said.
Post-plant lockdown would be crazy good from Divide too.
Updraft over with the knives. Looking for a target, looking for a sight line. Util just comes out swinging, rebounding. Finally, Forsaken can commit. Paper X do have ults of their own.
Yeah, my eyes immediately go to Divide, wondering when he's going to try to use this.
There it is. Smoke's popped down. This is Fnatic trying to make a go. Lockdown's there. Already in. This is Fnatic trying to make a play for this. Kayak. There's no stopping this guy. Disgusting work, but a lockdown cannot be broken in time. Albiedo found himself a pocket, found himself a window. And Forsaken is going to do it all. Offload him with the ult. It's time ticking, really. That point. Found the kill. Running him down, though. Forsaken will be finished. And Kayak on the fuse.
That's close.
That's so damn close. Oh!
Less than a second on the clock of Fnatic. Perfectly execute a really difficult retake. How on earth do they get that into a 5v3 whilst battling through Divide's lockdown? Not sure what's going through something's head here on this peak. I don't think that's a good one, but this shot is bonkers. A ludicrous one for Kayak to be bringing out. Absolutely jet diffing something. And like I said, it's got to be tilting because I don't think Paper X are actually playing these rounds particularly well in the post. Earlier on Sunset, I think you could argue both teams were really bringing a good game, but now Paper X letting Icebox slip, and this could be Fnatic equalizing.
Kayak been unbelievable so far with his form. Icebox really is his playground, but he's forced to concede that space. Jing forward, sees it onto the shoulder poster. Gone, Alpha responds. It's traded out, but there's pressure in mid, and Divide still looking through, but finally spotted out. Players need to deal with him, but it's all chaos thrown into the mix. Forsaken and Divide. There with a 3-2-1 swing. Chronicle gone, and Paper X still alive in this map for now.
When all else fails, rely on the W gaming. That was a really large swing back towards Chaos. Controlled to some degree, sure. There was a double lurk set up, and Jing went for that same play, trying to get deep into Snowman on an unexpected timing. And this time finds a target to be able to work with. But it was Chaos. I mean, this play, Divide just running up Tube into Alpha, yeah, he's just hoping he finds that timing and doesn't get punished. One round at a time. Fnatic choosing to go for a half bite here to make sure that their economy doesn't get completely broken.
Kayak swinging, and look at it just draw blood out of them. Paper X. They are still there though, Divide. Can sense it. Posturing occurring, and a deep push and peek by Chronicle. It's already anticipated.
Good awareness from Divide.
Yeah. Expecting it all now.
Crashes with a rifle. Boaster might be able to recover one if he completely repositioned, but at the moment, really isolated over in this Snowman spot. Should be Paper X being able to pick this one up. 4v2.
Hello.
Tip tap.
Ghost bullet. Not the weapon of choice for Boaster, obviously. Not cleaned up though either, and that could spell problems. Jing pressing forwards, crashes now. He's got that rifle, needs to make it sing. He's already found himself two. Dart towards the back, needs to be dealt with, but doubled up Paper X. Are the ones on top.
Still though, even in that 4v2, Paper X players taking risks.
Sentry.
Gonna be giving Alex a heart attack. But now Alex with another opportunity to talk to the team. And honestly, this might be a blessing for Paper X. Because despite winning 2 in a row, they don't look super confident right now.
No.
But it's the Fnatic coaches that have decided to take attack timeout. I'd be a little bit cautious about doing this, to be honest, because I do think it offers an opportunity for Alex to right the ship that's looking pretty shaky in this half overall. Last 2 rounds notwithstanding. Ults are back online as well for Fnatic though, so Milan might be just trying to drum up a set ult round that can knock PRX out. A little bit similar to what we saw on Sunset towards the end, where you bring out a set play just to get across the line. And Fnatic do have depth. You know that they've got the experience. You know that they've got one of the greatest callers when things get scrappy in a mid-round. But this coaching staff has also proven themselves. It's been a great run since Milan got promoted to the head coach position.
Fnatic, they just need the one. PRX, as you mentioned, it was a critical timeout taken by Fnatic. Good time to insert what's going wrong for them. PRX, Alex will happily take that space, but 3 rounds still stands between them, drawing it to OT.
Jing going for another really deep push.
Forwards, Crashies is good. Ajao with a movement still. This is going to be rapid. And Jing's all the way around towards the side. One more TP. Try and get out of dodge there, but committing that paranoia. And Kayak filling in the pieces. Alpha tip top in with the movement.
That's huge from Patman, being able to pick off the 1v1 fight against Alpha and trade Chronicle.
It's all over the place.
Patman can't reconnect with the rest of his team to really pop down this Viper's Pit on site.
Just tried to adjust, missing on either side.
Planted.
Up and down though into that 3v2 Boaster. Might have just caught eyes onto Patman. Patman tucked up close, but Boaster is wise to it.
He's just trying to delay for as long as possible. Actually, maybe he didn't.
Into the high ground.
Oh, what an off angle.
God damn.
I thought for a moment there, maybe he hadn't realized that Boaster had spotted him, but repositioned into a spot that he was going to be favored on. And this round, I think, again, another reason why I was a little bit worried about Fnatic taking that attack pause. Because Jing immediately comes out of it with a really unexpected way of pressuring these players over towards a mid-split. That recon dart that got thrown over the top from Forsaken. Oh, and the timing here as well.
And this operator, it's critical to Fnatic's game plan.
And this sets us up with a strong potential for overtime. The Fnatic economy is in a really bad spot now. And so, one more rifle round before OT. This play, though, I think huge credit given to Patman. Jing's in a pretty horrible spot there. And Patman has to win the battle against Alpha through Tube before he can go and help him. Take a look at the buy, though.
Yeah.
Knives, okay, huge for Kayak, but 3 stingers to support.
The rifle and a lot of bolts on top of it. Kayak can't even escape.
I mean, that's insane from Jing just running through, but he has full trust in the paranoia.
Oh, full aggression. They're not stopping now. The PRX of old wants to rear its head. The leash has been cut and snapped. There's no containing them. Like a pack of rabid velociraptors. Hungry for more.
You get to see the full gamut of PRX here. We started out on Sunset with them playing that slower, more strategic style. And now you get the full W gaming. The last 4 rounds have been really heavily powered by Jing just doing crazy stuff on Omen. And this last round of regulation, at least, Fnatic have got to try to make an adjustment to stop that in its tracks.
And they are all in. Why wouldn't you be? Operator here. Smoke in your face to try and obfuscate. This is the Hunter's Fury that's coming out swinging.
They thought it was another one of those fast hits. Crashies gets the ult baited out as PRX reset.
Conditioning for you. Device one away from an ult of his own now. Slower tempo. Even the ult just thrown into it. Jing obfuscating the intent, but bodies are now trying to form up.
That's supposed to draw bodies away from the A site and make it easier for PRX, but there's still a pit here. There's still a lockdown.
Yeah, it's a lockdown for a lockdown here in this spot. Alpha's ready. Puts it up close to the screens. What's the next level to all of this? Hunter's Fury going to be committed. It's going to be breaking that portion of it, and this has to be respected now. Fnatic, they've offloaded everything to try and stay into this round, but the pit's going to be going down. And Crashies out into the open.
Boaster beefed it. That pit, you're supposed to get back inside, and he got detained.
And PRX not slowing down, still that res, brings Crashy back into the fold, back into the fray. Watch the lie up through mid, PRX, eager though. Looking to see if they can topple Fnatic before they stand and get a grip onto this retake. Pressing forwards, shoulder to shoulder discipline. It's helped so far, but Fnatic need it now in spades! Jing! That extra element! Drifted into the side here, doubled up, and the rifles are ringing out!
PRX grab a 5th round in a row to take us into OT. Felt like an inevitability on Sunset, to be honest with you, but here on Icebox, Fnatic take a timeout and it goes straight back in their face. PRX dial up the tempo, something on a high ground. Jing deep in heaven, getting into aggressive positions, unexpected spots. And even though Alpha dealt with the lurk, there were too many threats. The stress on both sides. And again, a reminder that when you look at the map pool, it feels a bit like a must-win for Fnatic. Next one is their permaban.
Standing ahead. Smoke on the corner, something. Glass cannon operator. Opted into heavy defensive setup here by PRX. Fnatic again, you're going to see that caution played by them. Tiptoeing around, a bit tepid, but trying to dissect the map. Going overhead, spots out the jet.
Yeah, spotting Kayak there gives you some decent information. An idea that it might well be ending A, so you can keep these 4 players. The trust they have in Patman, just to hold down B if their read is wrong. But it's not at all. Forsaken with exactly the right idea of what's happening here. Boaster calling for a little bit more pressure over towards B, and PRX, they want info. They want to step up a little. As Boaster sniffed this out, he's calling for Fnatic to reposition.
To the B split, perhaps.
And this is going to put Patman's head on a swivel.
Yeah.
And maybe Patman's head on a spike.
Left. Going to be turning up the heat. 25 seconds left, down to the wire. Patman still has a snakebite to try and deny some space. Shot darts in your face. Walls up, same with the orbs. PRX starting to get a bit of a read on this one here, but again, Patman needs to try and deny. He steps forward, blind as anything. He does not know what's going on. PRX trying to even it out. Kayak with a peek, but the plan needs to go down. With no issues further, Crashies commits. They're getting into the spot now. Fnatic putting a squeeze onto these PRX players. They're going to try and clear this guy out. Kayak, he's done, finished. Paranoia up top. Jing, no way! Nearsighted Chronicle may be! But this guy will not be denied. Something's still there though, swinging wide. The operator switched around, weaponry now with a rifle. Time starting to tick in a 1v1. Crashies, tepid, approach, and it works best for him.
Again, Crashies comes up in the clutch. What a recovery in a 3v3 situation there. Boaster calling a brilliant slow round. It felt like Forsaken exactly knew what was happening, but the further the time ticked, the more that Boaster realized and sniffed out that stack on A. Chronicle 2, legendary in that top nest position. And Fnatic once more have an opportunity to close.
Forwards, Kayak. Trying to fill in their space here. Oh my god, the pure disrespect. The dash is there. Boaster needs to try and stop them here, but he's isolated onto the corner and caught out wide. Kayak's still there though. This guy is eager to just try and play into the mechanics. PRX not stopping. The feed is filled with red and blood being spilt out onto the site. Tricky task indeed for Fnatic. Walls up, but everyone is falling slowly but surely. Chronicle, last one left. 5 bullets left in a swing from Divide. All the confidence in the world.
PRX have figured out exactly what is working on these attack sites. it definitely feels like they're the team that's closer to being able to close this out, to be honest with you. Despite the fact that Fnatic had so many map points to be able to work with, this looks like PRX is to lose because their attacks, the fast, aggressive approach is just barreling through Fnatic. Something, again, that pulls out the operator, and Fnatic, they got an extra timeout to use once things go to OT, and they're going to use it fairly early on. 13-13, and Milan wants input. Every player, by the way, on Fnatic, over 20 kills apart from Boaster, who's only got 7. That's a little bit rough.
Struggling to put up the numbers.
At the same time, though, it does show you that the other 4 players are all having very good performances.
Yeah.
Because all 4 of them have had huge rounds, big moments. And Boaster's calling has still been finding impact, even if his rifle isn't.
That's what Fnatic are leaning on here.
To be honest, Brent, I think you look at the other side of things, and the player at the bottom of the scoreboard there is something. And if he can find 1 round, just 1, with the defensive op, that will right all of the wrongs of what he's been up to in this map. Because PRX have already got the game plan for the attack side, it's working. If he can find a big operator round here, he could well put his team up to a maybe insurmountable lead.
Placing swamp grenade.
Fnatic taking his time to recuperate, breathe a little bit. It's a slow orb that could have been thrown out, but Forsaken, no, he's just, I mean, okay, scot-free.
Yeah, he was playing for that pretty heavily in regulation. Less important, arguably, here in overtime, because everybody starts 3 away. Don't know if you noticed that Nano Swarm as well that was put down on top Jenny from Devi. That's where Kayak's been pathing to almost every time. So they've got a very specific counter plan here. Look at Jing holding that paranoia as well. They know exactly what they want to do to counter this Fnatic A hit.
Primed. Ready to pounce here.
It does feel like these timeouts have been helping Alex and PRX more than Fnatic.
Drone's broken. Deep control towards B. Any posturing by Fnatic is put to an end. And now, eyes set over towards A. Triple face, alarm bell. It's going to be gone. Jing there with a paranoia! Oh my goodness!
It works perfectly. The game plan, absolute perfection.
Cut them to shreds, and Fnatic now left scrambling for options.
There's the op value as well. Devi tucked onto a position that's really tough to clear.
And Kayak is going to try and win that. Final bullets left!
Spike down.
Mid-animation, Boaster, the captain himself. He's going to right the wrongs of the round, but on top of the ropes, the purest form of disrespect, PRX.
And that was the round that they needed. Every attack round has been going well for them. They won the last 5 in a row to close out regulation.
One enemy.
It's been pacey, it's been fast. W gaming and the train keeps on trucking. Let's see if Fnatic have an answer, because all of the pressure is now on them.
Oh yeah. On their attack side, PRX are sending it.
Revealing area.
Grouped up, deep dark paranoia. They're making it feel like it's that fast B pressure. And Kayak is taking liberties, taking risks. Him versus Devi finds it.
That's huge info as well. You see Devi on this side of the map, you know at least that they're defaulting. You don't know for sure that they're coming back over towards A, but you know it's not that fast B hit. And look how quickly Alpha just takes all of this space on B.
Oh, yeah, deep push. Mid-round information going to be given up here. The rest of his team, an attempt of a punishing jump spot. Boaster acknowledged when he was looking for.
I mean, what a decision from Forsaken to try to fake.
Yeah, he's creeping in through the back. They already know he's there. Patman really anticipated. Bodies out wide to the open. Patman just sidesteps it. Alternating with the movement, but tucked behind Dice. Forsaken is creeping forward. Off of that contact, Kayak. When is your time to strike? Deep dart, dash active, wall up into your face. Thrown into the corner, clears him out though. We'll have to use it to disengage.
Chronicle can step in to cover that though. PRX still, even with all 3 players here, have got a difficult task.
Before War's down as well, out to the open. Jing! He's dropped.
30 seconds left.
The Fnatic have found it. Their footing, the foundation. A safety net now, all the pressure's on Patman. 1v3, 20 seconds left. Taps it, looking for a kill, looking for a cheap fight. Again, he's not going to be given it. Snake bite, all the options reduced to ruins.
I respect the balls to go for a fake there. If it had worked, we'd be calling Forsaken a genius. But actually, he just deviated away from a game plan that's been working for PRX. The pace, the aggression, Fnatic did not have an answer for it. And instead in this round, maybe overcooking things slightly. Went to fake that fast pressure and played into the kind of tempo that Boast is super happy to call against. Immediately, Kayak realized it was a fake. Alpha got quick on the flank, and now we're back to even.
14-14. Up overhead with the util.
Something still going for the operator. Every round on defense has been trying to make it work. Did find a little bit of value with it over towards B. They've got to be watching out for this paranoia again. It worked so well last time for Jing, but he's not really in a spot to use it now.
Cheeky with the positioning.
It looks to me like they're trying to fake that it's only Alpha here on A. You know, he's the player that's getting up, getting forwards.
Most man with the dart. It's going to be a drone. Fnatic. Faking like they're taking B control. Looking to see if they can pull bodies to make A a little bit weaker. Soften it up for the take now.
I mean, that's nice. Patman takes contact, which disguises where the operator is. So it could still be on A.
They're drifting though. PRX are losing control. Not a hard anchor it now, but they're seeing signs of life and hearing it on top of it. Nano swarms, deaded. All up in your face to delay.
Do they play to flood? Do they play to defend and deny the spike?
Devi is hard committed. He's seeing just the body. He's peeking over towards the top of this row. And we're seeing it now. Paranoia is forwards again. There's a wall into your face. Fnatic have access towards it.
Insane!
What is that by Jing? Fnatic! Vice grip now over towards the site. And it's scraps on the floor that Patman has to pick up and make something from it. Damage done, bullets raining through, but right from the side, Chronicle never denied. Something here, operator in hand, but this is just dire. Oscillating the momentum of this map, happening round by round. Picks up the rifle, but you got one hell of a task, and no clearance again. Time's ticking, it's all against it. Crashes knows it.
Big round from Chronicle, but also a wild play from Jing. We saw the value we got from the Paranoia in the previous round. This time, tries to send it again. Throws that out, goes for the TP. But I mean, that is some nutcase behavior. You see, it did land onto Crashies, but just there's way too many people around there. Again, respect.
Holy shit, that's size, bro.
Respect for going for the play, but keeping things simple might have had PRX already close out the map at this point. And a couple of rounds ago, it felt like they were completely in control. Now it does not.
Now it's flipped, 180.
Thing is though, PRX, again, could just go back to playing those fast attack sides. And we've yet to see Fnatic demonstrate they have an answer. Yeah. There's been no evidence that they actually can deal with that pace. But the more that you have to battle against their map points, the more you start to overthink things. And this map, if it ends up being important later on, will be a difficult mental barrier to overcome for PRX if they lose control here. They did such a good job getting to overtime, denying 5 map points.
Fnatic have clawed it back. One more round is all they need to seal up Icebox. Draw us level here in the best of 5 grand finals.
Fnatic's job is to deny, keep that trophy out of reach.
He's taking a peek here early. It's an operator in his hands. Wall up and over, you don't anticipate this one. It's a classic play, or do you? Heads up play, you're trying to use those walls against PRX. They were born in it, molded by that play.
Beautiful anticipation from Forsaken. Now, the wall does still block Patman off. And Alpha, he's pushed up.
Alpha, you are so hard committed here, but he just spots it onto the drone as well. And my God, man! Does he deliver? Taken out eventually. But he's brought it into a 3v3. Hearing the footsteps, the rumble, Patman, there's a timing to be taken, and he just grasps it immediately, jumps on a chance.
And this isolates Crashies. Crashies would have to be a hero for Fnatic to get this across the line.
Play towards the back of the box. walking forwards here. There's a wall into their faces. There's a game on those timings. Again, Crashies. Surely not long for the world. And there it is, Patman from behind. PRX not done yet.
Planted.
A round where Fnatic tried to pull out a cutesy play, and it leaves the caller in a 1v3. He's destroyed at the end. 15-15. Neither team can get a proper advantage over the other and get a grip on this. They're bringing out tactics they probably haven't tried in quite some time. Both teams have got depth.
One enemy remaining.
But things get scrappy the deeper you get.
You are insane, bro. You are insane,
All compliments.
Thanks.
Back up on their feet here, 15-15.
Oh, PRX fighting aggro.
Aggro as anything, Kayak though. One shot to the dome, Jing is gone. Wants a little bit more with that dash active. It's going to be used on either side. Something just needs to try and escape. He's got the safety net of Forsaken watching over the shoulder.
And Fnatic back up, anticipating some level of aggression elsewhere around the map. Alpha almost got an opportunity to pick off Patman in mid with that attack up. And Patman is not going to go for it again. PRX are anticipating a re-hit here, and that does look like the idea here.
Just cautious for now, though.
And Fnatic always with these opportunities to pivot back to Boaster. Boaster's done a very good job in this map of just applying options, giving himself options to work with. His is the more passive role, just making sure nobody pushes out of B. And once again, Patman is asked to do so much.
On a knife's edge here, on top of the wall, it's a dart. Trying to take this timing pass. He's going to try and push forwards. Take the fight to it. There's an orb in the face of these players. Wall up now on top of it. Creeping forwards already.
He caught this timing before.
Wall up though. Surely it's going to be watched for. Spam happening, occurring. Popping up on towards the top! Alpha! How the hell do you land that one? Spike planted. Best scenario you could really hope for if you're Fnatic in this spot here. Again, Alpha, shoulder, peeking out. Taken out. Deep down against the back. Prime's ready and finally let loose with the slow orbs. And you can see that 3-2-1 with a swing. Timing to be taken. Something's on the flank. Already ripping his way all the way past. Needs to be taken out. Something. He's found it. Dash back already. But the time is ticking away.
2 bullets.
And 2 bullets. 2 players. Not enough to get it all done.
Fnatic again with a really solid round to put themselves up once more. So many opportunities to close this. The timing that Patman tries to take, he was rewarded for it previously. This time though, not focusing on the planter, seeing if he could catch a player that was looking to defend and failed. Forsaken pulls out the Odin to try to deny the orb, the wall perhaps?
Second guessing it.
Yeah, decides not to go for it in the end.
Down again. Jing TP's forwards. This is it. Fnatic trying to lock in, trying to step up to that task that's ahead of them here.
And there's the player that's been driving the train forwards. The engine power was coming from Jing in all of these fast attack rounds. Now something has to step up an entry. Dash already popped.
And Kayak's still here. Put over towards the top there, just spotting it out, and the damage done something. 1 bullet to the chest is all it takes for Fnatic. They can feel it. Energy here on their sides. 3v5, it's all contact called for here by PRX. They're hoping there's an overextension. Never in a million years though. Fnatic are always going to be disciplined. Snakebite up and over. Dodged and juked the dart towards the back to buy. He's to land these shots. There's no freebies handed to him. Fnatic just bite it out.
They're always expecting PRX to be the ones making the play. The time is going to be ticking here for Fnatic, though. They've got to go at some point.
Double face up towards the top. Patman reveals his hand with a snakebite drop down on top of it, and this is it. Fnatic never denied it. Hard going all the way through, but they have made it even.
So many opportunities to close this one out, and finally Fnatic managed to grab one of them. 17-15. Both of these maps have been a grind. And in a final like this, so much is about endurance and how you pace yourself. Up next, Fnatic's permaban.
This mother doesn't need respect. Come on! See, Alpha is raging. No! Alpha is hungry. Normally, we say respect everyone, fear no one, but they don't give respect to them, okay? Just swing them, just smash their heads, okay? Turkish wolf is hungry.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Spike defused.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What's up, everybody? Vansilly back on the floor right now. Well, you know what time it is. When I'm at the bottom of the stairs on the stage, it's time to play a game. It's time to play pop-off. I'm still waiting for my contestants to come on. Actually, let's bring them right now. We actually have Abigail representing Fnatic, and Kat, please come in. Everybody, Toronto, give them a hand of applause. My friends, it has been an intensive game so far. How are you doing? I think your voice is almost as gone as mine.
Yeah, I'm out of breath.
Awesome. And for you, Kat, are you going for PRX here? I'm pretty sure it's a 1-1 score line. You think they're going to win it all?
Oh, for sure.
Awesome. Okay, Kat, I had you coming on. I was like, hey, do you know what we're doing? And you said you have no idea. So the premise around this, it's popping off. So I'm a bandwagoner. I don't know who to go for anymore. I don't know if it's going to be Fnatic or PRX. So you guys are going to help me predict. So you're going to lace on to these apparels that we have. Apparatus. There you go. I got my English right. And then we're going to have you pump a balloon. And if your balloon pops, that means it's going to be your team winning the next map. Are you ready for that?
Okay.
So we're going to get our cardio in. Are we good for that?
All right, yeah. Let's go.
How many steps do you do a day?
Oh, like 5.
How about you, Abigail?
What?
How many steps do you do a day?
Oh, not sometimes. 0.
This is gonna be intense then, I guess. I don't know how many steps we're gonna take here, but we're gonna get the helmet up. Let's get the helmet up. Kat, you got the PRX with the balloon. Abigail, the Fnatic one, you ready for that one as well? Too much hair. We didn't plan this really on trying to get the helmet on time. Yeah, make sure you have your balance right as well. But Toronto, are we gonna try to go here for Abigail with Fnatic? Or how about Kat with PRX? I saw the votes up there, and it looked like there was a lot of PRX fans in the audience and around the world. So, or PRX fans louder than Fnatic. PRX, make some noise. And Fnatic, make some noise.
Welcome back, everyone. And
Fnatic won.
Fnatic won. In case you're wondering, Fnatic won the balloon thing, majigum, whatever that is.
Official name, by the way.
That is the actual name of it. Indeed it is. But we are all knotted up 1-1 in this series here. It's now time for our Verizon high-speed moment. This one going to go to Alfier because we ended up seeing, actually, this Fnatic team really get awoken in this one. They needed this in order to get back into this meeting.
They absolutely did. This was their must-win map in this series, and they had a bit of a rough start. Went down 0-4, lost the bonus round, but then as he has stepped up it many times throughout this tournament, it was Fnatic, or it was Alfier, I should say, who brought Fnatic back into this one. He has been playing so well individually throughout this entire run. Just looks so confident on that stage, Bea.
Sometimes you have to be confident, you have to disrespect your opponent, and Alpha needs this kind of rounds. He knows that he's the player that can put the rest of his team in his shoulders and have this kind of moments to bring them back into the game, because those 4 rounds had been so successful for the side of PRX that if this hadn't happened, we wouldn't be where we are right now.
Yeah, and if
we're different.
If we're thinking ahead to who might put on that bracelet and be MVP in a couple hours, I think the top contenders for Fnatic right now are Alpha and Chronicle, both of whom had really big impact that game.
Yeah, but let's not forget about the rookies, though, right? Because we've been seeing Kayak as well as Patman step up a couple of times here, Bea, and it's been great to see the rookies take to the stage like this.
It's so important. We had clutches coming in from Patman. His lurks were on point and an absolute pain in the ass to deal with for Fnatic. Kayak also 11-3 in opening duels, and we were seeing it round after round because of the approach that Fnatic has in this map. Yes, they're very good at retaking and whatnot, but against a team that doesn't really have that many means to get the spike down, Kayak needed to be the one actually spearheading from the defense, making use of that operator that he's so good at, Mimi.
What impressed me the most of his defensive opping wasn't even when he was going for forward peaks. It was when Fnatic was playing back and getting set for their retakes. He would pick really good angles to punish PRX trying to fight deep into side. Because the way you counter Sage retake teams is you fight into backside. And constantly, Kayak was able to deny those angles, keep the players from PRX push back, and make those retakes that Fnatic just kept winning so easy to pull off.
Yeah, but of course, we started to see things get a little wonky as the series, or rather as the map continued forward here. But what we did get was a strong Fnatic second half there, right, guys? And we were seeing Fnatic come back into this one, but don't get me wrong, though. This could have gone either way, especially with the way OT played out.
Yeah, exactly. I think that starting with this strong second part of the map, when they go onto the defense, they needed to stand up very, very strong. A 6-6 half is a very good result when you start on the attack. So for Fnatic to understand how to play this map against PRX, having those initiations was very, very important, Mimi.
Early on for them, too. They had such a good read on that piss around to punish the PRX players who were pushing in through mid. Fnatic, the team, was really good at slowing things down, taking that step back, punishing aggression, and then playing those advantageous later rounds, which is super successful early on. But as we got deeper into that second half, the chaos started to seep in.
How are you doing?
PRX, I mean, nearly brought it back.
Were you good? How was your heart? How are you handling it?
My heart was okay, but it's like sometimes you see a gap in a map and you see PRX taking advantage of that, and you're like, please, I know you know, Fnatic.
Hey, but you know what, though? Now we know that we're going to be heading over to map 3, Pearl, and definitively we're going to Lotus for sure to settle this one. But let's talk about how this series layout has played out, because, Bea, it does feel like everything has gone as predicted. You know, we were calling PRX for map 1, Fnatic for map 2, but now we're going to Pearl, which Fnatic do not like.
Yeah, do not like. They've played it one time this year, but oh my god. Is this a spoiler?
He's hovering the neon.
Alfier, are you doing this? I was going to say they've only played it once this year. It is a map that Fnatic hates. Previous to that, 2022 in VCT is not something that we see a lot from PRX, though. This is the first map that they played in this competition, and a 13-1 win for them against Heretics. So it's very smart for them to be picking this map as their third one. And Alpha, are you going to do He used to play the Neon on this map. We haven't seen it a lot, but with this double duelist approach from Fnatic, I'm liking it.
And this is basically the comp that we saw T1 be very successful with when they were playing and when they went on to win Masters Bangkok. On defense, especially, those two duelists can work so well together to play into these flood retakes. It's two players that we know have been playing amazingly just as shooters this tournament. I would love to see this comp get locked for Fnatic.
Well, they're still hovering hovering over it. They haven't made any changes as far as like selecting other options. They're using that time effectively to communicate, right? Because you know Boaster wants to make sure that he's just giving the orders to the troops, right? And it's very important to make sure that you lock this thing down.
If that was the must-win map on Icebox for Fnatic, I think
Oh my God!
This is the map that PRX needs to win. You cannot pick into your opponent's permaban and lose to them there. That sets up a very scary end of this series then for the boys from APAC.
In the words of Admiral Akbar, is it a trap? Are we in for a trap? What is going on here?
It might be, you know, you're going into the unknown. PRX knows this map very well. Going back into this double duelist that favors them so much. Now we get in the double duelist versus double duelist, something that we will get to see in Split if we get to that final map. But I want to know how this changes the perception that PRX had. And also, 100% important, Davai having such a good series and playing on device.
All right, folks, let's get ready for map 3. Send it back over to your casters. Here's Brent and Sideshow.
So we're stepping into the unknown here as we go into Pearl. PRX, you can imagine, okay, you've got some form of an advantage where you can make Fnatic play this map, but you're also going up against a composition which you've seen before, granted, but not in the way that Fnatic might play it. It's a lot of unknowns, and it's shaky territory still at 1-1 here in our grand finals.
Now, the other time that we saw PRX play on this map as well, it was a 13-1 dismissal of Team Heretics, but that was also them beginning on their attack side, which means we barely saw the defense whatsoever. So even though we know that their attack is phenomenally good, at least in the one example we saw at this tournament, we actually don't know anything about their defense. PRX might suck at defending on this map. We don't know yet. It has been a very good map for them domestically though, and so if you look back there, you shouldn't be too worried about things. And I would echo what the desk is saying. You've got to win on your opponent's permaban pick. But we have seen at tournaments in global finals before that sometimes that is easier said than done. These teams, when they have a permaban, are able to come out with a weird comp, like for example Alpha on Neon, and they're able to throw caution to the wind and play with a level of recklessness that you wouldn't expect sometimes. If Fnatic had any map that they just decided to send it on, it would be here on Pearl. And it puts all the pressure right back on PRX after they just lost in OT.
Seeing Fnatic on that attack side here as we step into Pearl. Big group up early on. We can see it up here on the casting desk, but potential for some early fights occurring out towards B.
Map 3, where things really start to heat up in a BO5 grand final here. Something and Divide looking down B long, wondering if they want to take contact early. PRX trying to fight over both edges of the map. And now spreading back out again to make sure they collect any timings like this that have gone missing. But exactly as Chronicle and Boaster go to take some art control, Jing was backing up.
Posted now. Oh my goodness. Forsaken, not to be outdone. First kill immediately evened out from Fnatic's side of things here, but that Sheriff, yeah, short work is made to the opposition. Fnatic now leaving the map into partitions, and they're not going to be denied this plant. Divide would have to go absolutely crazy.
Spike planted.
Chronicle 3-piece to get things started here on Pearl.
Something we haven't discussed too much as well is how much the first kills are going the way of Fnatic. First map, I was looking at it and I was like, wow, that's kind of ridiculous actually. They're getting a ton. And then it happens again, pretty much the same way. Even though the maps are close, Fnatic is dominating in the first kill department. Across these first two maps, they're up plus 14, now plus 15 after that pistol. So PRX are constantly having to battle back from being down 4v5. Now sometimes they do get those trades instantly if they're deathballed together. But it's worth keeping in mind here.
Time to jump.
Every player apart from Boaster, very positive in the first kill department.
Oh yeah.
And Chronicle, he had massive impact in the pistol round, and now with just the Sheriff is able to go wandering. He's got a little more freedom.
Players are posted, getting into spot and position. They're seeing signs of life here, but immediately eviscerated. Devi doing backflips towards the back of the site, and rifle in hand. Okay, Kayak trying to test himself a little bit. Sharp with the aim of the first shot, but step forwards. It's all anticipated and recovered when it comes to the weaponry.
Throwing down the spike as well to make sure that they prioritize Crashy's ultimate. Nope, giving it over instead to Chronicle, who's a little closer to the lockdown, which is a pretty huge tool that you can work with. Forsaken comes through, spanks Alpha, yeah? But he's only got a Frenzy to be able to work with.
That's not much.
Would be a ridiculous 1v4. I don't think the chances are particularly high.
Unlikely.
Fnatic trying to keep it clean, putting the rifle into Chronicle's hand as well.
Forsaken's not going to be taking any peeks here, so a strong beginning for Fnatic here on Pearl. As we said it, and we set it up, series of unknowns on either side.
Yeah, so much to wonder about. I mean, the EMEA teams in general don't really love playing on Pearl. But Fnatic, no exception to that. Not a team that's had even historic success, particularly here. But also, they knew 100% that they were going to be playing it here today. So the two maps, in my opinion, if I put myself in Fnatic's coaching shoes, I'd be prepping hardest for Sunset and for Pearl.
One enemy remaining. Go, go, go.
Sunset, they put up a really good showing. There was a possibility that they could have taken that one, but this, we'll have to see. Boaster with the attack op.
Okay. Round 3.
I mean, it's not like he's never done it before, but round 3?
Yeah, bonus round. When you least expect it. Quick little glide and dash to the side. Fights to be hard. Jing, he loses his out. Instant dismissal. Alpha, you might be getting a bit overzealous there, but the stun's ricocheting. It's random spam. Over the shoulder, finding that gap. Something snaps down, and Boaster's done. Pings it out as well. I think even spotting out that they did invest into that operator.
Yeah, so they might be expecting that Fnatic will go back and try to recover that over towards B.
Where's that one going?
I mean, I don't think
Surely
that
not
Kayak's
thinking about
ever
it.
going to actually take that one. Certainly not with Devi watching it like a hawk.
No.
Alpha took a lot of spam when he was trying to get a little more aggressive and push his luck in A main. So it's going to be tough for him to get too much impact. This round, probably on Kayak.
The connector. Post. Okay, well, Forsaken is doing a lot of work.
Last player.
Deadlifting that portion of the map and taking it fully away from Fnatic. And yeah, Alpha's like, wait a second.
Go, go, go.
I mean, his job here might just be to try to collect the operator and something.
Exactly.
He's got it on lock. Dealt with Boaster early on. Closes down.
So he was aware of it even. We just saw there, obtained the upgrade of himself. So there's going to be a defensive operator now to worry about if you are Fnatic.
And I think they might have just given a really lovely gift over to the defenders. It's a questionable decision, I think, from Boaster. Especially the way that he was trying to get set up with the op. So now in this round, Alpha, yeah, the player with some of the sharpest aim in the entire server is going to bring a judge out.
Well, we'll see what he can do with it. Get up into their faces perhaps already, and he's going to look to do that over towards it. Nasty stuff from Forsaken. Takes control of the rifle in his hands. That's a hard target to hit.
And Alpha, yeah, denied immediately. Maybe trying to push his luck a little. Not a duelist that he's super familiar with.
Bits and pieces of util now. I mean, it's going to be held into the hands of these Fnatic players, looking to see if they can take a bit of mid-control. Clone. Sure. Oh, they're stuck onto the corner. It doesn't even trigger the wall.
The
season and aid. Oh, done! These combinations are cooking! That's a foul concoction if you are Fnatic. You're going to need those heroics! But it's all watch. Crashies in a 1v5.
That's a beautiful round put together from PRX. It really is. And a wallbang even all the way through mid, putting a little bit of damage onto Crashies.
30 seconds
The
left.
combo of the Seize nade into the pull and into the swing just destroys Fnatic, but they'd already been set up. Couple of weird moments here I mean, Kayak's teleport all the way down into Flowers was a bit of an unusual one. And then his clone getting stuck, failing to trigger out the wall. You can definitely see, I think, the Fnatic are less comfortable.
Yep.
The details are not perfect here.
Throw going amiss. That's ridiculous. Okay.
The slide is really late, though. I mean, he's jumping through and trying to slide. And that's a silly way of ending.
A load of surprises.
Another little evil chuckle there from Batman.
Yeah.
And now Fnatic's economy not in a good spot. They forced up in the previous one, like I said, with that judge. And something is just sitting pretty on the other side of the map with Boaster's operator.
Still in his hands, still watching that deep B line. Makes the guessing game a little bit easier and a lot of stall util.
Yeah. I mean, if it ends up landing kills here,
all the way up.
Fnatic are going to be feeling really bad about the fact that such a valuable asset has gone into the hands of PRX. It's like Mini in weapon form.
Something's really trying to min-max these timings, I think. The gate crash, backs himself out here. Going to be hearing that drone, just trying to avoid it. Ducking, juking, but now, okay, recall start. Discipline is going to be there from Fnatic. Do you expect something to be here? That's the question.
It's a great flash.
Took to the side here, just stepping up, and wow, okay.
Better shot.
That's overkill. Head's going to be rolling straight off the shoulders there.
Alpha does have his ult to be able to work with, but maybe Alpha's job here is just going to be to try to run a fake and pull eyes towards B. You see Chronicle inserted over towards A, as the rest of the team tries to go back over towards and connect with this guy.
Chronicle's got to get some damage done too. Anything to crack this one open. Contact plays for now. Being peeked out, Divide. Just there's the Thorns. Down below it, it's going to be swinging wide. That flash was a good connection. Forsaken already ready to supplement. Deep Dart dealt with. Almost lining themselves up for it. It is precise from PRX. Surgical almost, and it leaves it into Alfia's hands. Too much for him to do.
Very comfortable there anchoring from Divide. Super comfortable in that kind of spot. So he knew exactly how to play around it. The flash, the Thorns.
Good hit.
And he's got a perfect idea of where the player is going to be positioned. Chronicle core.
Shame. One enemy.
But now the rifles are back for Fnatic. Couple of rounds of lower recon, and now Alpha gets a Vandal. Something still with an operator, so always that's going to be a difficult one to work around. But Alpha's got to be the player that you've got eyes on to try to crack this open. 3 players, though, from PRX on the other side.
Over the top there with a dart.
Yeah, that recon just to see if he could push away an Oppa that was going to be playing Pillar. This is going to be a fight, though, from PRX.
Crunchy's far back here. There's going to be that flash play. It's going on either side. Fnatic. Drawing blood. Jing, he's hard committed onto the corner. Do you want to stay here? Oh my goodness! He wants to step up to the challenge. Satchels barely there to evacuate. He's going to be taking a high ground. All perched now. Called for a wrap and rotation as the entirety of Art is given up. Fnatic have access now to this A site.
Full control and only something here. Fnatic should be on the line before the Yoru player.
Doubled up into the back of the site here, but again, oh my goodness, it's the minor of margins. Just spotting another player, but is he expecting from behind? Now, I should say Chronicle.
I mean, the movement's amazing there from something.
Doesn't want to overstep himself. Chronicle still all the control towards the back of it. The turret was placed down. Alpha's time to shine. He's going to be the playmaker here into this spot. The clone going to be taking a bullet to the brain forward, but Fnatic putting that crunch on them. They drag it here 3-3.
And finally recover Boaster's operator.
Remember, bullets hurt.
3-3, big round from Fnatic. I've got a question about what the hell went wrong with that PRX fight over towards B long before even this began. I think there was a team flash that came out.
They might have shot a clone, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. But everybody really heavily blinded up there from PRX.
Yeah.
Just as they went to try to trigger the play.
Frustration on the face of something.
Go, go, go.
Op v Op. It's actually Alpha, yeah, who's going to be running it this time as they try to take space towards B. Crashies is hearing this. Something with the peek. Punished.
Insanely brave. And Crashies does punish.
It's about as deep as you can get in the first 10 seconds over towards A main. A ridiculous angle for something to be fighting towards. He was hoping it would be unexpected, but can't quite hit the flick. And now in a 4v5, once again, by the way, Fnatic getting the opening pick. PRX are going to be incentivized to go for some kind of info peek play around the map. That's where Alpha's op could end up working its magic.
Flash got acknowledgement.
Yeah, you don't need to go for the active info just yet.
You should run. You want to
Feel it here with a lockdown. Drop down and defeat a Fnatic. You want to clear this one out cleanly. Wall up. Alpha trying to take this space. Pulled out a lot of util in the process, and you have to respect it.
There.
Alpha throwing the operator over to Crashies as well, who can just play post-plant with that weapon and his Hunter's Fury.
He's incredibly pushed forwards here, but okay, just spotted out there with the info. Shorty of his own, Hunter's Fury! Hold on, ton of connections. Crashies looking for a little bit more, but just the one tag. Lights up a few of them. Showstopper! It's going to be committed. And Alpha trying to hold his ground down, but like a rocket again, Jing this time. Unable to get that value he's done prior. Weapons taken away with a Steel Garden. Divide looking to try and reclaim some of that space. Boaster not removed. Kayak's from behind. Full control. Containment is ordered, and Fnatic have got it all under lock.
Divide towards the end. Caught in a mess of smokes and ults. Couldn't figure out how to navigate a tricky situation. I think they needed Jing to be able to pick up that kill in backhauls. But the duelist taking some wild fights. Alpha deep pushed up as well, just trying to play off the back of Crashies' ultimate. Fnatic, honestly, look like they've got some nice game plans on their attack side.
3 of them. I had 3 of them with my ult.
They're definitely in control.
And like you said, Brent, there was a huge connection with Crashies' ultimate the first time he ripped it. Got 3 players down to 70 health. That definitely helped Alpha. But yeah, let's return back to the game plan from Fnatic then. It's that same slow-paced style on their attack side that they've been playing all tournament, and PRX are getting baited into going for these fights. And that's then allowing Fnatic to go for pretty simple execs and get the plant down. And the one thing that Fnatic's been amazing at all tournament long, really entirety of this team, has been post plants. They've been winning 82% of their post plants in this tournament. If you're PRX, you cannot allow them to get that spike down. But that also does mean fighting, and Fnatic are ready and waiting for it.
PRX can feel this map potentially slipping out of their grasp. Has been back and forth, to be sure, but Fnatic are stringing together these rounds nicely at this point.
And this next one could be massively important, because you look at Forsaken, Devi, Something's operator, they wouldn't have any of those weapons back online.
Money again, Deep Horn. I'm going to break this one. Alpha looking to get posted. It's him versus something. Oh my goodness, that's immediately. The clone going to be taking that bullet for him.
And Alpha instantly gets on the line. Doesn't see a re-peek though, and Boaster's calling for this regroup on A. Jing, danger player, tucked. Forsaken playing a bait and switch.
I think no, though. His A main control is going to be lost to them prior. There might be a timing drone forwards. Jing just swinging out wide. It's all anticipated. With open arms, Alpha is turning you into mincemeat.
That's a crazy play from Kayak, and Alpha's there again.
He's just playing his team in perfectly. Put your body on the line, because at this point, what could stop him? 4 kills, ace online. The crowd wants it. They're cheering. Get Alpha plucked out of the sky.
4 HP between him and a sick clip. But I don't think Divide's going to be able to keep this up. Alpha has done way too much. And Chronicle cleans up the dregs. That round demonstrates not only the incredible awareness they have of PRX, knowing that Jing is going to be playing that position, or at least a serious threat of it. Alpha's attack up gets value, but then the killer instinct afterwards to dismantle the play and push forwards into an Astra that's way too far out of position. Alpha continues to get further and further ahead, I think, in the MVP race.
12 and 6. shutting it all down for PRX. I'm going to bring this one back here. It's aggression, a staple of this team. Now through mid. Giving up on it.
Boaster, I think, just calling to try to keep some of these anti-ecos pretty simple. You know that teams are going to try to fight over towards mid, so they've got Chronicle watching that. You just have Crashies feeding you info on the other side, and then you try to end B. That's a lot of damage through onto Chronicle, though.
The bodies, Forsaken. Creeps ever closer. TP into spawn. I think that might have been hurt. Forsaken. Crosshair placement. Trying to land those shots. Good awareness from Kayak. Spam straight through the wall, sent flying towards them. Hello, there's a lot of damage on the Chronicle. Could have been a kill. Nana Swarm's committed. Anything to clear these players out up through the top section of B. This is Manic, this is Chaos. PRX trying to take the fight straight to them. They don't care about the battle lines that are drawn out normally.
Man, he could be a difference maker. Why are they not thinking there could be anyone on A?
It's full knives out, and they've opened up a bit of a mistake here. As you mentioned, Patman upgrade. Acquired with a rifle.
And Boaster is stuck.
They're split up.
Boaster has the spike, 25 seconds, creeping around behind Patman.
Nightfall committed, Crashies pushed forward as a result of it. No one really ready for this one, but it's brought it into that 2v2 Fnatic. Trying to get a move on Crashies now. Roles reversed, he's the one putting the pressure in the squeeze onto Patman. And he's earned his team a lifeline.
10 seconds left.
Great read as well. Devi, though, somehow manages to time that recon, but Crashies is aware.
Tagged up. Just by the drone, Fnatic. Put them into a post plan and they will thrive.
Yeah, Boaster just got escorted the entire way through. Turned into the VIP, and Crashies, the bouncer, kept everyone off him.
As a pull for the first time. Going to be used now. Devi, one hell of a clutch is required. And none of the space to do it. Shock darts flying, Crashies just playing his life perfectly. Impeccable work. Impeccable work indeed, Fnatic.
That is a sick round from Crashies. He's asked to do way too much in that situation. Alpha gets caught on the B re-clear, and Crashies has to push forward, dodge a fade ult, get a kill, come back, defend Boaster as he gets the spike plant down. This fight against Patman, Boaster could have tried to run through, but Boaster wanted to make sure he didn't drop the spike.
You know how did you get 2 kills? Because I killed. I kissed your hand.
Something's brought the op out again. Fnatic have been really good at navigating these kind of positions. Alpha takes a ton of damage early, though.
It's a bit of spam through the wall. Dart overhead. Clone not broken either.
The utility's been really strong, though, at stopping something for being able to go up for these peaks.
Patman, that's brave. He's doing that solo.
A lot of the defense for PRX is solo, actually.
Yeah. Trust in the raw aim and mechanics to carry them through. And okay, Chronicle going peeking Jing with the swing.
That's nice support. Now something's going to take a risk and go for a peek into Kayak at B. Fnatic bait out the wall. Devi gets a little bit of info. And this fight... Sorry, I said peek into Kayak. It's Alpha.
Time to jump.
Alpha and something kind of staring at each other through walls. And Boaster's making the call to come back in this direction. They might not know that something's on the line.
Here.
Oh, he spotted him.
Oh, the ping's out. Deep position and target acquired. Alpha gone. Call for a pivot now by Fnatic. That was the backup policy. With Alpha gone, you've got to try and set your sights in a different direction. 30 seconds left. Where are you going, Patman? Taking a peek. That is uncalled for. Looking for some information. Fnatic, well, they're just taking that timing now, but with 20 seconds stalled out by the Thorns, you've got to get a move on. Sidestepping through, brought down to the brink. Weakened, damaged as anything in a flash and a repeat! Devi delivers!
My ultimate's ready.
They clean up that 5v3, never in danger when Devi's in an anchor spot. He does look so comfortable dealing with Fnatic when they actually finish on his side. The issue, I think, for PRX has been that sometimes they put themselves in too difficult positions. But this time, player advantage, and Fnatic are trying to head into a site with time not on their side. Something keeps the operator over towards B. He's been very stubborn with this placement. Fnatic have been mostly working around him pretty well. Last time he caught Alpha, yeah, he's going for it again.
Past it. More players, though, waiting to cross. Fnatic clone taking the bullet, Alpha with the peek, and a swift dismissal. Okay, get out of there.
He's lucky to survive that one.
He really is.
31 HP, one more Vandal bullet. And PRX is going to try to put him on the line again.
For this one. They're trying to take the pressure to them. That's a steel guard in the pocket to play in. Alpha still has his gun. Fake TPs. All that pressure is just dissuaded, diffused.
Fnatic don't really want to commit because they know that the stack is here, but they don't have another option. They don't have a lurker to go back to with info in mid or A.
Oh, a bit of spray down with the rifles. There's a gap in that smoke. Time to play with it, but already that Cosmic Divide is going to be fading. It's not going their way. It's traded out. Showstopper. It's here for Jing. When the time runs short here, you could be in dire straits. Forsaken. He wants to go for a peek of his own. Flash through in his face. TP into the back of Halls. Kayak. Anything to deal with him? My God, man! Forsaken! Just takes that timing to rip them
30 seconds.
to shreds. Patman!
He finishes what Forsaken began. Forsaken constantly the player in these unexpected positions. And again, just making Fnatic earn every moment. Constantly putting questions and challenges towards Fnatic.
Down B.
And often finding gaps
30
that he can
seconds.
exploit. A lovely risk. Exactly at the right time. And PRX bring things up with an opportunity to get it level at the half. Jing's very fast with a haunt up towards B, but Fnatic don't know too much about that. They're on the exact opposite side, facing Devi. And Devi has been excellent anchoring A.
Runs forward, dimensional drift, extra info gathered, and a peek from Devi, forcing the ult out into the hands of Alpha. Good tracking, locks onto it, something. What the hell are you playing at? Alpha is taking over.
What is going on with PRX? I mean, I know they want to play that aggressively. Here's Forsaken again, looking to try to make the play.
Hold on, he's busted up as well. Chronicle.
Spike
Bullet
down A.
to the back of the head of Forsaken, shuts it down.
Spike planted.
Really on site now into that post once more. It's the last chance here in this first half.
It is planted as well for Secret.
It's a good setup from Fnatic. PRX trying to get a move on. Jing almost lined up for him. Just the one known, it leaves it to the rookie. He's been the glue for this team, but in a 1v2 already, players playing their lives, just spotting signs of life. Fought through. Tap, left guessing, but now spotting. Half on the defuse, might be earned. Patman holds it down, but again, just a peek and crashes. Deliver on to death.
Fnatic getting huge value out of the operator in this half. A really nice anti-strat to deal with PRX where they go for these aggro peak timings. But I think PRX kind of lost the plot a little bit towards the end there. The ultimate from something bonkers. The swing from Devi, unusual because he was anchoring those spots passively so well. This is Fnatic's permaban map, and they are up 7-5 at the half.
You're so good, bro.
Unreal scenes from Fnatic. You're seeing smiles across the board for them. For now, though, we're going to send it down to Vansili, standing by with some of our co-streamer friends.
Thank you so much. We're hanging out here in the co-streaming booth where I'm actually joined by legendary French casters Kitty and also Renaud. Kitty, Renaud, welcome to Toronto. I just want to ask you your experience first, starting with you, Kitty. How's Toronto been for you so far?
It's very good. I love the food. And yeah, the matches have been amazing, so I really enjoy it.
And for you, Renaud?
Yeah, it's the first time in Canada for me, and Toronto is a nice city. I'm having a good time.
And the games are actually pretty awesome so far for this grand finals. What's your take so far between this PRX and Fnatic game?
I think PRX can take it. I thought it was hard on Icebox, but they managed to come back, and I was not expecting this, so I think PRX can take it today.
Renaud, what about you?
For the moment, everything is here. The game are tough. Fnatic is fighting back on Pearl. I didn't expect that, so it's just amazing to see that we have a very nice grand final.
Awesome. And now that I have your presence with me, is it okay if I practice my French? I'm going to start asking you a question in French.
Avec plaisir.
So, what do you guys think about the new map Corrode? Comment trouvez-vous la nouvelle map Corrode?
Je m'attendais pas du tout à ce qu'on ait autant de petits angles à check. Les bombes sites sont très surprenants et donc je m'attends juste à énormément de gunfight sur les points, les choke points. Et donc ouais, moi j'ai juste hâte de la jouer tout simplement.
That's actually pretty cool because now you're saying basically if you don't understand French, all the words were in English there. So choke points are cool, bomb sites are awesome, spike sites, there's going to be a lot of quick gunfights, so I'm looking forward to that one. What about you, Renaud?
Moi, la chose qui m'a surprise, c'est les wallbangs partout. C'est vrai que la map a l'air d'être conçue pour ça. Et j'ai hâte de voir comment les équipes vont jouer comme ça avec les Odin, les Guardians, etc.
Alors, merci beaucoup. Désolé, on n'a plus assez de temps, fait qu'on va retourner avec le match. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's get back to the game.
Let's head straight back into it. Vantley just flexing, really. And
I know.
Lorax is on board.
I mean, does the Lorax speak French? Do the trees speak French?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Maybe they do in different parts of Canada. All right, let's take a look at the Coinbase Econ report. I mean, one of the players here that's up towards the top, Alpha, who had an op in his hand at various points, was getting kills with a shorty, was getting kills with his ultimate, with a Vandal. He's doing everything everywhere. And you heard it as they went into the halftime. Crashies saying, you are so good. It must be wonderful for Crashies to be on this side of it rather than the other side of it, as he was in the past playing for Optic and NRG.
Frequent. I mean, Crashies, a staple in best of fives. He's used to them.
He is. He's had the second most Grand Finals appearances out of any player in Valorant, only behind Chronicle, tied with Boaster.
Yeah, which you wouldn't expect.
Oh, it's crazy, isn't it? Well, they got so many with the Optic NRG core, and then back here again. Incredible stuff from him.
And we go into really get this ball rolling here. 7-5, Boaster, timing taken. Hello, right click's not delivering him what he wanted. PRX are the ones who survive, but Alpha, instant response. He does claim the life divide. Go for a swing and a peek, and that is called for. That is beautiful by Fnatic.
Oh, that's unreal.
It's poetry in motion.
The synergy there on the wide swing, and Alpha readjusting targets.
Holy.
Forsaken's been good, but he's not been able to recover situations like this, surely.
Spike down, hold on, there's damage done to Alpha at least, but from behind, Kayak just trying to remove those wing cons, and there's damage done to Forsaken. He's going to be able to have access to the spike.
There is a possibility. He'd have to get funky with a smoke, though, and somehow pick off a cheap kill on Alpha.
Not available. Dead Sit consumed is going to Bloom, Blossom, partition up the site. Bit of spam from Fnatic. Hoping to catch a freebie. Second star down.
Concealment.
Consumed again, just trying to cut up the sight lines onto this one. Chronogodo peeks it, and Alpha takes it.
As if Alpha needed more. They feed the beast.
Spike's dead. Go, go, go.
That showcases synergy as well from a duo that have not been having like too much experience in these kind of roles, you know. You got Alpha as a hard entry here, and then playing Crashies in. Crashies still somewhat new to the team, and Alpha doesn't play a lot of the hard entry like this, but that's masterful stuff.
Your comms are insane, your aim is insane, you're insane.
And Crashies is loving his time with this team.
Yeah.
He's talked so much about how good the vibes are and surrounded by incredible talent.
They're in full control of this map.
Which is mad to say. It truly is.
Done. Forwards again, forcing the issue. Boaster from behind. Quick work there with a stinger.
Getting funky with it.
Yeah. Horn forwards will not help you much at all. The fight is immediately gone, and this is just complete control, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fnatic gliding, sliding forwards, trying to set up Chronicle for the goods, and Boaster right there to claim it.
Really aggro, following in behind Alpha's timings. Boaster there, disrespecting the smoke as well. Look at him, running inside of it with a nano, knowing that he's going to catch the timing on the PRX players.
One enemy.
And when this is your permaban, right, Fnatic, there's no way of PRX knowing what's coming for them. You can afford to do silly things, one-and-done things, because it only has to work once.
Oh, yeah.
You only have to win one time on Pearl. Fnatic don't have to be an amazing Pearl team, they just have to win once. Right here.
That puts all the pressure on the PRX. Not that it's not there already, but 4-round lead for Fnatic.
And I don't think PRX can afford to lose this one. I mean the round and the map.
That's a tuck to the side, that's something, it's a deep TP. Claims the life of Kayak. Moving forwards though, drifting to the side. Boaster looking to see if he can stay alive. Alpha! Deep dash forwards, and now you're seeing signs potentially that things are going a little bit skew with, not quite as practiced.
I mean, having said that though, Brent, they're still in a 2v3 here, Fnatic. There's still a lot of danger. Especially when it's Chronicle, Crashies, both really good in a clutch. PRX should be able to close this out, but they also need to close this out.
Both Fnatic players in the same position, waiting for the dart timing. Thorns, deaded. Dart to back Halls. Halls going to be used as a response for it, and there it is.
Good flash timing too from Divide. Completely catches Chronicle. And 3 rifles saved. Bunch of armor as well. That's going to keep PRX in this one. Very aggressive on the peak from something. And Jing ready for that re-clear. Alpha has gone for it quite a few times now on defense. All 3 rounds, we've seen him slide in, trying to play somebody else in around mid. And this time, Jing wise to it. And look, the eco's a little wonky here for Fnatic again. Alpha with a judge. I do like this play. Seen PRX go for this before. Recall smokes, horn, flash. Allows Jing to get set up. Very difficult to contest A main against that kind of pressure. And then PRX, they threaten that they could have left somebody inserted. And they're going to go back to contest Kayak. And they're probably going to find this timing just as the gate crash starts to expire.
Yeah, puts pressure on the Kayak. Either take it or you renew another one. Spots the body.
Yeah, look, just as he has to throw out another gate crash.
Flash overhead. Layers down his retreat a little bit better. You're going to see another flash. Spawning bodies and looking to contest and contain. PRX though. Get out scot-free. Now you're seeing it. Cosmic Divide is going to be splitting up that site. Already a fast blood attempt is going to be called for. Alpha is in your face for Judge. Oh my god, man, he's caught out into the open still. Kayak looking to see if he can help them out. PRX! They obliterate them though. Util and Chronicle was looking to just contain up through mid. Not for much longer. Crashies. We'll have to concede this space.
And almost certainly concede the round. I mean, one of the weird things here is that Crashies, I'm sure he'd like to try to go for it, but the economy is still not in a great spot for Fnatic. Didn't manage to win the bonus, and then had a judge to work with here and neutralize.
Okay.
It's a great shot onto Forsaken, and nobody else really trying to hunt him down. So Crashies is going to be able to escape with this one with the rifle in hand. I don't think Fnatic look that great when Alpha doesn't have a rifle or an op to play with. I've not really liked the way that he's been trying to play with the judge. Now in this round, something also hit a great teleport towards backside and it just put Alpha in an impossible situation. But both times that they've tried to play with that lighter weaponry, it hasn't worked out. And PRX crawling back into this one. 2 rounds the gap. Every map has been on a knife's edge so far in this game. That's what you expect with 2 great teams. 2 teams that have placed deep at tournaments many times before.
Looking to drag it out a little bit further. PRX only trailing by the 2. Fnatic with a heavy group up, their money taking a tumble, just the state of their bye last round.
This is a spot where Boaster might try to catch a teleport from something. They are ready to fight them on B.
Warning shot from the judge from Jing, looking to see if they can claim some of that space, but it's a wall up and over towards the top, and it kind of reveals the hand. Fnatic is stacking this.
Yeah, a little early from Alpha there. He thought the PRX were going to be committed really fast, really heavy. Instead, jumped the gun a little. The spike's making its way over towards A, but I think that's just so that Pac-Man can fake like there's a little bit of pressure there, because all of these players are still set up for a B re-hit.
Still danger lurking. On every corner, Kayak ready to try and respond. He has that rifle. On towards it, flash in your face though. A lot of pressure in through mid. It's definitely split up a lot of the bodies, but 3 still left to stand from Fnatic. Looking to try and put stop to this approach. Push coming through though. PRX not pushed back, it's a haunt. The double jump in, Jing! Goodness me! Absolutely filthy work. rolls out the red carpet for the rest of the team to follow up on, and crashes with just the Sheriff. It's a nice shot to open, but PRX now just trailing by 1.
Really good utility pressure. C's came through into back halls, caught onto Boaster, and then there was a stun afterwards as well. So this, it may have looked like it was a Judge versus a Bucky, but the stun was just wearing off there on Boaster. They couldn't really get into a position and fire off that Bucky shot in time. This is what we saw, if you think all the way back really early on in the tournament. PRX played against Heretics. They won on this map 13-1, and a lot of it was based on that double duelist diving into the back of B site. It's really tough to deal with. You have a teleport that can go almost anywhere, front or back, towards halls. And then Jing's pathing can be anywhere as well. He could go with something, he could go the opposite side of something, he could go to heaven if he wanted. It is so tough as a side anchor to try to figure out what the pathing is going to look like from these double duelist dives. And then you have great util coming in from Forsaken and Patman. Fnatic are losing their control on this map. It definitely looked like they were set up pretty after winning the second pistol. But now, you might be seeing the difference between a team that's got some real depth in the strategy and depth in terms of scrim experience, match experience, and a team just kind of trying to wing it.
Yeah. Tale of two halves. PRX really feeling like they are in control of this one, even though they are trailing by the 1. Fnatic scramble together a bit of a buy here with the money. Operator in the hands of Alpha. Far back position though. This dimensional drift is going to be increasing the pace. PRX gonna take it towards them. Fnatic just exit straight out of there. Something you want to go for this one? Surely not. Oh my goodness!
These ults have been criminal.
And a Nightfall on top. Look at the late claim towards the back of the side. Patman is alone, by the way, and he's going for that peak swing anticipated. Hunter's Fury, back pocket of Crash. The plant is down, he's done damage.
A major opportunity for Fnatic here, back in. Jing though. Judge, oh, shut down before he could even see a glimmer of a Fnatic player.
It's a complete denial of space. Fnatic now methodical, surgical, picking apart the players and picking apart the site. Divide. Playing well, but not this well. Cosmic Divide in your face, you have to give it up. Fnatic now. What a response on the backside of that timeout.
It is a big round for Fnatic to be able to get, but I think you can't watch that and not have questions about the way that something plays this. He comes dry out of his ult, no utility used, and just tries to catch Boaster while he's throwing down utility. I mean, that's got Alex furious. Yeah. The information that he gathered was good as well. If he'd been able to bail, they probably still have full control of the A site. Can't be making mistakes like that.
Kayak. The operator flash in your face though. Just get away from that spot. Even go over the repeat as a flash. Adjustment, tries to snap to it. No body's there, but no kill claim. Jing now with that showstopper. He's looking to try and open this one up. Pacey indeed. Boaster needs to get a hold of this one here, but here it is, different direction, and Jing, no dice. Can't claim it. Kayak from under. Something's been dropped. Divide just trying to take a lot of this space. Boaster, no more bullets to really make a stand against it, but that stun rattles, and it connects. Shorty, both bullets gone. PRX are the ones in control.
Spike not planted. Chronicle and Kayak still with a small opportunity of intercepting somebody before they get there.
Seeing it, waiting for that util to come back online. Kayak trying to play the luck of the draw with a shot like that. Already backing away for the save. Fnatic gonna give this one up, and PRX are now one step closer to trying to draw it level.
I think Boaster needs more assistance anchoring in back halls there, whether it's from his own utility or whether they can get Kayak deeper into that spot with a teleport out.
Finished. My ultimate is ready.
Boaster just looks so overwhelmed in those kind of positions because, again, like I said, it's super difficult to tell what the pathing is going to be like for PRX. They explode onto the site and they can go from left or right side into back halls. Chronicle, though, with a lockdown, maybe Fnatic will be incentivized to play a bit more of a retake style on B. Kayak took so much damage from that, but did manage to get a freebie. Boaster, though, like I said there, is just under enormous amounts of pressure. I do think he needs somebody else to try to alleviate that to some degree. This time, Alpha is going to choose a different op position, taking it instead of Kayak as well. So bait and switch setup over towards B. If PRX want to end there, they're going to have to go through Kayak and still think about Alpha playing the Neon off.
Chronicle is going to be feeling that heat. What a flash and what a find. He was the player with a lockdown, Alpha. That operator, he wants to get reposted.
PRX really do cook with these flashes through smokes to set up Jing. They've got so many of them. It's something that he's amazing at.
Crash, he's desperate for that info, just spots it. Overstays it, but still gets out.
Spots a lot, but is worried about Art.
I was going to hear about it. The Rumble here. Thinks he's being squeezed, going to be playing it close. Tug, we've seen his angle, get value. Stuns forward, Fnatic have responded. Players are waiting for it, and Crashes could be that playmaker! Time to deliver it. Just the one before the trade is through. 50 seconds left, PRX. Moving forwards now, seeking to try and at least split up this side. Plant down, committed.
Something relocates, Boaster moves forwards. Smoke, though, kind of cuts his options.
Yeah, that's crossfire setup still. PRX have options in this spot. A bit of spam Forsaken! What a swing! Malva's gone, head clean off Boaster. Let's see if he can do a lot here. Him and Kayak against the world. Flash forwards, good connection. Operator picked up. Still that util though. Patman, not to be removed, not to be outdone. And he's locking this one down for PRX to bring it level.
PRX need a little bit more of that, relying on that extra experience they have on Pearl. Look at that flash. Beautiful setup. They've got a couple of those over towards A main, and there's one through mid. Crashies did the best he possibly could from that pressure position. But the rest of Fnatic come with quite the same kind of protocols as they hold angles for each other, looking to retake. Their retakes look really clean on the rest of the maps in the pool, but here, a little more unpracticed. And PRX rely on that, lean on that, and force Fnatic into a timeout. They also force the economy down the drain. It's a tough one. Nobody expected Fnatic to really be able to put up a fight here on Pearl. It's their permaban, the Alpha Neon tearing people apart, honestly. But PRX, the more we go, the deeper we get on this map, the more we're starting to see them pull out into the lead. And it's a good job, because we were talking about must-win maps. And Fnatic on Icebox, this one, the Des was talking about it, it is a must-win for PRX. They've been in these kind of situations so often when they're in a big final and something goes wrong. They can't quite get it over the line. The must-wins become could-haves and should-haves. This one cannot slip out of their grasp. You never know how many more chances you're going to get. They've already had so many.
Time to jump.
Up to PRX to make their own destiny at this point. 10-10. The money is knocked down for Fnatic.
Trying to put Alpha in a position where he can take a fight and still have some level of backup. And Alpha, he does have the hot hand.
Jing's going to be looking to rain down some destruction. There's a full group up. PRX, they're going to be committing to this. Flash through, Boombot's there. Satchel's in the back pocket.
This star on site could be pivotal for Boaster to be able to play around if he can get inside it and dominate it.
They're already in. And Kayak is no more. Deep flank position. Fnatic need to get some value with this one, but a stun. It's not quite ricocheting, not quite landing. Forsaken under that pressure, but already his team going to be backing him up, helping him out. Something
One enemy
lighting the world on fire.
And another clean B execute for PRX.
Crashes can't even get it done.
4K for something as well. That'll be a confidence booster. Almost gets another Yoru ult online. Should be huge. I mean, his execution of it's been a little bit wobbly, but you always want that tool to be able to use it if you can. And the variation in terms of how they're pathing he and Jing is putting the squeeze on Fnatic's brains. They need a timeout, and they've just used one.
You know what I want?
Forsaken.
Yeah, getting flustered in a moment, I think. Forgot to buy armor.
Yeah, no armor whatsoever.
It's PRX up to 11, though. It's up to Fnatic to see if they can answer back. Stop the tide. Kayak.
Here.
Left guessing.
He's thinking about it. He's pinging it out so that Alpha can watch it. Try to put a little bit of spam. Recon confirms.
Oh, and there's a damage.
That's really nice from Fnatic. Very good awareness, great comms from Kayak. And it's been the B execs really that have been the problem for Fnatic. This hold on A looks pretty good.
Forwards again. Sees just about dodge. Jing's in your face though, and what the hell do you do about that? With the judge in hand, here with the footsteps. My God, man! From that kind of range, he's getting away with murder. PRX are all over this one now. That nade rebounding is a pick your poison situation. Crashes. He's barely there. Tucked down. Slim pickings with the help, but Fnatic are grouped up. Down overhead. Spam avoided. Goes both ways though, and Divide! Lighting them all up. Back at the site, Kayak would love to save this gun, but that is a luxury he will not get.
Jing provides more of that magic that PRX are looking for. His entries early in the tournament were unstoppable, and here's an example why. The movement is so tough to hit. Look at him bunny hopping in through here, halting his momentum in midair as well. And then goes for the push on the Chronicle, anticipating that Chronicle was going to be backing up. There's a prime example of how you use the judge on the attack side. And things were tense earlier on for PRX, but now it's all smiles.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Round's flipped here, Dimensional Drift spots out Alpha, and he feels the need to try and step up and take that challenge. Ult's expended. Potential silver lining, but PRX can feel it, they can taste it. Chronicle levels it out. And in through the back of the site, Jing already has that space. Batman slinking around on the side here, full plan, committed. PRX have it. In through the back of the site with a flash and a swing and nade. They're trying to delay. But a lockdown used and a Dimensional Drift with it. Fnatic are in as best a position as they've ever been. Crashes is on that cleanup. Everybody trying to exit out of the vicinity. Could even get a little bit more. Patman, damage done. The rifle rings out anyway. Something straight back in, and a Nightfall as well. This is space given up, granted, and kills collected. Fnatic are against the brink.
One enemy remaining.
And Forsaken the one to deliver it. The death blow potentially here on this map. And Forsaken drops his adversary.
No pull required. Forsaken gets them over the line at 13-10. Way tougher than they might have thought it was to get past Fnatic on their permaban. But PRX take a 2-1 lead in the series, and everything from here has got to be perfect if Fnatic want to deny the trophy again.
Let me show you how the box does. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Then face your death, cause you play the roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise here, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
know Forsaken, something, Jink, Davai. They all struggled a lot with securing trophies before. They had a lot of moments where they could do it, but sadly something was going wrong. And for them right now is like the most important thing again, like to secure it now. Now is the time again. Maybe it will not happen anymore. Maybe they'll have multiple chances after, as I said before. But you need to believe me, it will be a very great match. And with such unexpected team as theirs, and also as for us as like the kind of rookie team in some way, it will be a very interesting match with maybe unexpected outcome.
Oh dear, well.
Why you not so much?
No, oh dear. Guys, don't feed Alpha, please don't feed Alpha. Out of all the players, don't let him have a round like, oh God, please! Somebody stop him! No!
The only thing I will say to PRX, as I would say to any other team in their spot, good luck and have fun. I don't like to bait or banter before the matches, but after, if you will win, I'll obviously maybe turn your PRX logo or maybe smash your plushie if you have it, just for fun. But yeah, I mean, just have fun in the game, guys.
PRX are now one map away from winning their first ever global title in their third grand finals. I'm Mimi, and I was listening into the comms of both of these teams during that critical third map. And going into things, it was one that I think PRX expected to win. This is Fnatic's permaban, the one that they were supposed to take easily. But it was anything but that. And a lot of the questions around this PRX team have come down to the leadership. In the past, when you've asked them who's running the ship at PRX, it's been all of them, we're all adding ideas. But this year, after the slump in Bangkok, after the troubling start to Pacific Stage 1, Forsaken has really stepped up as the leader of this squad, and I can vouch that he's doing that behind the scenes as well in that last map. He has really clear ideas of what he wants to do in the pre-round, but gives a lot of room for his players to still call out micro, change things up, and really rely on that knowledge, that playmaking that all of them had. But that was a close map. PRX very well could have lost it, and it took a second half rally for them to end up winning. And I want to credit a lot of that to something. A player who in the past, I think it's been a little bit more known as a quiet player, he's a duelist, he's really just focused on the individualism, but he was so much more than that for PRX in this game. He was the guy who was bringing in the energy, was adding ideas onto Forsaken and keeping them in it. You think back to the PRX of before that lost the final in Los Angeles, lost the final in Copenhagen, and they didn't have that resiliency to stay in these long series that they had to play in those tournaments. But I think that showed that here. Came back in a big way on this map with their key players stepping up and now are one map away from that trophy. We'll talk more about that and get you ready for map 4 as we head back up to the analyst desk with GB and a very special guest.
Thank you so much for that, Mimi. Great breakdown. We're now joined by Shopify Rebellion's Alexis here on the desk. Guys, Toronto, give it up for Shopify's Alexis, please. Gracias, gracias. Thank you, thank you. Alexis, it's a pleasure to have you here on the desk. Yeah, I mean, what a game that we just saw there. If you're just joining us, which, by the way, I mean, where were you? It is now 2-1. You've missed out. You missed out, now for sure. It's 2-1 in the count now. PRX, one map away from being Masters champions. But Kakuka, we talked about what this Pearl map was here. This was a map that PRX needed to win because this was the perma for Fnatic.
Absolutely. It's good to see that, you know, they had a plan. Alpha going on the Neon. We could see there in the attack the ideas that they had, but you just cannot go up against what PRX has ready for the attack. You see a lot of Jing going in with the Judge, was funny enough, is probably what we anticipate coming in for Lotus as the next map. We see something that Mimi was mentioning, a huge turnover from first half into the second one, because I feel like on the first one he was not finding the impact that he could have or that he usually gets to have when he's with the operator and whatnot.
I feel like it's not often that we see a permaban map be that close. It was really obvious that Fnatic had an insane plan, especially Alfier's op. I feel like his pressure with the attack op was insane. But I feel like Divide kind of handled it really well. I feel like his Vice was insane on the A site, that they had to keep pressuring B. The half ended up not in their favor, But then when they swapped sides, it looked really good.
Yeah, you could definitely tell here, Alexis, that Devi, there was a lot on his shoulders here, especially with those, the Steel Gardens. He needed to make sure that he was there to ensure that he could lock down these sites properly. How important is it for Devi to be popping off at this time? Because it seems like he's on another level right now.
Oh, it's super important. His util usage was incredible. The timing that he was popping his thorns at was completely stopping their hits. I feel like Fnatic was pressured into hitting the B site, and it felt like they didn't want to do that. But it was impossible because you can't get through Devi's site.
And it's so important that we speak about him, but because for the past 2-3 series, Devi has been an absolute difference maker for the side of PaperX. And to me, if I had to choose right now, I would give that MVP bracelet for him. He was one of the people keeping that in that Icebox game. I think that the win from the day before yesterday was not only, but I think in huge part due to him. And having him play the Sentinel roles, the going on the Sage, thinking that he might not be able to find the impact that he would, he still does it. And I love also the fact that in a team that's so cheerful, so loud, so about being very explosive, he's always very calm in every scenario.
Yeah, and for context as well, right now in the series, Devi currently sitting plus 19 over the rest of his team. No one else on PaperX is positive right now, just Devi. That should tell you how good he is. But on the other side to that, you have Alfier. My man just crossed the 70 kill threshold right now, and on top of which, Bea, we are seeing this dude just, he's going into the Neon like we've seen him do in the past, but he just is such a reliable hand for this freaking team.
Yeah, he's having a day. Alpha's having a great performance. It's not being enough for the side of Fnatic, but it's good to see that they still had it, that they know they might have not been completely favored on this map. But Alexis, what do you make, not only of his performance, but on playing Neon on a map like Pearl?
Alpha is farming. Not only is his Neon insane, his attack op has been deadly, absolutely deadly.
Oh, yeah.
If I was them, I'd be avoiding him. No matter what, like the plate, I'd be hiding backside. I would not be looking for him. So he's been insane. His Neon tech is insane. His stuns have been perfect. He's incredible.
You genuinely couldn't have asked for a better player in this situation. Alfier, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Trent in Bangkok, where we were talking about how like this guy would have been the MVP if they win. Well, yeah, it's the same kind of conversation. It's like Devi, it's Trent. Oh, sorry, not Trent. It's Devi and
yeah,
Alfier.
Trent, you can still win it.
Apologies. But it really is something else, and that does, of course, bring us to that MVP discussion right now. You were talking before about what you were looking for here and who you think are the players popping off. I agree with you. I even said it on the Val Comp Reddit, by the way. Shout out to those guys. I was like, Alfier, Devi. Those are my two MVPs going into the finals, and I'm glad that I wasn't disappointed because both of those guys are playing incredibly.
I still think that there are people that can make an impression. For example, Chronicle, we've been speaking about him and all the records that he has and that all the trophies and whatnot. I think that if he's able to make that difference into Lotus, take us to that last map, he could still be in contention. But to me, I fully agree with you. I would also love to see Jing just sending it. In this last half that he played on Pearl with the just satcheling in, making a huge difference, especially with Fnatic starting on the attack. I want to see how that converts because I feel like he's not having his best day, and it makes me very sad because it's Jing, like it should be his MVP to actually lose, no?
That's fair. It's fair, but it is a team sport after all. It's a sum of all the parts, right, Alexis?
Absolutely agree on your point on Chronicle because we know that he has what it takes because he's proven it so many times already. Also with Jing, I agree. I feel like Lotus is a really good map to show his ability, and he can really shine on this map for sure.
All right, well, we're waiting for our agent select here in a moment as we get ready, but let's not forget what is at stake right now, because PaperX are one map away from doing the unthinkable, a thing that we thought we would never get a chance to see. PaperX lifting a trophy at a global event. That being said, Fnatic, they have all the tools to be able to force this one. We're now diving into the agent select. Kukuka, let's see what we end up getting.
Yeah, PaperX is not going to think a lot about it. Just speaking out the same compositions, we do not expect changes this further into the competition. But as to what you were saying, PaperX so close to winning their first ever best of 5 win in a global stage, and for it to be their first trophy. 3rd time might be the charm, and 3 maps is all they need to close this best of 5. But of course, we cannot forget, it is Fnatic on Lotus. They love this map. Yes, they lost it the other day, but they also have very clear tells, the Odin that they love playing. I think that they were struggling a lot to fight and control a Rubble. So Alexis, if you had to give some words to Fnatic to very focus on this map, on this Lotus, with them starting on the attack, what would it be?
I would say don't wait till 2.5 seconds to get into that bomb site like they
Ain't that
normally
the truth,
do.
sister? Ain't that the truth?
If they do want to do that, we need to bait out the Vice Util or else the Vi is just going to keep farming. So I would say bait out that Vice Util, maybe hit sites a little bit faster, maybe do some more pop hits instead of just, you know, the normal defaulting that they tend to do. Yeah, that's what I would say.
No, that's a good call there, but you know what? I do got to look at the rookies in this situation. Kayak, Bea, a lot on his shoulders here as the tip of the spear for this squad on that raise.
Yeah, I do not want to see, I think that he was a little bit lost or maybe put in a situation that he was not very comfortable on Pearl, something unlikely that we have not seen from him throughout this tournament. And with that MVP conversation, he could go from 0 to hero very quickly.
All right, folks, can we get to a map 5? I know this crowd wants to see it. Let's go ahead and send it back over to the casters for this one. You got Brennan Sideshow on the call.
Map 5 all sealed up entirely here. Toronto, let's get loud here.
PRX, you don't expect to see them in situations like this. I mean, especially after they couldn't quite capitalize at Champs. We thought that was going to be the last time that we were going to see Jing out on the stage, and now the dev's talking about him maybe being able to win another MVP, or win a MVP, win a trophy. To some degree, feels like PRX versus that trophy. They are the best team that has never won, and they could change the entire narrative here. In their previous Grand Finals as well, they've not been in a spot like this. They've never led a Grand Finals, even though they've been in 2 of them. This is their 3rd. They won map 1. They're now up 2-1. 2 opportunities to close here on map 4 and a map 5. Oh God, what a beginning.
Okay.
Straight through, what a prediction, and Chronicle's head is gone. PRX as well, taking a lot of C-mount control, able to open this door at any time, put the squeeze on these front B players, but they don't have anybody in sight giving them info. No turret to play off either.
Creeping and crawling forwards.
Boaster's going to get caught by this, surely.
Yeah.
It's just, there's no way of knowing that there are 3-4 players ready to collect.
Ready to collect, and look at that. It's a Prowler in your face, and it's sighted. The blind is a last-ditch effort. Fnatic.
Question is, what's the reaction?
Making moves of their own. Head off the shoulder. Something is no more.
The plank goes down, and Kayak's thinking about cutting these guys off for going for the rotate, but Kayak is walking into a stack.
Kayak didn't expect the second player, and that's the right clicks. Forsaken takes him out of the picture. Relift the stand here for PRX, and Fnatic are trying to do it all right now. Just Alpha and Crashies. A timing pass with the boombot, and potentially granted, given up to Crashies. Still watchful though. Forsaken, is I not leaving it? And rattling off the shots, pulled out into the open. PRX.
The closer they get to being able to get this map over the line, the more you're going to see the players stood up, stand in, popping off. The anticipation for dreams fulfilled will be such a fire to keep the engine roaring.
One enemy remaining.
For Fnatic, they've got a difficult situation here because you've also got to prove that you can do it, that you can... Let's go! Exacerbate the doubts in PRX's mind. Alpha's going to force up. He knows that he's the player to try to take Fnatic in different directions. And he's got 3 players with light armor or regen armor that he could go towards.
Forsaken included in that list. Made his way over towards it, but they revealed the hand anyway. Shots fired and rattled. Kayak with the orb.
2 flashes to navigate as well. 1 over towards Mound, and Forsaken, of course, with his paranoia.
Just walking up.
All of this really just to try to bait PRX into challenging the Outlaw. The Outlaw should be pretty unexpected. It's not something we've seen Fnatic do a ton.
They did fire the shots off earlier, so it may... PRX at least making a mental note, potentially. Smoke fades. Thorns used as a response to it. Fnatic getting a move on around the rest of this map. There's a timing inside the smoke. Forsaken, who's going to be catching the contact with these players out for it?
And the rest of Fnatic were just exploring, looking for that Vice Wall. Vice Wall actually over towards B. And Alpha's going looking for it again.
Something. Rooted to the spot here. Doesn't want to give up this space out towards A. Rubble to Haunt at his back. Takes the time and against it. Paranoia sweeps.
And they're doing a good job again of disrespecting utility. Something determined to keep this positioning.
He's Definitely got to be careful from that spot. Still crashes the jump spot. In through B, out and about. Alpha claims a life for Jing. Something from the side, and he needs to try and put a stop to this now. Losing control of a lot of sections here. The spike is going walkabout.
Can he even get it into the side
Chronicle!
time? This is ridiculous. Something, he's left in a 1v3 to try to get it done. And the plan, it's got the time.
Surrounded, calling for pause. Calm in the midst of it, doesn't anticipate it. Crashes! Sidelines him!
And savors the shot. Just watching as his prey walks into the crossfire. And PRX, just as they were hyped up after the pistol, hopes dashed early. Fnatic, what a response. Some of that to do with the Outlaw purchase, but a lot of these kills just coming off the back of being able to tuck people with pistols into unexpected spots.
My classic is classicing right now. My
finding the right spots for it. Chronicle is happy about that.
Yeah, popping off. Hashtag buy the bundle. Pick it up and see if you can do what Chronicle's doing. PRX fighting over towards Rubble at the start of this round. And PRX, they've lost a little bit of control over towards Mound. But there is always this flash to be able to potentially refight. You know that PRX are going to try to get pushed up and take risks.
Bucky in hand. Beetle's going to be hurt.
What a read.
That is beautiful. Forsaken forced and pushed off, postured away. He's still going to be sticking around though, why not?
I mean, these kind of spots were what was really catching Fnatic when they played against Wolves. Recently lost on this map.
Let's get right back into it. Alpha doesn't want to contest with it. Shots are fired. Forsaken. It's a bullet to the dome.
Caught. And Crashies, his utility cleared out Patman, who was playing at front B. Now, Chronicle could absolutely lose his life here.
There's a crossfire set up. Adjusts it though. There's a swing from Device. Going to be calling this one out though. Bodies spotted, and Fnatic want nothing to do with it. Evacuation over towards A.
It's a really nice timing that Alfie has taken. Got himself in. Beautiful kill as well, but more importantly, offering that opportunity for Boaster to call the spike to go back towards A. I know Alexis was worried about these late hits, but Fnatic are going to be doing so many of them. This time at least 20 seconds to play with.
Enemy remaining.
And Alpha walking all over the PRX response. Divide. He's got the rifle.
I'd rather have the Marshal in this spot though, especially with no armor.
Yeah.
I mean, only with no armor.
Sure.
But Alpha, if he can find this kill, Alpha's going to be really close to a lockdown as well. So these are the kind of kills that Fnatic are going to be searching for. Kayak already with a showstopper. Divide, he's not just thinking about keeping the gun, he's also thinking about not feeding away ult orbs.
Stopping that from getting generated. Disgusting work.
Yeah,
pure disrespect.
I mean, Alpha's popping off about it. I think he would have preferred to get the kill, though, in terms of the ults. No matter. A great beginning from Fnatic. The counterpunch strong. Now, getting towards the end of this series, map 4, map 5, these are where you get both teams in very strong parts of their map pool. Lotus, pretty excellent for both squads, though Fnatic did lose just recently to Wolves. And one of the ways that happened was by punishing these kind of classic things that Fnatic loves to do, like the A reclear behind the Viper wall.
Just sidestepping most of the util. Odin spam down the one line, Forsaken trying to hold this one back, and we'll respect the horn. Kayak. One Satra used because of it.
And I think the more disrespectful PRX plays, the better their chances. Something here, very disrespectful.
And he hears it, there's a scuttling around into the sand, something has to back away. A lot of bullets to be found, and Kayak, his head rolling, Jing! Next up, Crashies, at least there with a trade, but the showstopper's now going to be removed from this round.
Yeah, and you've also lost Alpha as well, who could have potentially played towards a lockdown. So both massive ults gone. PRX rewarded for their aggression and their willingness to put people in one and dones or re-peak angles. Classic reclear here for Fnatic, going over towards where Forsaken's jiggling. Takes half of his health though. And Fnatic might well realize that A is open for business.
Doors opened up, they got no choice though. Gotta land here, gotta end it here. PRX already getting into position to try and flood their way back in. There's 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Taking a peek. Ghost is gone. Up through Heaven, who lost control of this one, and Forsaken with that near sight, the paranoia, Odin in hand, putting the pressure and applying it onto Crashies from every single avenue. You already know where he is, almost lining up for him. Crashies could have got it done.
The rookie on the other side called upon to shut that down. Man, Crashies nearly had a lineup there. And that round would have been a huge recovery because Fnatic just lost players super early on. These first 2 kills.
30 seconds left.
Massive ones. And a very confident swing out into Mount from Divine. That does, however, mean that this is going to be huge in terms of the ult.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's a bit of the panic. And Crashies thought there was a chance. Here, though, Fnatic waiting to see if PRX are going to be fighting heavy towards Rubble. Figuring out where they should be sending these ultimates, and PRX have swapped up the defense. Vice, fully set up on A.
Playing with fire there, something escapes of his life.
Only a Bulldog on light armor, and he's immediately back out onto Mound.
He's just pushing it.
Yeah, the disrespect is huge in terms of information.
Might be pushing his luck. Alpha, weapon at hand, is optimal for this fight, but no pushing around here. Something, though, getting antsy.
And Alpha choosing not to take a super heavy engagement, though might think that he has Mound info.
King drops down as a paranoia. They want to try and play for some kills, potentially picking off a bit. Odin. Spam is supplementary in nature.
It's very early, but as the clock starts to tick down a little further, remember that they still have to get through a Vixel and a Showstopper.
The wall's going to be propped up already, and that's a Showstopper. Kayak! He can't get it done. My God, man, PRX. He slammed that door shut in their face, said Boaster. Left to do it all from that spot. Completely separated from the rest of his team. Alpha and Crashies.
A mad scramble, a pivot into B, and something waiting.
Doubled up with the face now and leaves it all down to Crashies. It's on his shoulders. Gonna try and plant this one down. They claim towards it. That's a kill collected. B main cleared up, but doubled up from PRX if they play this together. Crashies under that pressure. PRX will not let it slip.
They navigate another spot where Crashies felt like he had a chance at a clutch. Something deserves a lot of credit in that round. The confidence to get back onto the angle over towards Mound allowed Forsaken to make the call to stack over towards A. It's a great read, but it's one he's not able to do without his Yoru player being supremely confident early on.
It's good, but be more confident, okay?
He's talking about being more confident in the swing towards the end. The actual positioning in the round was confident. I liked it. And it's knocked Fnatic down onto a half buy. They haven't actually had too much of a chance to use these ults either. No. The only one invested early was Kayaks. And responded with Jings.
Split up early here, doubled up onto Mound, PRX. Stomping their foot down to hear that though.
Here's that confidence again.
Jonah trying to take it here with the Outlaw in hand. Jing is going to try and stop them. Rifle in hand. He's an absolute menace. And Alpha slinging his way through, but already revealed. And Jing is hunting. He wants it. Denied by Divine.
Divine shuts it down. Jing, though, he just gives a little wry smile. I've seen that look on Boaster's face before. Fnatic take attack timeout. They're getting destroyed by this disrespect of utility. The PRX players peak before the util lands for Fnatic. And Fnatic, they expect them to fight. We've seen it in previous maps. We saw it on Xbox. Divine wants a bit more confidence from his team in terms of going for those fights. Easy to say when you're the only player positive on the squad.
Yeah.
He's been absolutely tearing people apart today. But Jing up even above him after that round. PRX with a pretty dominant beginning. I mean, look at the body language here from these Fnatic players too. Yeah. Just taking a breather, but also a little lost,
It's a far cry away, I think, from some of the body language we witnessed from Fnatic earlier. The pressure, the moment perhaps, not playing a part, but Fnatic are feeling it. Force them to take this time out here. Fist bumps across the board. They need answers, and they need it now.
I think if you ask somebody who was just tuning in for the first time which of these teams was known to fail in big moments and which team had won back-to-back at big squads, you know, maybe people would be thinking the other way around. PRX are looking good here today. They're looking confident. They're looking down to take the fights to Fnatic.
Bit of presence shown by Fnatic. That's out towards A, and then making a move on now. Now we're in your face, Patman. Be using some util, season and AIDS. Wraps it round the corner. My God, Kayak barely escapes.
Really nice movement though to get himself out, and Jing tucks in. So if Fnatic continue to try to be clear over towards B, Jing's ready to support.
It's hyper proactive, but they've given up the space already.
Ultimate for information. Something's going looking. Can't spot anyone just yet. Looking to try to work off this paranoia.
Two more players forsaken. He's opened the door and he's trying to step forwards. Denied them their chance. Bullets are raining down. It's a hellish scenario for Fnatic to try and get their way through. Kayak across the wall. And both players going to be stepping forwards. Alpha alongside it.
Divine might not realize that there's two players in here. Ults could come through on either side.
It's a lockdown drop down by Alpha.
Divine can save his for retake. You already know that they're going to be coming back through the Nightfall.
Pushing forwards, Alpha pushing forwards. Has to give up that space with a Prowler in his face.
It's a good plan. Open for Mound, but forsaken.
Kayak trying to hold on to the back. There's that Nightfall, and here it is. The pressure mounting. PRX trying to put on that squeeze once more. Coming into this one with a little bit more fire, but off onto the Mound. Against that Odin spam. Nothing to hold the back. Fnatic, we're in the comfort zone.
They're immaculate in the post plants. They know how to play those situations perfectly, and the one round that PRX actually allow them a bit of space on site. Fnatic deliver. Once they can get to those comfortable protocols, things are looking fine. When PRX respect the util, respect the ults, Fnatic look comfy. So the whole game plan for PRX has got to be to continue this level of fighting.
Possible in the game, bro.
Nice! Bro, good job, boys.
Something has a glass cannon up to pull out. No ults, though, for the defending team.
Watching for it. Alpha holding, slight angle, alarm bot placed. Spotted out.
And it is Alpha's job to try to put pressure, or at least get information over towards Mound, and he's going to ping right into this, right into the op.
Swings into it. Something's handed a freebie, an easy one.
Toxin screen down.
And look how aggressive these setups are. Something getting posted on this angle. Forsaken deep over towards Rubble as well. Fnatic have no space on the map.
Oh, and PRX are eager. Deny them every single inch. Pure proactivity.
Yeah, I mean, look. Forsaken alone holding towards A and doubled up on B and C. A tight forward choke point positions.
Might be about to meet his match though. That's Util going forwards and that paranoia. Hold on, sidestepped. Kayak's hard committed. Was near-sided, vulnerable though. He got to step forwards and just barely dodges. Double TPs to get the hell out of there.
But Jing immediately reinforcing the position. Tucks himself into a bit of a one and done. But if Jing does get one, Showstopper is online. Patman meeting Boaster.
Oh my, Boaster!
30 seconds left.
He's cracked the code, I think, perhaps, of that.
But look at the clock. Less than 30 seconds and 3 players defending A.
Pivoting back over towards B. It's walled off, something's there, but the operator in hand has to dodge and juke and hide away here. There's a seize, just keeping him locked into place. Showstopper against the back wall. Jing!
That's it.
He's a menace!
A calm killer for PRX. That Showstopper, he was positioning himself to try to get value from it over towards A. And instead, a bank shot splashes it off and picks up 2 with the AoE. What a player.
Rocketed Jing to the top of the scoreboard for his team with a play like that.
And a 4K earlier on, Gren. I mean, 2 of these rounds have just come straight from him.
Yeah.
Head in hands for the Fnatic coaching staff. But it's so predictable, these late round pivots from A to B. It's what we've seen day in, day out, and look at that! What are you going for there? On the anti-eco of all rounds.
be going for it is relentless. It's the PRX of old.
I mean, it's a mad play.
They don't want to give up any sort of space whatsoever, but they have given up something's life.
And they've also given up the operator. Alfie picks that one up. I'm not sure if Divine would be happy about that because Ilya was confident or hoping he did it on a different timing.
Blue room's been opened up as well on top of it. I believe could be some damage done towards it.
Bomb grenade out.
Alpha with the operator. Attack side round called for. Slow, steady.
But it's this control over towards Mound that's just killing Fnatic right now.
Crashies just jump spotting. Sees signs of life from Forsaken. Forsaken is overstaying. Finally backs himself away. 40 seconds left.
Yeah, but then Forsaken just jump spots and realizes it's a fake, and you keep the defenders over towards A.
And Patman with the peek. It's Kayan gone. Spike drop down!
30 seconds
Raining
left.
down with the bullets. They'll punish in sight. Crashies is isolated on a bloody island. Patman, the rookie, with Jing by his side.
And they are getting into a rhythm. Patman with a nervous twitch in his seat, but they're up 6-3 on what could be the final map here at Masters Toronto. PRX have been staring at that trophy all match long, seated between these two teams. A culmination of years of dreams. And the hunger will be fiercest now as they're closest to their trophy.
3-round lead for them. Again, aggression is the name of the game, but it's likewise for Fnatic. They're not slowing down here, all the way up through the gun. TP backing away. Kayak tries to get it done. Rifles in hands, but a spammer on the corner, and Boaster's already up there.
A change of pace for Fnatic, really getting aggressive, putting people in aggressive positions. Divine gets punished.
Misses the peak indeed. Jing's right there though, and that has stopped the plan, but he's revealed his hand, revealed his position. Plant down, pit down. Bit of covering fire. Necessary now, but it's being slowed down. The decay is kicking in.
Very tough situation for Jing and something to get back in with. They need a kill to just come randomly through the smoke.
Hot shots and RNG. What's played for here? Stepping out wide. Alpha wasn't even set up for that one there. Falling in midair, but still managed to just get control of it, get the kill. Looking for Jing is left in it. 1v3, not doable.
A really nice shift up for Boaster. Calling a quick round, instantly in on B. He knows that they've been trying to post people up aggressively over towards Mount, stacking towards A. The gap should be in this middle site. A great turn on the flash from Alpha as well. Crashies, just a piece of bait. But Alpha and Chronicle clean that one up. Still a chance for Fnatic to draw this half level, and I think that would be a major win for them. Showstopper, lockdown, big tools to work with. And they're going to try to push back these defenders on C early on. The C information has been a nightmare for Boaster to call against. And it's Divine.
Full speed ahead. The Showstopper already pulled out. Kayak. Got to pick and choose your target well here, but already Divine's going to be revealed. Out towards it, still that fuse, waiting for it. Something gone, taken out. Chronicle. Watchful eye towards a flank and a timing, an opportunity missed by Forsaken.
And the faster pace that Boaster's called is working wonders. Throwing Kayak in with his Showstopper. Divine pinned in place over towards Pillar. And the Horn from Crashies getting huge value as well. PRX need to make an adjustment. Their game plan is excellent against the normal pace that Boaster's going to call. But a mid-round, mid-map adaptation like this is why Boaster is currently the greatest of all time.
Where are you?
Can he do enough to get them back into this game?
Patman can feel it. Net's closing round him. Timing just missed there. These guns,
they're
last-ditch
crucial.
effort. They are critical at that, Josh.
We're heading into round 12. They've got to force.
He's going to survive.
Oh, and he does.
God.
Not able to keep his armor, though. Not that they had the money to be able to drop for a teammate anyway. Fnatic have set themselves up for a nice final round. Big rifling advantage. But ult's starting to get on the board for PRX too. Divine caught out there. Felt like he had to go for the play. Swing in front of the Showstopper. And there's the Horn, grabbing value too. Alpha, top of the scoreboard again for Fnatic as they try to claw back into this map. Elimination on the line.
The pace, it doesn't stop there. Fnatic are trying to take it all the way to them. Put a stop to it. Try and draw it level. Jing is down, he's earned his own. Alpha! What a shot! Plucks him out of the sky, plucks him out of the picture, and he's not stopping there for something! He had to do it for them. It's a mad dash now and a pivot over towards C.
Boaster's got the info on where both of these players are, so he knows it's free, he knows it's safe, and Fnatic's protocols are excellent in post plants. Chronicle, he's looking for the flank. Something and Pac-Man have just got to do this without too much to work with. Haunt might come back online, but Chronicle, he's hearing this.
It's knife out for Pac-Man, he doesn't have the gun ready, doesn't have it at all. Chronicle and Boaster play time, play their lives far back.
Closed.
And they're just waiting for something to play into their open arms. Something! Something! Disgusting!
He tears Fnatic's post plant to pieces. And he's made it to the defuse with so much time. He had one way of being able to deal with that 1v2. And he took his timing and delivered. A player that sometimes struggled with nerves in big moments, but a deep breath and a big play. The Red Bull clutch pushes PRX ahead 7-5 at the half when it looked like Fnatic was about to draw things level.
The pressure is on the shoulders right now. Could be the final round, final map that we're looking at here. PRX are on the very cusp. It's up to Fnatic to answer back.
All right, Toronto, the game couldn't get any closer right now, but Fnatic are still behind by one map. So if you want this to go into a map 5, Fnatic fans, let me hear you say stupefy on 3. Are we ready? 1, 2, 3. And for PRX fans, if you want this to finish right now, let me hear you choo-choo on 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, that is a loud train. One more time though, we gotta stop the train, Fnatic fans. 3, 2, 1, stupefy! And one more for PRX, and we're gonna stop it right here at Masters Toronto. Choo-choo on 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, this is looking pretty tough. Good luck here for Fnatic. Let's bring it back to the game.
You guys are fucking awesome. Thank you so much.
Full speed ahead is PRX. They can feel it. Momentum behind them. There's no stopping them right now. Fnatic have been in spots like this before.
But this is new territory for PRX. Even though they've been to 2 grand finals and seen the trophy lifted above the heads of their opponents, they've not even ever been up a map in one of those situations. This is different. Take a look at the Coinbase Econ report here. Boaster having a struggle in this series. So much of his brain power devoted over to trying to figure out the pace of the game, the calls of the game, that he hasn't really been able to get going in terms of his rifling. The rest of the squad, though, doing the most they can. Alpha still up, dominating the scoreboard. But the group effort from PRX and the individuals who find the plays when they need them. Jing having a map, something, pulling out an amazing moment at the end of the half. Opening and closing rounds has got PRX in a spot where they could finally do it. The best team that has never won. It takes greatness to even make it to grand final spots, but this team has been defined by their failures, not their successes. And this half could change the entire narrative.
Potential for a bloodbath. PRX want to go again pacey, nothing changed up, nothing switched up, double face, clone, boom bot, absolutely everything! The Boaster tucked up, he's gonna cut my setup! Him and Chronicle put a stop to it!
Launching force.
PRX with that W game in trying to burst their way through the choke. 2 players though, still with tons of health here, Divine something. It is absolutely winnable.
It rebounds! Oh my!
What a perfect wall bang from Kayak.
And it leaves it all down to something in a 1v3. The pistol round essential for Fnatic. In the driving seat and more. Fake with the TP. Damage done to Chronicle. He's looking for barely ahead. It's reactionary. The Haunt reveals something not planned for him. And Kayak defusing. Kayak defusing, sticking half off of it. Swapping sides. Something needs the kills and he needs it now. But Kayak, the safety net that Fnatic needed.
He holds his ground, believes in Crashies, and something is denied. This double hold, unexpected. Fnatic often holding softer, further back, deeper positions. And this time tucking tight with a crossfire at the choke point. And PRX step into the maw, get crunched. Look at this again though. Something forcing up the Outlaw, doing what Althea did to them. And round 2, it did go the way of the Outlaw force.
There it is, Alpha. He's already wide out.
Yeah, he's picked up one of his own.
Trying to take that peek. There's a flash in your face, Kayak. None the wiser, barely gets control of the rifle in time.
Doesn't have a lot of health to be able to play with. The rifle might be better off in somebody else's hands. He's actually swapped it over to Boaster too. Faith in the leader. And that'll allow Kayak to go for more of an aggressive peak without having to worry about bolstering the PRX arsenal. Fnatic need this to be able to get back in the game. An eco round here for PRX would be devastating for Fnatic's chances. And Alpha is perfection, as he has been
out of charges.
Basically all tournament. Up through B. Crashies. Eyes in 2 directions here, but he's just found the right timing on it. Jing, gone. PRX looking to group up. Up against Fnatic right now, where they're not letting anything slip, not anything at all. Chronicle! Tidy little 2-piece, flawless beginnings here for Fnatic. They needed it.
Winning the pistol in the second half, winning the force in the first. It has felt like Fnatic need pistols to be able to hang in this game, honestly. And I don't just mean on Lotus, I mean across the series. PRX, they feel like they're in control of this. We said it at the start, it's almost their trophy to lose. You look at what they've done going through the upper bracket, the map veto, double map ban. And PRX now in a round where they have the economy advantage and are expected to win.
The wall just went up. I think Chronicle's revealed his position here, and as a TP forward, Kayak defends. Blind as anything.
Really dry there, honestly. And not a deep teleport either.
Satchel's in your face though. Alpha! It's Clay Pigeon shooting.
Plucks Jing out of the skies.
Where's he going? Gun's not down, he's right in front of you. Hold on, a bit of a misstep. Patman. Bullet to the dome there. Alpha's been dropped. Players starting to form up a bit of a barrier. Fnatic, they need reinforcements.
Boaster's rotating over with the Odin.
And a bit of spam, my God.
I don't think the Odin's going to be here in time to try to deny the plant.
Into this corner, Forsaken feeling like he needs to take this and take the fight straight to him. Kayak dropped through the wall. The bullet that just locks down, and now a bit of patience to be played.
3v3, what an opening given to PRX. This round looked disastrous for them.
Shadows traveling.
Random spam and hoax. Flash forwards divide with the peak. All trying to cut this one up here with the paranoia. Is picture perfect, but not the clear indeed. Boaster straight there with the Odin. Trying to trade this one out, but the bullets are running dry. And Patman and Divide not to be outdone.
Boaster's run out of time. He's run out of chances. And that could be a round that Fnatic look back on as a big missed opportunity. If they'd played that with a little more patience, I think it should have been a conversion. Pretty disastrous entries from both of the duelists on PRX. And then when Althea stepped forwards, trying to, I think, pick up a different gun.
Yeah, I think he assumed he had a rifle, but he didn't.
Ended up giving the C-site away.
Listen.
Boaster has kept this Odin though, and is looking to do a little bit of chip damage to PRX as they come through. It's not that tree sight line though.
All grouped up. Paranoia, Haunt, up and over the top. Something forced to respect it. Boaster, there it is.
He knows the angles.
Like the back of his hand. It's the first kill that goes away of Fnatic, and they need that energy.
Smoked off the turret. Chronicles waiting for it.
They're putting pressure now across all fronts. Fnatic looking to contain, looking to maintain. Forsaken's forwards though. With rifle in hand, Boaster is out in the open. The timing does not favor him. A-site cracked open, wide for the taking.
Jing just choosing a timing there through the smoke. Catching Boaster very unexpectedly.
Chronicles next.
Despite the aim punch, Jing on top.
One after another. All left to Alpha, yeah. All left to him to do. A 2-round lead, and PRX are sensing it now.
A little wobble to begin the half, but now the belief comes flooding back. Previously, when you've seen this squad get deep in tournaments, the prophecy, the destiny of them being the uncrowned Kings of Pacific, it seems to just suck them in. It has its own gravitic field. And this time, it really feels like they've escaped it. PRX have everything set up to try to close this one out. 4 rounds away from a title that's eluded them for years.
They've had to watch at the sidelines repeatedly. They were one of the first Pacific teams to have a chance at lifting a trophy for the region. But Gen.G and T1 stolen the honors. PRX forced to look on the sidelines, unable to get it across the line when it was their chance.
And they had 2 opportunities. And we thought for sure Champs was going to be their final one. Jing off to military service. The team probably crumbling. And it didn't happen. They came back in, rejuvenated. Jing able to play once again. And he's got a chance at both a trophy and an MVP bracelet here. What's mad as well is that they're doing this after having some of their worst domestic results. They barely squeaked into Pacific playoffs this time.
Barely.
They were not dominating their region. They were the 3rd seed. But the train does not care about any of that.
It makes no stops. PRX are looking to send it flying over the finish line for Fnatic. They need a lifeline. All the pressure now. Boaster is in hot water. Side and pass though, he's got that bucket in hand and he's going to try and take that timing. Forced to reveal it, lining them out. Alfia does deliver, but something is right there. Crashy's open onto the sideline again. Something is just plucking these players out of the picture. And PRX finds the 10th round.
Something in his comfort zone. Delivering on these important kills, shutting down the ecos. 3 rounds left. Boaster's been in spots like that before, dejected, and still found ways of being able to turn it around. You cannot count Fnatic out until they are done and the trophy is in your hands.
But they've got a rally here and now, and that is not the best beginning for it. Alpha's gone, Kayak. Watching too many angles at once! What is that?
Something punished for those over towards Pearl. And here he comes up with the goods. Kayak tries to respond.
It's all on the rookie's shoulders. Trying to shut them down. And nades! Rebounds, a bit of bullet tag. He's left down at 30 health. PRX though, forwards. Ever relentless. It's an onslaught towards the A site. There's gaps in his timing. Oh boy. Papman has found it. Stepping forwards, Crashies looking to see if he can make the difference, turn it around, jump it around. It's whimsical in nature. And PRX, maybe showing signs of the old mistakes. Clearing through, Crashies will be happy to capitalize. And 5 HP is not much to work with, and Chronicle left to pick it all up. Left to pick it all up into the 1v1. Him versus Divide. Pits online. Divide! Absolutely divine!
The opening kill from Divide is beautiful. A great anti against Alpha, who loves to jump spot over towards C. And then he closes at the end. Rock solid. Reliable.
One enemy remains.
And stops the go in his tracks. Chronicle on for his 4th. But a long way away at this point. PRX within touching distance. 2 rounds away.
It's being thrown together. It's a pushback that's cobbled together. Fnatic with barely any weaponry, really. Door opened up, flash through. Something's just looking for a reaction.
Boaster calling the bluff, though, realizes that no space has actually been taken in Tree. This is the kind of util disrespect we keep seeing from PRX. And it should allow them to realize that the A pressure's fake.
Door opened up. Divide.
Boaster, though, he's still keeping so many players on this side of the map. C is really weak.
He's giving up a lot of info here. It's all on Alpha. It's all on Alpha. Boaster's been cleaned. Alpha in through the back. Pot shots, feeling like risky business needs to be taken. It's all on his shoulders to try and offset. Patman gone in through the back. Chronicle, he's right there with him.
How are they making this one work?
Cutting through.
40 seconds left, still guard in the back pocket. Precisely for moments like this, and they want to step forward, something. Hungry for the kills. Lockdown even being committed. Fnatic are throwing everything at this.
Jing has an ult to be able to work with, but I don't think he can get the angle on this. The ult, though, could easily deny the defuse. Jing could send it splashing against the back here.
That's what he's waiting for. Pre-aim, nightfall. Gone away. It's a tap onto it. Alpha's already taken out something. Best chance in a long while. And PRX, they bide their time. They don't use the ults. Fnatic are back in.
One of the more unlikely rounds for Fnatic to be able to take. But the gap now reduced to 3. And Fnatic themselves actually didn't end up committing very many ults to that. I mean, sure, they used the lockdown, they used the Fade ultimate, so 2 big ones. But they still have a pit to be able to work with on the defense side. Showstopper.
Let's go. Come on. Come on.
Every player on Fnatic, with the raw exception of Kayak, has been in a spot like this before. They know what it takes to win.
Crassy's just trying to rally the troops. Caesar's avoided, disjointed, and Boaster is forward. PRX fully grouped up though. Nightfall to re-clear, flash in the face. How do you respect this one? Paranoia avoided, sidestepped. There's a showstopper, you're blinded right back. Kayak, he's gonna do it all. Patman drops him in place and a deep TP forward. Something is way ahead of the curve.
Chronicle might have an idea. He's going to clear this. It all depends how diligent he is.
And he's not precise enough. Chronicle is there with it in time. 2v2. Chronicle fast. Steps forwards with a snake bite. Plant is down though. Vulnerable applies and the thorns on top of it. Divide! Head not clean off. Chronicle delivers them to salvation.
Showcasing exactly the kind of skills that put Chronicle as the winningest player in Valorant. I mean, he controlled and handled this round elegantly. Big play from something again to get in behind. Bit of a fumble there, but Kayak did as much as he possibly could to set this one up for Chronicle to finish.
One enemy remaining.
Brilliant snakebite to carve up both of those players, Divine and Patman. And now it's PRX feeling a little bit of the pressure. 4 rounds in a row, from round 15 to round 18, PRX fully in control and always believing. Now, hands on heads, Forsaken. The doubt that PRX have felt before, they cannot allow it to blossom within them now.
Take root and stop them from this run that they've been on.
Fnatic's greatest asset might be those memories of failure that PRX have from being in positions like this before. And Fnatic are known as a team that can pull off comebacks. In the back of your head, you've got to be thinking, what do we need to adjust here to make sure that they don't keep getting these retakes working against us? But it is still PRX closer to the trophy by a long shot. The economy, though, on a knife's edge. But PRX, they live their lives on the knife's edge. Between aggression and discipline, between greatness and failure. This one, another opportunity to fall on the right side and see if they can get up to tournament point.
Operator and a flash in the face. Find that angle. Boaster's cutting it up close.
Pretty passive setup here from Fnatic. They don't have anybody trying to fight aggressive over towards Mound or Rubble. Much more drawing a line in the sand, deeper onto the site. Kayak's operator making a rotation east towards the A site.
One more forward. Gate crash forward on top of it, something. As the acknowledgement, players are moving in a different direction though. PRX set their sights towards it, they force out the pit.
Alpha, yeah, he's going to be under pressure soon, but there could be no better player for Fnatic.
Locked down onto the floor, there's a horn to deal with, and what a peak, what a timing, Alpha. Finally coming online here.
Forsaken bullies his way through Boaster though, IGL diff, and gets himself in a position. Alpha, yeah, though, cannot be stopped.
He's feeling himself. Patman can't do it all against the might of Alpha, yeah. Fnatic now just need one more step.
There could not be a better player for Fnatic to be under pressure in a moment like that.
One enemy.
He follows up on a paranoia perfectly, immediately turns around, ready for a push through B main, and still manages to collect another. The passion he has in moments like that as well is inspiring to the rest of the teammates. And PRX's eco crushed underfoot. Sometimes, though, these comebacks can stumble against an eco round, and PRX can take more risks in moments like this.
Forward again, flash, prowler. Boaster's ready with it. It's already that paranoia going to be sweeping forwards. An attempt at a response, Boaster's low. Drop down to just 20, and the peak from Kayak though. Get the goods they're looking for.
They were expecting Jing to try to capitalize on that. Divine has been detected here in his B-lurk. Kayak's got to hit a shot.
He really does, under that pressure. There's a TP into the back of the side, he misses. Just wide. Kayak giving up that space.
A Boaster doesn't have the health really to be able to support him. Fnatic with a player advantage, but no massive ults to be able to help this retake. It is super possible that PRX can pull this off. Every fight is going to be in a good range for the Stingers and the Judge.
Close quarters. What's called for here for PRX? TP, Boaster rejoining him.
Just threatening that he could be trying to apply pressure on the flank.
So heads on the swivel right now, PRX. Gonna do it all, no breaking in a haunt. And now all the way in, Kayak leads the charge. Chronicle to the side, Kayak with safety in numbers, a full stick, and Fnatic bring it level.
Not just an incredible recovery, 4 rounds instantly responded, but this round is basically flawless. Once they get into this retake, the group up, the horde not broken, the kills coming through from Kayak and Chronicle are so clean, so fast. And Alex,
nice boys,
he
nice
must be
boys, nice
thinking
boys. Come on, come on, come on.
About the past. It's so difficult not to. Can PRX avoid the crumble, the choke?
These are narratives that have been circling, swirling around these PRX players. They cannot play into their inner demons, but Fnatic are putting up a stalwart defense. An answer back to that pace. Crashies is under the pressure. There's a nade at your feet, power into the back. Flash on top of it. He needs some help, and he needs it now. Chronicle is the one to help him. And Crashies will be falling, but time has been bought, and Chronicle gliding in, sliding in.
Indomitable performance there from Chronicle. He takes Fnatic up to map point. This should have been the end. PRX had all the chances here to close things out on Lotus. A map they're undefeated on right now.
Enemy remaining.
But time after time, Fnatic's little 1-2 gameplays are allowing them to slip further and further into the lead. Now, just a narrow margin. And Alpha sending kisses across the stage to his longtime teammate. PRX take a timeout. Alex hits the emergency meeting button and tries to figure out what can be adjusted with only 1 round left in regulation. It was PRX that managed to run things back on Icebox, denying a bunch of map points, but they're gonna need another one here. Fnatic are so completely in control. They're baiting PRX into overextending. And kills coming out from Alpha and Chronicle in particular just look like they could never go any other way.
No. The air has been sucked out of the room for PRX. It's bargain bin buys, Spectre, Bulldog. That's what they're working with.
At least they have the ults though. Something's ult combined with Patman's, deafening everybody from Fnatic and then getting something out there. There could not be a better time for something to come out with a huge Yoru ult. He's been hot and cold with them, let's say.
Operator Alpha.
Who's next?
Hug in your face, TP forwards, and that's what that dimensional drift spots it out, something. Guiding the rest of his team in.
Here.
Not far behind him, a bit of spamming to the back of the box. This is it. Play for OT, play for map 5. All on the line for them, something with the exit, all the way out, Alpha's all the way in, and Chronicle just drops them in their tracks! Alpha cleans up, Boaster left reeling.
But the 2 huge players from Fnatic dropped, Chron and Alpha gone. Fnatic are gonna have to try to close with only Kayak and Crashies.
8 rebounds. PRX looking to stay alive in this map, Fnatic want to send it that much deeper. TPs all around, sowing chaos into the mix. Crashies deep with the seas and a Haunt on top of it. Yuto could not be even better there. But stops to the side, Patman double dashing in. We are going the distance.
PRX forced to dig so deep. And it's the leader Forsaken who leads by example to get 4 on the board and push them through to OT. Patman as well though, hitting a great flick on the Crashies. And Crashies knows he should have been good for that. 5 in a row, but 5 is where it stops for Fnatic. 12-12. So even. A true game of greats against greats. Testing each other to the very limits.
Alpha yet on point for almost a 30 bomb.
And with the way that he's been playing, almost destined to get it in overtime. He's going to step forwards though, into a stack. Does the damage.
To dig through the wall. And now full speed ahead. Fnatic baited out, TP's in. Boaster going to be rejoining Kayak, trying to take control of this. Spam to the corner. But you're out in the open. And Forsaken and Divide collecting all sorts of kills and attempt to even it out. Kayak still has that control. PRX all the way in. PRX are the ones in control.
A dominant defensive round in OT puts PRX with their first tournament points.
And just like that, PRX 1 step away. The Princes of Pacific that were ever promised have never been so close.
It's within touching distance for them now. PRX take front B control, knocking on the door of Alpha Yez's site. as Boaster gets a little bit of pressure back towards him, over towards C as well. Another passive defensive line in the sand drawn from Fnatic. Not willing to fight over any of this map control. PRX winning a bit of that mental game. More confidence coming out from them. But it's all about the execution and the delivery. We saw in OT before, it went deep. No team was able to close out early.
Fnatic are going to be forced to dig deep here. Pressure mounting. PRX putting it on them. Alarmbot dealt with the paranoia sweeps. Forwards, Alpha! Playmaker once more. Him and Chronicle. It dropped the PRX players like flies. 2. Something and Forsaken left to pick up the pieces of a round that's just not gone their way.
30 seconds left.
So much space, though, given to these two on PRX. And we've seen what they can do in difficult spots. Would be a magical conversion of a 2v4.
Cover going.
Everything that Something and Forsaken could have dreamed of. And these 4 players from Fnatic looking simply to play spoiler.
Peace. Something, he's looking for any sort of kill he can claim.
Cover going.
Risky business. And Fnatic gonna play this one smart. Patience is there, but a paranoia. Hold on, you till out into your hands. Forsaken. He's ISO'd the fights. And Something is wrecking them from on high. PRX do it all.
PRX, the Pacific Princes without a crown, they finally have their trophy. Denying the greatest team of all time and becoming legends themselves. It took everything, pushed to overtime. This one was not easy. It never is. But this will be a moment to remember and wipe away the tears of Copenhagen and Champs LA. Forsaken, what a job he's done with this squad. And
the whole team together.
I mean, Alex gets to join his players on stage for a celebration rather than bitter disappointment.
Tears of joy. PRX have finally done it.
They've changed the narrative here today. You heard G2's Valen talking about trying to do that earlier in the tournament, but no team had a better opportunity to clutch greatness from the jaws of disappointment than this squad right here.
Respect shown, of course. A hell of a challenge that Fnatic put up.
A tournament win, 2 Grand Finals losses, 2 finishes in top 3, a top 4 placement as well. There can be no denying at this point that the team is now defined by their success rather than their failures. For me, I think they change it completely. They change the narrative to being probably the 2nd greatest team of all time behind Fnatic. Overtaking squads like Loud and Optic, NRG, of which Crashies played inside of.
Flip that script. Tears of joy. And for PRX, this moment means everything. This moment right here is what all the hard work went into. Blood, sweat, and tears. All the way to the end. But the time is nigh for the prince that was promised to finally be crowned. PRX, your Masters Toronto champions!
1,064 days since PRX's first chance at lifting a trophy. My God, how sweet it must taste. Fan favorites from beginning to end, everybody everywhere rooting for them to finally have this success. And we thought it would never happen. We thought after champs that Jing might not even return to the stage. And yet here he is, alongside his brothers with trophy in hand. A moment they've dreamed of for almost 3 years. And what more could still be in store? They've showcased consistency to a level that almost no other team can claim.
We're going to send it down to the floor. PRX, the stage is yours.
It's been 5 years in the making, but PRX have finally won a trophy. Oh my goodness, look how beautiful it is. It's the PRX color too, fits your jersey so well. You go stand next to JJ. I gotta get Auntie next to JJ here. Divine, I'm gonna start with you. You broke the second place curse. This is real. You managed to do it. How are you feeling?
I mean, it feels unreal, you know. We've been working hard, very, very hard.
Where's Pujan when you need him? Pujan, come down and make Divine smile. Where you at? We need him, we need him. I'm gonna let you take a moment because I know how big this means to you, Divine. I'm gonna come back to you. Let me squeeze in between you and get next to something. Now, something, it felt like yesterday that you kind of got plucked out as the aimer. You know, everyone knew you could aim, but today, the clutches, the big moments, you won that round. You and Jason won that round. You won a trophy. So talk me through your growth as a player and to become how amazing you are on that stage today.
As Lish said, it feels like unreal. We've been grinding like that for example, for me for 2 years. For them, it's already like 4 or 5 years on international stage and never won before. So feels great. And wanna say thank you to everyone, to the fans. Wanna say thank you to my girlfriend. Я тебя очень сильно люблю. And yeah, thank you everyone who supporting us. Thank you to our performance coach. He did really great job for us. And yeah, thank you all.
Indeed. Coming back to you, David. Yeah, like I said, it's real. It's real. It's right there. And of course, you've come second quite a few times. So what does this mean to you to be able to actually win?
I mean, it means everything, you know. This is kind of like end goal. Obviously, you want to go for a champ, but this is just a start, you know. And I mean, I'm very happy. I didn't plan to cry, but the tears just automatically come out, you know.
I think everyone's crying with you. I can see everyone behind you. They're cheering you on so much. I'm part of the team now. I'm part of the team now. Sorry, excuse me. I'm part of the team now. Will you let me join PRX, Jason? Can I join you guys?
Sure.
Yes, okay, that's what I needed to hear. This trophy looks so good. How are you feeling holding this, knowing that this man here from the very beginning, Mind Freak is here as well since 2021 to get to this place?
I'm feeling thankful and grateful because we finally had some trophy, you know, and I really proud of my team. They've been working really, really hard since in Pacific. And actually, I want to say happy birthday to my dad as well. It's his birthday today. Yeah, so far, happy birthday. I think this is gonna be his best gift ever.
Oh, I mean, your other brothers must be like, oh, damn it, we're going to have to get him something better. But yeah, I guess a question also for the both of you, if you would like to answer it. I think the two of you kind of embody PRX, you know, your play style, your identity, your friendship. And for a long time, other people maybe didn't respect your play style and people were afraid to try this. But now you have a trophy, so your way is the best way. How does that feel?
I feel good. I just want to say anything can happen in Valorant, guys. Trust me.
Wasn't easy today, was it, Jason? It wasn't easy. Yeah, will you be able to answer the same question? Jing, you know that you've been kind of W gaming for 5 years now, so how does it feel to know that this is the best Valorant right now?
I mean, Valorant is like a game that is always like changing. So there's like so many different ways to play it. I mean, I wouldn't say there's a best way to play it, but this is PRX way, and we're gonna continue playing like this always.
I want to also say your mom, she comes with you to everything. And how does it feel to be able to share this moment with her?
I mean, of course, I'm very happy, and I'm just very thankful and grateful for my life, because like I never expected to be here. I was just like a kid that wanted to play game, and like now I'm a Masters winner. So yeah, I'm really happy, and thanks to all my friends and family for supporting us. And just because we win doesn't mean the train is gonna stop here, guys. We're gonna keep on going, and maybe we can more tournaments.
I mean, they can win another one, right? They can win another one. They can win another one. And Patman, now you didn't have to go through the trauma that's the rest of your teammate had to go through the last 5 years. But you joined this team, you joined at a very critical time, and then now you end up lifting a trophy so early on in your career as well. Who or what do you credit this success to?
Before I joined PRX, I mean, while I'm in PRX, I live on doubts, I live on hates. Like everyone is questioning about me, but like finally after a long time, I made it. So I'm so happy that I made it and with the team, because every night I'm crying like how to be better, how can I improve, how can I help my team more. And now I think everything is, you know, like, sorry.
It's all right. I mean, it wasn't easy. So were you stressed at any point? Because you didn't act like you were.
Yeah. Sorry?
Were you stressed at all today at any point? Because it didn't seem like you were even bothered on the stage.
I mean, while we're playing, I always keep telling the boys to smile, because the smile is very contagious thing. And once we're smiling, the positive energy will come. So I just keep telling the boys to smile.
I think you make everyone else here smile as well. Now, Alex, I'm going to ask you the $1 million question, because earlier this year, it didn't even look like you were going to make playoffs in Pacific. And track by track, step by step, you've taken down every hurdle, every challenge. How on earth did you win that final today? That was a crazy four-mapper.
I mean, we have a lot of people to thank, but first and foremost, I think I want to thank Victoria, because she basically forced me to reach out to Mini, and that really kickstarted everything. After that, I think all the streamers behind us, Liggy, FNS especially, thank you so much for helping everyone gather this amazing crowd. And we can feel everything, guys. We feel every shot on stage. Even in the coaching booth, I can feel everything, guys. It's amazing. And I want to thank all of you guys. I really appreciate it, guys. And hopefully more to come.
You don't just stop here. Now, before I throw this over, Mindfreak is here. I think this is just as much your victory, Aaron, as anyone else's. This is as much yours, Mindfreak. You've been here in the coaching booth, you know, part of this roster for so many years. What does this one mean to you?
Honestly, I think this means everything for me, because I'm really proud of them. Like, we were like 0-3 in the Pacific, and who knows, like, we are here, like, actually the champions, so I don't know what to say.
You're also one of the champions, Mindfreak. Enjoy the victory, boys. Come on, everyone, one more time for PRX. But the celebration doesn't stop there, because Vansili is ready and standing by to announce the tournament MVP.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Indeed, I am standing on the stage here with Leo Faria, the global head of Valorant Esports. Of course, we're about to present our MVP bracelet. So, Leo, I'm going to let you take the floor.
It is my honor to present this beautiful and special bracelet. The MVP award is about the one player who rose above all others. This player has been a foundational member of the PRX roster since February of 2021. He's dominant across multiple roles. He's also the first Indonesian player to win a VCT global event. Please give it up to the Masters Toronto MVP, Forsaken!
Forsaken with the MVP bracelet. Across his years of competing, playing up to 21 of the 26 available agents that Valorant has to offer, and it took all this time to now get the MVP bracelet and also his first international trophy here at Valorant. Leo, thank you so much. Forsaken, this looks really heavy.
it's very heavy.
So you're gonna have to hit the gym somewhere. Actually, show me those biceps. Show the crowd what you've been working on. Enough muscle to also lift your first ever trophy. And now the MVP. How much does this mean to you?
It means very a lot to me because actually I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it how we even in here because we almost get like almost lost in Pacific. So like this, I'm speechless. Sorry.
Take your time. Take your time. Take your time, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's take the mic. It's all yours.
I wanna say thank you for all the passengers that keep believing our train, guys. Finally, we can lift the trophy, and it's amazing, you know, to have you guys, to have all of the fan support, PRX all the time. I wanna say thank you to my family as well, my girlfriend as well. Bye friend, thank you so much. ขอบคุณสนับสนุนครับ Thank you so much, everyone. Let's go.
Forsaken, thank you so much. One more time, MVP Forsaken. And that ends it here from Masters Toronto. Et on se revoit à Paris!
And there you have it. Congratulations. And it's been a long damn time coming, baby. PRX are finally Masters champions. Unbelievable, Kokuka. What a game we witnessed there. And of course, Forsaken being the MVP, I mean, honestly, he could have given it to anyone on that stage. They were all incredible.
I think that is very important what he's referencing. It's not only the track by track that we've been living, they didn't have a good start of the season. They started 0-3, getting Patman on that week 3, and they had to fight their way here. Yes, they've had a very flawless playoffs. I think that in total, they've only dropped the one map that they lost today, so they have to be extremely happy. I love these stories. Just like at the beginning of the year, we had a T1 that had to fight tooth and nail to earn their trophy. It was a long time coming, and we're super happy that finally PRX, third time was the charm.
It's incredible for them. This is the year where even before that, they didn't make it to Bangkok, a Masters tournament in Thailand, the first global event we ever had in Southeast Asia for Valorant. They weren't there, but now here in Toronto, in a year that wasn't supposed to be theirs, champions, and seeing Forsaken take home that MVP bracelet, it really has been such a long time coming from being that chaotic, wild team who made it to the Copenhagen finals and lost when he was a star duelist player back then, to now playing mostly the smokes, being a leader, growing so much with this team to finally earn a trophy.
I think that it resembles very well the way that PRX has evolved, given this MVP to Forsaken, because yes, it's chaotic, it's crazy, sometimes it might be too W to replicate in any of your games, but if there's one man to lead the charge, to lead all of these guys to victory, that was Forsaken. And also we've seen it as cheering the team up game after game on stage.
It's incredible too for the guy on your screen there, Patman, missed out on even making it to Ascension in Pacific. Lost in his regional challenger league less than a year ago. Then gets his opportunity, gets signed after 2 games where PRX loses both in Pacific to replace a long-standing member of the roster, and comes here and succeeds, gets a trophy in his first ever global.
And you know what, for me, I want to give a shout out to the guy that's on that screen right there, Coach Alex, because it was a quote that I saw earlier from the event where he was talking about how the PRX organization gave these guys the space to experiment, gave them the space to figure it out. Most teams would ditch squads, they would drop them, they would leave them behind in the dust, maybe build around 1 or 2 players. But what this team does, and I'm gonna keep it a $150. I met this squad, that was one of the first teams I met when I did my first Valorant event. And the thing that I got right away was how much of a family the PRX organization is. So it's not just a beautiful thing to see for these 5 boys, and also Mindfreak, we cannot forget about him, and Coach Alex, but for this organization too, who has stuck it out with Valorant from the beginning.
In many cases, right, we see like revamps, new rosters, completely new faces, or like 1 or 2 pieces that stay. I think that PRX has been very like coy with that, you know, not changing too many things at once. I think just keeping the tradition alive, as you're saying, giving them the space. It's difficult to find someone to trust in you that way.
Yeah.
It was the longest standing core at this tournament, PRX. 3 of the players who won today were the same ones that lost in Copenhagen 3 years ago. That is commitment to a squad that not many other teams in this game has. It's proof of how long a project like this takes to come to fruition through so many different metas, different players cycling through. They finally done
W Gaming.
Yeah.
W Gaming, baby, all day, every day, and forever. Of course, so Masters Toronto may be over, but the 2025 season, you already know, baby, it's just heating up. You got Champions Paris on the horizon, and the next stop on the road to champs is Stage 2. The field, as we now know, is wide open right now, Mimi.
By the way, if there's any reason to go and watch the international leagues, it's that the team that just lifted this trophy was the 3rd seed from Pacific. They lost in the lower finals, Stage 1. We had Wolves, China's 3rd seed, go on a run as well. There is so much talent in those ILs. There's barely enough time in the day to watch them all.
Yeah.
But I guarantee you, any of those leagues you turn on, there's going to be some amazing Valorant to see.
The winners from Bangkok weren't even in this tournament, you know, like anything can happen in Valorant anytime. It's so important, and so you're going to find various different teams across all regions. We've also, with the points that we have awarded this event, swapped things around, and we're going to be sending a lot of teams to champs, to Paris. So tune in. You literally do not want to miss out.
Yeah, it's going to be unbelievable. And before we go, we do want to give a shout out to all the incredibly talented musicians who contributed to the music for this event. And I gotta say, one of my favorite soundtracks that we've ever had here. So again, massive shout out to each and every one of the individuals who lent their talents to tell the story here today and really etch their place in history alongside everything that we witnessed here.
And more than just the music, this event really was a celebration of Valorant and the community at large. We had so many artists come out and show us their skills, had the reflection of now 5 years of Valorant. So to each and every one of you that came out at any point during Masters Toronto, thank you so much. This crowd has been incredible here in Canada.
Toronto, give us a round of applause, please. Give yourself a round of applause. I cannot stress enough how freaking amazing each and every one of you were here, how incredible the city of Toronto was as a guest there, as a host for us as guests, and of course for all of Canada for welcoming us with open arms. But that is going to do it for us here today, and it's a shame to see you go. But if there's one thing that we've learned from PRX and their incredible journey, is that they've always brought the joy. And in these day and age, you definitely want to bring the joy. So folks, thank you so much for tuning in to Masters Toronto, and we'll see you down the road. Peace out.
Teams have traveled to the Great White North, but only one will walk away with a trophy and the glory. This is a rematch for the ages to kick us off at Masters Toronto.
Does he have a timing on boost? Spots him out. Util in hand. Divine is divine. What a Red Bull clutch. 30 points of health to try and slow the PRX train down. But choo-choo, baby. PRX have arrived in the 6.
Pico striking. He's only able to find the one, though. YZ zaps them all to death, and that's PLG.
Who's the quiz master between you two?
What am I supposed to say? Like, it's just a game show. Like, he's old as hell. Like, how am I?
Apparently,
Bang's going to have to at least get one here.
All the timing.
Only 2. What a fault line.
Perfect setup, and Bang brings the house down. Sentinels walk away with the 2-0.
You're facing MIBR today. Aspas on the other side. What do you think you need to watch out for?
Not much.
To that A side, but they have to get through this. Soma and Ash is holding him down. He gets the 4K, and that's likely more than enough.
There's so much pressure on Zelsis. Oh, Borussia caught on the teleport. What a snap
That
from
is
John.
Tiny stuff. Sen City are back in a Masters playoffs.
Texture on the retake finds Patman. Benoya does not connect. The Texture does it again. Mr. 4K's back. Better slow down here, Texture. You know what happens when you get those aces. Up and over the top, and Karen takes it away. Unbelievable!
If we lose, and we win, and we prove everyone wrong.
Minifu goes up over the top of screens, finds that kill, but Juicy trades it back. Who was going to be the first point of contact, and Juicy is able to win it out. Finds himself alone, swings, somehow catches Benji Fitchy, and now it's just the Jet with no HP to speak of as he looks for the ace, and he will find it! Here in the Great White North, Wolves are the apex predator!
Nuts! He's there!
Is he up on the stage? Let's go!
Yes. Back!
He's gotten into half. Are they going to know he's going to be there? They're too busy dealing with the rest, but Nats! A Red Bull clutch as he sprays through. Ring around the rosy, but Nats now is convinced that this is the line he's looking for. Ice cold. Nats' arrival heralds victory for Team Liquid.
Who's going to win between Wolves and Billy Gaming?
I think Billy.
I'll go for Billy today.
And Wingman?
What an amazing take from Wingman. Base.
Fully pivoted, it could get overwhelmed. This is dangerous, but Spring! Sonic Sensor there in market, I think, forced Rushia back. He couldn't get involved in Spring. He's on for 4. 2 bloody goods! And it just so happens if you dare to dance with the Wolves, you might just get bit!
Penny out into the open, Divide able to collect, tucked into this cyber cage, but it's not going to last very long. Flash out off the clone, Divide with another 3K. Camo, the only one left alive, and he cannot nail the targets. PRX looking unbelievably dominant. Not gotten this fight down, and something ends up getting picked off. As Forsaken turns, he gets distracted and picked apart. Camo still alive, still standing, still fighting. Team Liquid have completed the run back. Pain Shells buys some time. The push is coming in. Forsaken collecting 2, Divide finding another. Nats has fallen, and it's all on Kiko's shoulders. The 1v3 not to be found. Close but no cigar.
The heavy hitters are here. The #1 seeds have entered the competition, and the game has officially changed. It's playoffs time, baby.
Just Patman with everything to do. Swing on the corner, finds the first. The Haunt gonna be set. Re-swings, clears out Leaf. Prowler at the ready. Trent in front, and Patman is him. It's Valen fighting 1, fighting 2, fighting 3. Valen, the Omen God, looking to keep them in it, and he has it. Forsaken on the push, is able to find Valen, traded out. It's Patman holding close, finds it, and it's all down to Trent, and he cannot make it happen.
Well, today is our coach Hoyo's birthday, so, you know, we gotta give him a good birthday gift.
15 seconds left. He's playing close, and it's all on Bang. Wraps around, but XLG are doubled up. They are not willing to take 1v1, but Bang's not going to give him a bloody choice. Sentinels! The side quest is done.
We gotta give him a good birthday gift.
Siufat, Rose Crazy Guy is low, and it's on Monyet. Try to recon to light this one up. Siufat, the clutch that keeps the Wolves train running. Your main characters, the Masters Toronto, are still on the hunt.
Here comes the peak, and there's the kill! Rolls on the red carpet here towards main, but there's no one there to receive it. And Alpha on the drop down, finds himself a 3rd. Foxy now in the 1v2. The Haunt guarantees it, Bolter swings off it!
Unbelievable from Fnatic.
Towards that direction, and he's Scott just fighting at him with an operator. Excuse me, what is that? As he hits the follow-up. The repeat, does he got a 3rd in him? Yes, he does! What? That is one of the most ridiculous rounds that I have ever seen.
Oh, what is going on there?
It's the Lorax.
We got the Lorax here
Wait.
too in Toronto. I love it.
Is that a sideshow?
Wall needs to be broken in time. Portion of it is Jorgamo! My God! Jumps up and over, tap onto it, and it is just rooting out. The last remaining player at Coconut. Confidence is sky high for G2. And XLG sent packing.
Sorry, crazy guy,
Hello?
crazy guy. Someone
stop him defusing! RRQ! Shut up! Fnatic!
That 12th round looking ever so likely. Alpha strikes, but it's got the job done. Caught on the cross though, Alpha. Right out of the sky! Fortune favoring the bold. Fnatic looking like they have a point to prove.
It is the last stand for VCT China, going up against the juggernauts from the Pacific in Gen G.
Siufat BB only has the classic. Oh my! Oh! Wait, this is doable. This is so doable. Siufat BB!
Oh my God!
He do this! The dreamers stay alive! Siufat BB on the verge of a truly unthinkable Ash Hasties to save Gen G here. Pressure mounting. He's seen him. I think he's seen him. I think he knows, but only 7 bullets. Siufat BB barely breathing. They're both so low.
He's down
6
himself.
HP. time ticking. Ash has to find this back. Oh my God! Wolves! They take down Genji! You will not see anything like that again!
Still opportunities are granted for these kills, and decent movement enough. Zeltas actually does manage to take out something. Just steps out wide enough for Zeltas to capitalize. This is now a 2v2. Walking up now, steps up. That's a jump spot now. Spotting these players out. Slow walk. Way ahead of it! Zeltas takes matters into his own hands.
Wrap it up, let's go!
The trap is triggered all the way from the side. PRX is there and he's stopping this train. It's looking so damn unlikely. And it's up to the captain, it's up to John. Stinger in hand. Flash. He's got a bullet. The supplement. He's going to run him down as a full stack. No way! For PRX, there's no stopping this train. No stops to be made. Not even for Sin City. You look different. Have you got a haircut?
No, I'm the same old sideshow. These are two teams that we never would have expected to be in the lower round.
Texture, got the operator to work with here. Tito flooding in, fast and loose. It's risky business. Risky business sometimes pays off, but Genji, one left to stand, but Trent is toppled. It's theirs.
A 13-11 victory to force us into map 3.
Foxy9 in through mid, and again, this game of timings, it could happen to any possible player. Leaf wins his. Slipping away from Genji. They've got to try and answer back here. Trent is lucky. Doesn't go down to that one. Genji at once, falling, crumbling, tap. Not being forced out. G2, ever the hero, looking to put the fear of God into everyone at this offense.
Why is no one looking at Chronicle? But now they're right back in the headlights. He's going to know where they are, but Crashy's sticking on the defuse here. Swing! Oh, and he doesn't miss! Defuse! Oh, he just misses out! They are hunting them down, but Alpha denying. Boaster trying to live as long as he can. Alpha, the man who will not be moved. Fnatic came, saw, and conquered. Sentinels left in ruins at 13-9.
Look at them, they got the onesies out. You love to see that. I want to wear one of those.
I'd say.
I mean, I'll tell you what, I'll sweat my butt off in there. Okay.
Daddy. They don't know where he is, but they're going to hazard a guess. See if BB does well on one. Try and play to the time, play to the tempo, play to the clock, and play him like a fid. Oh, see that BB! Beautiful for the Red Bull clutch. Divine now, going to have to do work here. See if BB does well. Divine though. Oh! Divine! This man is a big player in big games, and he just had a hell of a lot of impact. Round by round, a track by track, that final destination is now locked in for PRX.
Player advantage, and the paranoia is beautiful. Splits them up with just the right amount of time. But no way! Violin! What a beast! Cosmic Divide even being committed. TP now into the back in the space. They are none the wiser. Kayak, it's your time to shine! And shine he does! Absolutely ridiculous! Beautiful from Fnatic! And they sent G2 packing!
It's a classic David versus Goliath story.
Kayak in the 1v2. Kayak in the 1v2. Someone swing him. He's doing the dance with YU. He's trying to find that next target. Isolated. Still on. Oh! It's unthinkable from Kayak. The new kid on the block. Ripping him apart. They're running out of time. Juicy dives in. Couldn't get it. And now Fnatic making a stand. Oh, it's been cleared up. Wolves scrapping their way back in.
So making himself extremely skinny. Why are you not so much?
No. Oh dear. Guys, don't feed Alpha. Please don't feed Alpha. Of all the players, don't let him have a round like, oh God, please. Somebody stop him. No!
Take a bow for that one.
And Fnatic, they've been here before. And they're back there again. A grand finals now awaits. The wait is over. Let's have a look at our brand new battleground.
This is the Masters Toronto Showman!
You're gonna get punished. Oh!
Toast is getting his three for sure.
Ace?
Oh no.
The flash hit.
Everyone come here, off the edge. Ready? Where's my throw button?
I'm like a recycler.
Where's my throw button?
Did City waiting?
You can see they want to go in. Oh, we got one. It's carrying the ball.
She's still going.
The loser is gonna get this cake to the face. Oh my goodness!
It's been over 700 days since Fnatic lifted a trophy over their head, and for PRX, it's a feeling they've yet to experience. It's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. It's time for the grand finals.
All three players on PRX trying to make their own individual timing play.
Forsaken, he's caught one. Can they catch the next? Crashes! Top pulls! Watch for Lion to a lot of it as the curtain drops. So does Alpha. 8-4 is where we leave it. Even 4 versus 4 now, and another 3-2-1 into the space! Kayak!
Throwing in on these players, trying to save.
Forsaken, steadily being overwhelmed at this point. They're going to try and run him down to the final moment. No respite. PRX, very fast play indeed.
That's sick.
And the wall up, none the bloody wiser. Fnatic trying to play through, but immediately it falls. And PRX take map number 1. PRX eager though. Looking to see if they can topple Fnatic before they stand. Discipline. Fnatic need it now in spades. Jing! That extra element. Drifted into the side here. Double tap and the rifles are ringing out.
PRX grab a 5th round in a row to take us into OT.
Fnatic trying to step up to that task that's ahead of them here. Next still here, just spotting it out, and the damage done something. Double face up towards the top. Patman reveals his hand with a snake bite drop down on top of it, and this is it. Fnatic, hard going all the way through, but they have made it even. Timing thrown forwards. Jing just swinging out wide. It's all anticipated with open arms. Alpha is turning you into mincemeat.
That's a crazy play from Kayak, and Alpha's there again.
He's just playing his team in perfectly. Put your body on the line, because at this point, what could stop him? He's just about dodged. Jing's in your face though, and what the hell do you do about that? Hearing with the footsteps, my God, man! From that kind of range. Fnatic are grouped up. And Divide! Lighting them all up. Kayak would love to save this gun, but that is a luxury he will not get.
PRX take a 2-1 lead in the series.
Jing is there, and he's heard his ult. Alpha! What a shot! Plucks him out of the sky, and he's not stopping there. There's something! He had to do it for them. Chronicle and Boaster, and they're just waiting for something to play into their open arms. Something! Disgusting!
The Red Bull clutch.
Flash on top of it. He needs some help, and he needs it now. Chronicle is the one to help him. Crash Cheese will be falling, but time has been bought, and Chronicle gliding in, sliding in.
Indomitable performance there from Chronicle. He takes Fnatic up to map point.
Pressure mounting. PRX putting it on them. Patience is there, but a paranoia. Hold on, you till out with your hands. Forsaken. He's ISO'd the fights, and something is wrecking them. From on high, PRX do it all!
The Pacific Princes without a crown, they finally have their trophy, denying the greatest team of all time and becoming legends themselves.